What's up, everybody? PR Project is back. This is the running event, TRE Live, day 2. We here
Numero
again.
dos.
More of this, more of that?
Yeah, honestly,
Please.
lots more of this.
Yeah.
Please give us a little more of that Spanish, Gary.
That's
Yeah.
about all I got. My Duolingo is, I see. So
Okay. But yeah, okay, we got to work on your Spanish for multiple reasons.
yeah,
Okay, Gary.
yeah, for sure.
Aaron, outside of Duolingo, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I can't believe we're on day 2 already.
Yeah.
Yesterday was like a blur, but we had some great guests. We had some great conversations, and I'm looking forward to seeing how day 2 goes.
Yeah, I think one of the big things that I took away, I've been taking away from this whole experience so far, is like that innovation piece. Like whether it's associations, or organizations, or brands and clothes, everybody's like just taking that next step to make running easier and just more accessible and more like meaningful in so many different ways. And I just feel like yesterday I just left feeling inspired, actually. Like if that's the word that I would have had to say for day 1 is inspiring, because there's, whether it was Austin Angels or some of the brands that we've had that have just been pushing the limits and like how to make this running community even better.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
For sure. Like the running booms is still. I feel like the running boom is still going on because the innovation is still getting better and better and better to kind of keep that momentum going for sure.
Yeah, because it's like it's one thing to like have a successful year or successful like moment, but then it's like it means even more when the people involved in it, the companies involved in it, like decide to put their resources to making it better and pushing it forward. Because running didn't have to change too much. I mean, people need shoes to run, But as we're gonna see and talk to more brands about today, they just take that next step to do more and be more. But really, cool, let's just jump right into this thing. First off, today we have Asics, Paul Lang is going to join us today. Come on up, Paul. Asics, this is your second time on the show, Paul. Last year you were on the show last year as well, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they've got going on. Let's talk about what you have here today, Paul. Let's grab you a mic, and Paul, you're the global senior product manager, and that seems. It seems global, but then it also seems to be very product focused. Like, talk to us about like what you do for it with Asics and what you're looking forward to this week.
Yeah, so I get to be kind of the conduit that pulls together the teams that puts together some of the projects that you see here. So every shoe is the byproduct of hundreds of people, but through the process, you have kind of a product manager that kind of sets up the idea of the shoe, kind of oversees. You've got an incredibly talented designer who's going to pull together the inspiration of what you want and how it comes to life. And then your developers who are kind of the unsung heroes, the puzzle makers. How do you build this beautiful shoe for the price, for the function, and all that? So I have the pleasure of being able to oversee some of the shoes for the global market. I'm based here in the U.S. I've known you guys for some time now, a couple different roles. And so we get to come down here and talk a little bit about what we're doing, kind of the plans for the brand, the shoes, the people that are going to wear them, because at the end of the day, everything we do is rooted in that end consumer. And we get to do it with some of our best friends here in the specialty run industry and the run retailers. So one of the most authentic points where a runner can really come into the sport, find community, find product, and really jump into it.
So, like, one of the things that like I feel like over the years, Asics has done a great job at, especially since like COVID and that boom, the running boom that we saw, is continue to tell stories through their footwear, through their brand. What's one of the storylines? Like I feel like some of the shoes are storylines in themselves. So you brought a couple shoes up here. If you could just kind of talk about each one of those, what they are, but then also like what story Asics is telling through that.
Yeah, so Asics, you jump all the way back to 1949 to start telling the story now. So we were founded in war-torn Japan. The idea of the brand was to bring inspiration through sport. So Asics, the name of the brand, is an acronym, Anima Sana and Corpora Sana, a sound mind and a sound body. And so that's the foundational principle we're built on. It's probably never more true than where we are right now, right? So two of the shoes we've got in front of us, one kind of represents the history, and then one represents the newness, the freshness. So the Gel Nimbus, this is on the 27th year. So this is a shoe that has been around forever. It's one of our legends. It's a high cushion hero. The idea of this shoe is soft, plush, really luxurious cushion. It's got some of those, knit rib pull tabs and collars, tongues, super soft foam underfoot. It's a new formulation of the foam, so we're able to add a couple extra millimeters of cushion this year. No extra weight gain from where we've been in the past. This is one of those tried and true, great, easy running shoes. But then on the other hand, we've got the Nova Blast. And so that's something that's new to us. 4 or 5 years ago, we introduced the Blast line. And these are shoes that are a little bit more disruptive in terms of visual. They're a little bit more exciting in terms of the feeling underfoot. You know, if you went into a running store maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago, everything was really medically inclined. It was looking at the foot, and it was either, you know, you're an overpronate or you're neutral. These are the couple options you have. I think with the advancements in footwear, there's so many more shoes that are applicable to so many more runners that we're able to prescribe experiences through that process. So where you've got soft and plush and fun and Nimbus, Nova Blast is all about kind of bouncy and excitement and energy. And so, you know, we want to be able to give the runners some really fun experiences. You think about a golf bag, right? You've got a driver, a putter, some irons, some woods. You want to have a club for all the different places you find yourself on the golf course. We think about shoes like that. We want to have a shoe for all these different purposes, experiences, and, you know, whatever surface you might find yourself on.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense. And Asics, like you said, goes back to 1949, and we have some really, I would say, almost legacy product line here. How do you balance that respect for the past and the Nimbus has, like you said, there's added stack height on there, a little more cushion. I know it wasn't always that way. So how do you balance continuing to respect the legacy of a shoe like that while continuing to innovate?
Yeah, I think we think about a lot of this stuff on kind of an XY axis, and you've got the idea of consistency on one line and innovation, and we're looking at where those points kind of cross over. And so for us with Nimbus, we're able to, you know, bring it to the future, but it's still very much the DNA of what it was in 1998 when it was first introduced. It's all about that, you know, cloud-inspired cumulonimbus cloud cushion, soft. Visually, you can kind of look at that midsole and really just see kind of the bubbling cloud-like visual. But then, you know, on Nova Blast, we're able to try something completely new geometries, new foams, something a little bit different. So for us, you know, we have these legend shoes, the Joe Keano from 1993 that continues to today, the GT 2000, the Nimbus, the Cumulus. We consider those our legends. They're, you know, consistent. They keep up with the times, but for a runner that maybe was with us a few years ago and comes back, it's going to be a nice, consistent feeling in terms of experience. You know, for somebody that wants something more exciting, we move into Nova Blast, Super Blast, some of the Metaspeed racing product. So that's where we're really able to push kind of on that other side. You know, you look back at the Olympic trials and the marathon this year, you know, Clayton Young makes the team. On the women's side, we finished 5, 6, 7, 8, 14. It's just like Asics, Asics, Asics. And, you know, we slow down for a little bit, but we're back and we're moving pretty well. And we like to think that it's that fine balance of consistency and innovation.
I noticed here in the sole here, you talk about the carbon footprint. Can you talk more about that? Is this something? Is this a new thing that you guys are trying to like inform the public on? Like, not only are we trying to get the best footwear out, but we're also trying to show the world that we're environmentally conscious. You know, an environmentally conscious brand.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's something that's always built into what we're doing. We're not necessarily really loud about it. You know, as a brand, it's a foundational principle. Durability has always been a key competency of our shoes, just from the ability to make them last a little bit longer. With the carbon emissions footprint, we started that a couple years ago as a matter of transparency, just to kind of show where we stand. It can be a report card year over year. You can see, are we improving? You know, are we getting better? You know, where are you? So, you know, there's simple things like that. The midsole on Nimbus, for example, is over 20% bio content. A lot of our shoes have gone through that. You know, the uppers are recycled PET, most times somewhere between 50 and 100%. So while we're not super loud, there are projects sometimes like the Nimbus Mirai. We've got a fully circular shoe, so you can go buy the Nimbus Mirai. When you're done, you send it back in. It uses a proprietary glue that we can just kind of pull apart, and then we're able to make it into more Nimbus Mirai. So, you know, it's something that we are focused on internally. We don't necessarily always kind of shout out loud about it, but there are little cues for those that are interested or want to learn more. You know, you can take a look at what's going on there, and we include QR codes on the boxes too. You can scan that and get a little bit more information.
And just to speak about some of the exciting things, you talked about your athletes. In the last, you know, several years, Asics has been slowly but surely like just climbing the charts when it comes to, you know, especially in the marathon. Like, how does that feel as a brand to see like the athletes that you've been sewing into? Because there's one other thing that I've noticed as well. It's like it feels like family. You know, like when you're watching, some of the athletes have been around for quite some time with Asics, and it feels supported. How does that feel as a brand to know that the people and the athletes that you've been sewing into and staying a part of their lives and their journey, how does that feel to watch that success start to happen?
Yeah, I mean, for us, I think it's more than just putting a logo on somebody. It's a relationship. It's people that we believe in really deeply as human beings, as athletes, and as full partners. So we're able to work closely with them. They give great input in terms of the product. We're able to kind of celebrate their wins alongside of them. Like I mentioned, the women at the Olympic trials were unbelievable. At the Olympics this summer, we had a couple athletes, Talia Brooks, made heptathlon, Val Allman, Austin native, two-time Olympic gold medalist in the discus. No woman's ever done it 3 times, so we'll bring it home to LA in 2028 and see if she can do that. But it's a really proud moment for us to be able to share that. And, when you talk about the idea of family, it's not just the athletes. It's, the people that we've got here. It's, look at the community we built. We've got this incredible team of tech reps that support our business. I think you guys know Derek, probably up in Michigan.
Yeah, for sure.
Shout out to Derek if you're watching.
Shout out Derek, yeah.
But that team's been incredible of really just telling the story of the brand, connecting community, connecting retail, and being the heartbeat of who we are. And so, athletes, tech reps, sales reps, product, it is a full family story, and, we're in it together and going to keep chugging along.
Yeah, and let's double click on that a bit. I feel Asics has really invested in experiences. You guys have, for the people here, you guys have one of the biggest and most elaborate booths on the floor. How important is it for Asics to deliver those experiences to not only retailers here, but also customers out in the wild, to show them what the story of the brand is and kind of allow them to interface with the brand in that way?
Yeah, I don't think you can just be a brand that throws some commercials on anymore. It doesn't work like that. If you want to be fabric of the community, you have to be a part of it and actually be doing real things. And so for us, Kodama-san, the North American CEO, feels really strongly that, where we are and who we're with here is such an authentic point for running. And so you see this big booth, you see us telling the story. Our Institute of Sports Science is here to show some of our research. Kayano-san, the guy that designed the original Kayano, the original Nimbus, he's been with the brand 39 years. He's sitting at a desk doing sketches over there for people that want to meet him. So, things like that, getting into the communities and putting together some of these incredible events, whether it's charitable, whether it's just a fun run, whether it's working with one of our shops, our local, retail partners. We just want to make sure that Asics is showing up in a way that's authentic, it's meaningful, and it brings people together.
I like the Kayano guy because if I make a shoe, it's going to be called the Tommy One for sure, and then we're going to go from there and build some legacy. One of the things that's really exciting, obviously, in the marathon world is Sydney has been added to the world majors, so it's 7 world majors now, and that's one of Asics races, and along with Tokyo as well. Talk to me about how that feels for that race to be on the world stage now, and are you guys excited about that, and what can we see for 2025?
Yeah, we're really excited about that. The World Marathon Majors have become something beyond just running over the last few years. We've seen it as a way that people have really gotten involved with the sport. They're able to travel to see places that are so special that maybe otherwise they wouldn't get to. For us, Tokyo makes sense. It's our backyard. It's the country that we were birthed in. It's where our headquarters is. So that's always been a really special race. When you get down to Australia, we've got incredible relationships in Australia. It's a long time, big standing partner of Asics. So for us to be able to, open up in such a beautiful country and now have 2 of the 7 World Marathon Majors, that's a really special thing that we're looking to celebrate in a pretty big way. And then also next year, we have another great point of inflection, the World Championships of Track and Field. Those will take place in Tokyo. So Asics was supposed to be the sponsor. We were the sponsor of 2020 Olympics in Tokyo, but due to COVID, no fans, and we weren't really able to celebrate and have that moment. And so for us next year, we'll have Tokyo Marathon in the spring. You'll have World Championships of Track and Field in Tokyo. We'll have Sydney Marathon. So you start looking at all these great kind of launching points of excitement, and you better believe we're going to bring some pretty cool product solutions along the way to align to those.
Well, I'm just letting you know that we all have our passports ready, so if you want us to come along for those journeys, we're happy to be there for you. But thanks so much for stopping by on the show with us. We'll definitely have to come over and check out the booth for sure. And thanks for everything you guys do, because you're a very community-focused brand, and we all feel and appreciate that. So thanks for stopping by, bro.
Yeah, we love being a part. Thank you guys for having us.
Thank you. Thank you. Legacy, that's what I think about when you think about Asics is legacy, because all the they started some new legacies that they're creating, with the with Super Blast and Nova Blast, but they're such a story brand, and it's cool to be able to sit down and talk to them about that vision.
For sure, and to see a brand that does have such a rich history still focus on innovation and moving forward and staying current.
Yep.
I think that's really cool too, because it's easy to rest on your laurels when you had so much success, but to see them still focused on pushing the sport forward, pushing the culture forward, it's super inspiring.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And then just like that's exciting though. Like Sydney, Sydney being added on there, and now they have 2 of the 7 world majors. That's exciting. I mean, if you've ever been to one of their like races or like to Worlds or something like that, Asics really goes all out when it comes to like the activations surrounding the race, for sure.
Yeah, and it's funny that they have the 2 world majors farthest away from America.
That
the
is
longest
funny.
flights.
Yeah. That's why I'm like, yo, bro, I got my passport ready. You know, if you want me to go with you, because I'm not going by myself. That's what we're talking about.
Fly to Australia in a coach seat. Yay.
I mean, I don't even know what that flight's like. You know, is that? I would assume it's a long flight.
It's almost
I've never
like
been.
flying to another world, probably.
I think it is like flying to another world.
Probably.
All right, so next up on stage we have Magic Boost. We have Keith up here with us. How you doing, Keith?
Good, Tommy. How are you?
Good. So, like, number one, we're excited. We're excited to talk to Magic Boost because I think the people that are watching need to know what you all are doing. But then also, it kind of feels like it represents a lot of the things that we stand for as well. So, please let us know who you are and what Magic Boost is.
Okay, my name is Keith Peters. I'm a board member of the Magic Boost, which is a modest program. We've had 38 participants over the last 4 years. And the intent is to, with a primary focus on track and field, but obviously running is the bigger umbrella, is to try to change the equation. Right now, research says that, over 3/4 of sports media look like me. Well, particularly at a track meet, you're not going to see 3/4 of the athletes being over 70 years old and white. So it's time for there to be youth, there's time for there to be diversity, and so we work with both traditional journalism track students as well as content creators to try to bring down barriers that would allow them to cover the sport and bring more energy to the sport, like you guys are doing.
We're definitely trying.
Thank you.
So you say you've had 38 participants. When did Magic Boost start, and how can people get involved from a support standpoint, or even if they're interested in possibly getting some support from the Magic Boost? How can they interface with that?
So the Magic Boost started in 21, and it's kind of a hybrid program between in real life experiential, bringing the group together at like Milrose Games or Pre-Classic, but then there's a series of Zoom classes over the course of the spring with people like John Anderson and Ali Feller and Jonathan Galt, and so exposing the cohort to kind of a wide variety of mentors, so that the board members aren't just the only mentors, but people that want to support what we do. We are a charitable nonprofit, so we would love to have donations sent our way. Happy to talk to you after this. And people that want to become active in the program, there's an apply on the magicboost.com. There's an apply now section where it's not the application, but you just send us an email so that next time we go for a new cohort, we know where to start recruiting.
And is there a donate button on the magicboost.com as well?
Not a donate button, but there should be.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to find out how to put a donate button on the Magic Boost website. And what was like the when it first started? Like, what was some of the pushback maybe that you experienced, or maybe if it wasn't pushback, but like what was that like in the beginning of doing? Because you're doing something that matters, you're doing something that's required, and if we want to see change in this industry, and just like any other industry, there needs to be some that initiation of like the forward progress. What was some of the things that maybe hurdles that you've had?
Well, getting credentials to track meets for young people that don't have an established, kind of media assignment or platform is a challenge, but something that we've been able to do pretty well. But the pushback that we've gotten is, in some cases, surprise. The athletes would rather speak to people their age that look like themselves, and some of them have started choosing not to speak to the general media, which, it's their choice. They can do that. But we're certainly finding that there is a bond between the younger media and the athletes that.
I mean, that makes sense. I
Creates
mean,
a little
because like
friction.
as I've been watching, because I've just slowly and surely become more of a track fan, and as from when I started watching, just in a couple of years, you're starting to see the interview style change a bit. You're starting to see a little bit more fun. You're starting to see more character and personality out of some of the athletes. That it's just like that's the only way a sport grows. Like if there was no personality shown in basketball at all, I'm not sure if it would be where it is. Like that's part of the process is like highlighting the athletes themselves in a way that is attainable and relatable. And I think that the media, so like lately around track meets, has been doing a better job at like conveying the fact that these are normal people, but then also that like they have fun and all that cool stuff.
Absolutely.
Now, I understand we have two boosters with us today, going to come up and talk about their experiences here at TRE and what they've been working on.
That'd be great.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's bring
Awesome.
up Ulu and Taylor.
Awesome. Yeah, that's the vibe. It's just like, hey, here's who we are, and creators take over. Go.
Yeah, and I think that's important because these are the storytellers of the future, right? These are the people who will be shaping the narrative of the future, and who better to tell the story of Magic Boost than those who are in the program? So, welcome to the show. Good to see you guys.
Good to see
how's
you
it
too,
going?
man.
How's TRE going for you guys so far?
It's been a lot of fun. I've met so many really cool people, gotten some really cool content opportunities. It's always great working with Olu as well. So yeah, I mean, it's been a really wonderful week.
Yeah, it's been great, man. We've actually started planning to produce our content from months out. So it's really cool to get here, see everything in the flesh. You know, we talk about TRE. This is my first one. So to have talked about it for months and then actually be here and get it to experience it, it's really cool.
What's one of like the for the people that are watching that have never been to TRE, like what's one of the first things you like think about when you walk into see this trade show?
Man, it's like you wouldn't think running is as big as it really is. I think a lot of people, we see people running all the time, but I think it's easy to forget that all those people running down on Ladybird Lake or maybe wherever city you're at, they are loosely part of the running industry. And to be here and see the people who are actually moving and shaking in the industry, I guess I wouldn't have expected to see so many diverse faces. I wouldn't have expected to see such a volume of brands here.
I can speak to that really quick about the diversity side. When I started, my first TRE was 2021, and just in the last 3 years, that diversity has taken leaps and bounds, and a lot of that is credit to the folks at the running event, but then also like RIDC, and then folks like Magic Boost that are like literally making sure that this space looks like it represents people that watch the sport and are a part of the sport. So like it literally, like when you walk in, it's like, wow, this is much different than 3 years ago. So that's huge.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I feel like one thing that I love about the sport of track and field and running is the sense of community, and you really just feel it the minute you step into the exhibits. Like just seeing all sorts of new running products and just people coming from all across the country to represent their own brands, their own journeys, and just learning so much about the sport just walking around and meeting people. And I feel like I'm an extrovert. I love talking to people and just kind of learning their stories. So as a storyteller, it's really just interesting to see how the sport is just continuing to evolve and just find new ways to bring people in and keep the people who are who have been involved for so long getting new and fresh things. So I think it's just been so much fun. The booths are pretty cool. I mean, I've stopped by a bunch of them. I'm looking forward to hitting a couple more today.
Yeah, and I think that's also what a lot of us like is the people here. You know, it's cool to see the shoes, it's cool to see the product, but the people they're really what makes this thing go. So, and you guys are here on behalf of Magic Boost. So could you talk to us a little bit about how you got involved with the program and also how the program has benefited your career so far? Since both of you guys are stars in the making. So tell us a little bit about how Magic Boost is helping you achieve those goals that you have for your career.
Man, I always like to joke around and say I've lived many lives. So to have gone from a little bit about my background, I actually triple jumped for Nigeria in the 2016 Olympics, and then transitioning from there into creating more full-time. It's really cool how the Magic Boost, I applied, the way I got in was like everybody else. I just applied last December, and once accepted, from day one, the doors have just been kicked down, you know? People are asking me for what I need versus me having to knock on 10 doors and get answered maybe one time. And that's been the energy around all the boosters, but especially the board. It's very open, very accessible. It's been a really beautiful experience to help me like really hone my craft and my skill set without having to go through the red tape and jump all these hurdles.
Yeah, so I ran in the NCAA for 5 years. So I started my track career at Fordham University, and then luckily with an extra year of COVID eligibility, I was able to transfer to Syracuse for my final year. And really just like coming to the end of like my competition days, I discovered like I really want to just keep working in this sport. Like I want to be able to tell athletes stories and just kind of hone in like my own experiences, make them feel as comfortable with sharing their stories with me, as well as making like a ton of really cool content for people to enjoy. So I found a bunch of little ways to like work in track and field. I work as an announcer at the Armory in New York City, which has been a life-changing experience, and it got me in connection with a lot of members of the Magic Boost. So I ended up applying in December while I was up in Syracuse studying broadcasting, got in, and it's given me so many opportunities, so much more confidence in myself, and way more like experience with like making content for social media, interviewing these professional athletes. And I feel like the more and more meets I go to and like events like this, I feel like I've just gained like a lot more like experience and like knowing like, okay, I can get that really cool story out there. I can talk to that athlete. And it's just great, like honestly picking the brains of like my other Magic boosters, because we all come from so many different backgrounds. And it's really cool to just like exchange like information and tips and like just like learning so much from them as much as I am from like those in charge and like the people around us like at all of the meets. So it's just been an incredible life-changing opportunity, and I really just want to do this for the rest of my life. Yeah.
So you had mentioned that you guys have been prepping for this for a couple months now. Are there stories that you guys are working on that you can talk about, like in your preparation? Now that you're here, you're doing some interviews, you're visiting the booth, you're talking to folks. Is there stories that you guys can kind of like give us a sneak peek into what you're working on?
So I'm working on 2 like longer form pieces. My first one's about sustainability in the running industry. So I stopped by the trail cleanup, shot a lot of videos there, spoke to like a bunch of the different nonprofits about like what they're doing with their like products and like their organization services, like how they're going to like help like, you know, like improve in sustainability in the industry. I'm also doing another video on how like the running community is becoming more and more inclusive with like different groups like BIPOC, women, LGBTQ, like just all like just embracing everyone that comes into the community. But I'm also doing a couple smaller projects on the side. Like I always like doing little TRE recap videos for my own page. And then I also attended the Partner Hour and the Indy 5K this morning. Got a couple interviews there. So yeah, I mean, it's been a lot of fun, and it's helping me like meet a lot of people and hear their stories. And I think it's just been really, really cool.
Yeah, I too have been working a lot of videos. One of the videos I'm really proud of how it came up. I was actually in Austin a few weeks ago. It was a kind of like a teaser / intro to the TRE for 2024. No one gets the last time in Austin. I created a video called We Run Austin, where I ran out around Austin streets and interviewed runners guerrilla style on the streets, and found out some of the best places to eat, best trails to run on. You can find that on the TRE page. And then another project that I'm more excited about doing as we're in here is called The Black Runner in Focus, where I'm really putting my literal lens on black people in the running industry. Not just, from the standpoint of their experiences as a runner, but really how it feels to be in this space, in a space that, is welcoming. It's completely welcoming, and it's cool to be here, but at the same time, it's not traditional that we see so many of ourselves in these spaces. So, yeah, that's 2 things I'm really proud of working on right now.
That's great. And before we let you guys go, could you let the people know where they can find your work and where they can keep up with you?
Yeah, absolutely. So I mostly do my work for Instagram. It's just at Tay929, so Tay, and then my birthday. I'm also very active on Twitter. That's T Masetta TV. That's TMASCETTA TV. And so yeah, that's where most of my content will end up. My TikTok's up and coming. So that's Tay's Talks, another TAYSTOKS. But yeah, so that's pretty much where everything will end up. And it will also be in collaboration with the running event. So should be appearing on those feeds as well.
And myself, you can find me on Instagram. The 2 pages I'm most active are my Instagram and actually my website, my portfolio for my photography and videography. My Instagram is my first initial last name. I'll spell it out for people. OOLAMIGOKE. That's at olamigoke at Gmail. Or I'm not. That's my email. But I mean olamigoke on
He like email me the
yeah.
opportunities.
Email me the opportunities, please. But and then my website is olumide.com. So my first name olumide.com, and you can find my work there and reach out as well.
Light Flex, his name's on his shirt. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being on the show, and everything that you represent is also what we represent as well. So it was really nice to have you, and big shout out to the Magic Boost for making this all happen and pushing forward the right voices.
Thanks for having us
Appreciate
on.
y'all.
No problem at all.
Appreciate it.
No problem at all. Thank you.
All right, we will see you guys later.
For sure. Good stuff. Straight up, just good stuff.
I see Taylor trackside giving great stories, and she's got the energy of a reporter. She's just got it. She's got it. Olu obviously is a creative, and I can see his work and his story alone. He didn't even touch, but you know, when you can just lightly sprinkle in, you know, I triple jumped in the Olympics for Nigeria. That's just one part of my life, but you know, these are great people, and these are the great people that you meet at TRE. So,
but that's one of the cool things about you know, those moments is we're not one person, we're not one thing. You know, like we're not. You know, he's the triple jumper for Nigeria, but right here we barely talked about that. And what's important to him right now is his art, his process, and highlighting the stories that matter to him in the community. And I think that's beautiful to be able to transition from not just being stuck to like forever you're this athlete and you only can talk about that experience.
Yeah, and I think it's great because having this swell of young journalists come on helps elevate track and field running, because we love watching track and field, and there's just not a lot of chances for people to get into it. Hopefully, these young journalists coming out are going to help, you know, influence other folks to get into it as well.
And the perfect segue to that one is we have another journalist coming up onto the stage here in a second. We have Brian Metzler from outside. Come on up here. You're inside, but we were outside. You're outside, but we're inside. So make sure you use your inside voice on the mic. No, it's not. It's not on. I don't know what you did there, Brian. You know, he's a writer, not a mic handler.
Test 1 2.
There we go. There you go. How you doing, Brian?
Inside out. I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Now we're live.
So I know what outside is, but for any of the folks watching, like number one, who are you and what is outside?
Yeah, as you said, I'm a long-time running journalist. I've been around the sport for a long time. I was a walk-on college athlete, hack marathoner, fun ultra runner. Outside is a legacy publication. Outside Magazine has been around forever. As a magazine, several years ago, our new founder and CEO, Robin Thurston, bought all these media titles, including Trail Runner, Women's Running, and this big package. And then we launched this new run platform this year to dedicate more time to run. So there's still Outside, which is a general outdoors magazine and website. And then there's also ski and backpacker and climbing, but now we're the Run Center.
And then, so like, what is Outside's like purpose or like the objective here for these 2 days at TRE?
Yeah, I mean, the main purpose for Outside in general is to get more people outdoors of all sorts, of any level of experience, to get outdoors, and us specifically to get more people running, right? However you want to run, right? I mean, we know we've talked about track and field here, obviously trail running. For us being here, we have a gear team here going booth to booth to get all the new beta on all the new shoes. We have a really sophisticated gear testing team, and then I'm kind of here seeing some of the gear and also picking up trends and talking to people about what's going on in running.
That's awesome, and I've interacted with Outside online, which is kind of ironic, right? But you guys do a lot of print media. Well, not print media, but written media. How important is it for your company to not only do that, but also keep up with, alternative media, if you will, being active on social, with all the many social media accounts that we have on our day-to-day basis? How is it important to tell those stories in ways that reach the people?
Yeah, I mean, obviously social is a big part of things. We also have Outside Watch, which is our video platform. I think, backing up from that, I think that certainly media and content and stories can be told and should be told in different ways in different mediums, right? Obviously, the traditional web stories, the print stories, for sure, they still have their place. Obviously, social is younger, more vibrant, more energetic, obviously more to the point, more graphic, more video, and then video as well, longer-term video storytelling. But all of them are important. I think there's no one predominant media at this point. I mean, because people consume how they consume, right? I mean, I wake up in the morning at 5 a.m. and I go through my scroll. That's how I get my news, right? Used to read newspapers, right? We're a long way from that. But obviously, there's a whole mix of how people get content. I mean, I think we all during the Olympics, obviously saw Olympic results in different ways, right? Online, our phones, everything else, and so I think it's a good time to be producing content, all those, yeah.
What's what's a trend in the running world that you're seeing that you're really excited about? We're in the middle of this running boom. Run clubs are exploding everywhere. What are you seeing out there that you're kind of excited to talk about?
Yeah, it's funny because this is a huge boom. In post-pandemic, there's more people running probably than ever before, right? And so I think there's maybe a couple things tied to that. One, more diversity, which is good. More people getting into trail, which is good. In different ways. Maybe not ultra. I keep telling people in the trail world that ultra isn't the answer. It's just getting off onto a trail, whatever it is, right? And I think just kind of however people find running, like that's the third thing. Like everyone, it used to be years ago, it's how fast do you run a marathon. Now it's like, hey, I run how I run, and run clubs and social clubs and brewery runs, right? I think running is more democratic than ever before, which is good. Anybody can do it. Anybody can be a runner, right? It used to be, though, you had to be, I was fast, or these are my times. And that's still great if that's who you are, but that doesn't matter as much anymore.
Like, how important do you personally feel like the way that the publications like outside, how important is the storytelling in the things that you choose to elaborate on and dig deeper into? How important is that? And then how have you seen the stories affecting the actual culture, what's actually happening like in the future?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Outside has a legacy of covering the environment and caring about that, and I think also inclusivity. And I think in those two areas specifically, you've seen a lot of the content in the last 2 to 5 years increase about those, and I think you've seen the industry, the sport reflect that, right? I mean, like in all ways, we're seeing more people get outdoors, more people running, and so I think that content is certainly the leader of that. The messages you're telling, the stories you're telling are important to do that, and obviously we're at a time of change. Maybe good, maybe bad, but I think obviously how you tell the stories and how you influence people, how you welcome people is going to directly influence the change of the sport specifically, right? And we see that in running specifically.
Yeah, and as a storytelling brand, especially in a time like this, what responsibility do you see for media companies to shed light on what's going on in the world and tell those diverse stories? How important is that to Outside as a brand?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hugely important. I think one of the biggest things you've seen in marathon in the last 10 or 15 years is it became more diverse, right? Why? Because the people and the clubs and the culture and the neighborhoods brought it, right? And maybe there wasn't a welcoming sign, but it came forward, right? And that's good. That's good for the sport. It's good for everybody. One of my biggest concerns is helping trail running become more diverse, right? It's horribly white, right? It's horribly white men, middle-aged men, right? There's a place for those people, but bring more people in, right? Joe Gray is a mountain runner in Colorado Springs who's trying to work to bring more diversity to the sport, right? It's not easy, but obviously content is one of the ways to do it. Storytelling is one of the ways to do it, and showing that like there's a place in a welcoming mat is one of the ways to do it. So yeah, it's super important.
And I think that's where, Aaron was talking about earlier, was like how important is it to, go on some of these other platforms like Instagram and TikTok and YouTube and all that. And I think when you're pushing for something like that, like change in like the trail space and change that just, it seems like it's pretty easy, but like the barrier to entry for someone, inner city kid to think about possibly being an ultra runner or a trail runner is a big stretch for that person. But like having something visual and having something that's created by some of the people that may be in the space already, I think that goes a long way. Because I mean, I didn't know about Outside Magazine until I was already here, so it's like, but visually some of those videos that kind of get spread around, I think that's like the best way to go forward is some visual concepts.
Yeah, I totally agree. And we've started to use influencers in different ways to tell those stories, and not just us telling the stories, but obviously getting out there and people that are doing the stuff tell the stories, and that's going to be important as well. But I do think trails a passion of mine. I run a lot of trails now. I used to run track and marathons and trails, but I want change, right? And it's not going to happen just because I say that or because of a story I write. It's because of the community out there as well, right? And so it's engaging with that community.
Yeah, and speaking of trail, is there a recent piece that you guys have done on a trail story that particularly sticks out to you that you're proud of as of late?
I mean, anything we do about Courtney DeWalter blows up. I mean, she's like a rock star, like next generation athlete, even amid the time. So another trend is obviously more women in trail running, and certainly getting more women to participate in long ultras like 100 milers is a thing, right? Because it just hasn't been as deep. But Courtney's doing this at a time when the sport is obviously growing and getting bigger. You know, Ann Tracy was a legend a long time ago, and she did it when virtually no one was doing ultras. And so Courtney's a great story for a couple reasons. One, because she's a woman, she's doing extraordinary things, and also she's very real about what she talks about, what she eats and drinks. And she's not like obsessive about things. She's very real. She relates to a lot of people. So I think anything we've done several stories about her. She's a good example of kind of what, I don't know, that new everyday runner can relate to.
Yeah, and I got lost in. So I wanted to jump back to one thing you said about you're using influencers to kind of help tell the stories. How does that work for you all? Like in what way can influencers or folks that make content help a publication like Outside move into some different spaces?
Yeah, I think an example, we just used a guy named Mikey Mitch to do some content around the New York City Marathon. Mikey's kind of a unique guy, obviously, and so his story told his story, obviously a youthful story, an energetic story, a very, obviously brought his personality out. And so, we've seen a lot of different ways that people relate to and tell stories about the New York City Marathon. Obviously, his was pretty unique, right? I mean, he ran 240 shirtless with glitter on, and had a blast, and just like told his side of the story. But obviously, that's part of what marathoning is, right? And like, there's 1,000 different ways to tell the story about a marathon, and specifically New York City Marathon. That's an example recently.
So, as a trail running fan, obviously you are. Us road guys, we hear about UTMB, we hear about Western States, we hear about these kind of very popular trail runs. What is your personal favorite, or maybe an underrated trail run that maybe not everyone has heard of but should check out?
Yeah, probably my favorite trail run is called the Never Summer 100K, which is near Fort Collins, Colorado. It's kind of a remote part of Colorado, which is really just beautiful, like alpine terrain, trees, lakes, all that stuff, beautiful. Certainly running in Chamonix is extraordinary. But my take on trails, though, is really my favorite trail is wherever I am, meaning like I grew up in Chicago, and people don't think about Chicago as having trails, and there's great trails like in the Palos area of Chicago, right? Wherever you are, there's trails, and it's that moment of getting out there and finding that Zen moment of peace, right? Which I have no diss against road running or track. I love both of those, but it's a different feeling when you go out in the trails and you're free, right? And yet when you're on the roads, you're more tied to your watch, your pace, the traffic, all that stuff. And so I think that's what trails bring to everybody.
And just to tie into that, as a road runner, I had the pleasure of running. I've run like one real trail race. But when I got out there, I mean, it was for some reason I thought it was going to be less inviting, a little more judgy. But I felt like the polar opposite of that. Even though I was like one of like maybe two black people out there at the moment, I felt super welcome, and it was just such a different experience, and it was all that stuff that we think about on in a normal 5K or a 10K or something like that. Like all that was out the window, and we literally were all out there together, like kind of talking and having fun, and it was definitely an experience that I hope to get to be a part of again. And so for anybody out there that's like, trail they envision it has to be 100 miles, and it's just like such a crazy feat. It's actually really cool. There's so many different distances, and it takes all that road running pressure away, actually.
Yeah, I was going to mention that as well. Like you brought that up earlier, just because it's trail does not mean it's ultra. They're not equal. Okay. And I think if you want to intro somebody into trail racing, you can probably just start out with, we're going to do 5K. We're going to do 3 miles. We're not going to be logging in 50Ks right now. Like, let's just get out there and see how you like it. Because even in our little area, we've done, a 3-mile loop, I think. I loved it, and I'm not thinking about like, I can't do this for 100 miles. I'm just enjoying the moment as it is right now. And I think that's, if people get out on the trail, like you're saying, they'll get it.
Yeah, I mean, you can escape to any like park in America, right, or any like dirt path, right, and you can feel that feeling, right. It's just different than road, and like I don't know, getting back to your point. I mean, you've been out to Broken Arrow and that, and yeah, I mean, it's not very diverse right now. And that's a big challenge. One of the reasons I love track and field is because it is so diverse, right. And if you take track and field as the base element of what running is, and everything else goes up from there, distance running, marathoning, ultra. I mean, that would be my goal. I mean, to have that. And one of the things that UTMB has done, I think, maybe not UTMB Chamonix, but generally around the world, like if you go I went to Southeast Asia to see a race, and the culture of trail running is huge there, So I think there's possibility to take that diversity we have in track and field and bring it through to trail running. But to your point, yeah, trail running doesn't have to be ultra. I think that trail has got an ID of like, oh, it's all 100 miles. And it's not, right? I think the joy of trails is your 5-mile run, your 5K run on a Saturday morning, wherever you live. Again, you don't have to travel to exotic places. You can do it right where you live, you know?
Yeah, and we really appreciate you being on the show. And where can people find, outside and how do they tap in and be a part of what you guys got going on?
Yeah, on the web, run.outsideonline.com, and then all the social handles are similar to that. Yeah, so I think that we're on Instagram a lot. Those are the two biggest ones. But I think that we were putting out new content all the time. We have women's running, we have trail runner, and we have outside run kind of as the umbrella thing. So yeah, we covered all kinds of content, and I think the biggest thing we offer is that broader based approach, as opposed to obviously there's great brands covering track. There's great brands covering marathons, and we go from track all the way over to trail. So,
well, Brian, thank you so much for your time today. Thanks for stopping by and being on the show. You're definitely a staple in the running community for sure. So thanks for everything you do.
I appreciate it, and back at you guys. You guys are doing a lot of great things for the sport, and this new growth is a lot of what your voice is bringing out. So thank you.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Cheers.
Thank you. Yeah, man. So Outside is a legendary publication. So many. And I always thought it was just in the beginning. I thought it was like one side, like all trail. But once you tap in, it's literally just get outside, movement, joy, happiness, all that.
Yeah, and the thing that I was thinking the most when he was talking about trail is just exploring, And I feel like that's the stories they want to tell, is about exploring outside and just, getting dirty and kind of tapping back into that youthfulness, because that's what we did when we were kids, right? We went outside and we just enjoyed what nature had to offer. So that's always a great story, and democratizing that is very important, and I feel like he spoke well on that as well.
Yeah, and as a former cross-country runner, doing some trail every now and then, it kind of brings it back to much younger days.
Much
younger.
Next up, we have Topo Athletic. Russ Stevens is on the show with us today. TRE Live. We have Topo. If you haven't heard of Topo, I don't know where you've been at, because they've had a really great last few years for sure. So we'll get to talk about that. How you doing, Russ? What's going on with you this week?
I'm doing well. Things are obviously super busy. I'm not talking quite as much as you guys are. I don't think. So you guys definitely have the rougher schedule than me, but things have been really good. The energy at the show has been super positive. It's always a great week in TRE.
So Topo, you guys were here last year as well, right?
We were, yeah. Yes, we were.
Okay. So what have you seen change in the last year since you were exhibited here last year? What's changed in the industry, and then also on a more personal level, what's changed for the brand since last year?
So kind of on a more macro scale, I think that we've continued to see a trend in cushioning. Just people still really appreciate high and max cushioning. That's not necessarily a new trend, obviously, but it's something that we're continuing to see. The energy and enthusiasm at the show this year just seems incredibly positive as well. It always is, but it's just really fun to see kind of everyone get together and have this almost annual celebration of the industry here in Austin, or next year in San Antonio.
Yeah, and you brought some really cool looking products, but before we get into those, could you kind of give us a high level breakdown of how Topo got started and what Topo is trying to accomplish in the running industry?
Yeah, absolutely. So Topo Athletic was founded in 2013 by Tony Post, which is where we got the name Topo. First two letters of his first name,
awesome.
First two letters of his last
I see what
name.
you're doing there.
There you go. Yeah, it was a nickname he had in college. So Tony founded Topo Athletic with the idea of creating a brand that would promote natural movement, but without limiting himself to just a minimal product or just a maximal product. There are three tenets of all Topo Athletic product, which are a roomy toe box that allows your toes to spread and splay naturally, but we maintain a really locked-in fit through that midfoot and heel. So while there's room in the front of the shoe, you're not going to be sliding around within that platform. It works for a wide variety of foot shapes and types. And then all of our shoes are low drop, but not necessarily zero drop. So we have 5, 3, and 0 drop products. Our most popular category of drop is in that 5 millimeter range. We find that that's a really accessible point for people to get started with the brand if they're coming from a different brand, maybe something with a higher drop, where you can kind of transition very quickly into that 5 millimeter drop without needing to change your exercise habits.
Do you feel people just need to feel something even like just to feel a little bit of a drop because they're so used to having the multi-millimeter, like just so that
Yeah,
like,
I mean, speaking for myself, even I've run in higher drop shoes throughout my life. And when I first started working at Topo, I could really only run in those 5mm drop shoes. I just found that little bit of extra material in the heel, or that little bit of drop, that little bit of lift, helped to take some of the stress off my lower legs and calves, so I could go out and run and train the way I wanted to without needing to kind of slow down, reset with a zero drop product, and kind of start over from scratch.
And then I guess we could just stay there with the drop combo. What's the benefit of someone saying, okay, well, I have a higher drop shoe typically. I want to start with the 5mm drop. What's the reason why someone should say, okay, I'll start here, but let me try to work my way down to something more like the 3 or the 0?
That's a great question. We find that it's designed to create a more natural foot strike. So generally speaking, with a lower drop shoe, people tend to strike a little bit closer to their forefoot and land a little bit more under their center of mass with their foot. So the idea is just to create a more comfortable and more hopefully healthy ride for people when they're out running in a lower drop shoe.
That's great. We have some of these shoes here. I know you guys are. I'm not sure if you're debuting, but you're definitely featuring some trail shoes and also some road shoes. So let's start off, since we just had a trail advocate on, let's start off with the trail shoe. So could you tell us a bit about this trail shoe you have here?
Yeah.
I'm gonna hold it like it's QVC,
Oh, love it. Perfect. Thank you. So the shoe you're holding is our new Vista. This is a brand new model from Topo Athletic that's going to be launching in June of 25. This is going to be our first max cushion introduction in our trail line, designed for use. I'll hold it in front of my face.
Yeah, there you go.
Designed for use on technical trail. So it's the highest stack height we've ever put out from any Topo Athletic product on the trail, with a 5mm drop, 38 to 33mm midsole platform, and a nice aggressive Vibram Mega Grip outsole that's designed to offer great traction and slip resistance on technical terrain. Additionally, we use what we call our FKT insole.
Fastest known time insole.
Fastest known time insole. Yes. You took that out with the fastest known time.
Yeah,
Good job.
With one hand, for sure.
Yeah.
This is made using TPU beads, so it's a really resilient and comfortable foam. Additionally, it's a closed cell foam. Yeah, here you go. You check that out. Which means that it doesn't absorb as much water as an open cell foam might. So for someone that's running through a stream or might get caught out in the rain when running on technical trail, the shoe drains and dries really quickly because that insole isn't holding very much water.
Have you thought about putting the bubbles up on top as well, to like massage your foot as you're running along?
You do get a little bit of a sensation of those bubbles
you can still feel it,
through the top of the shoe, which is a really nice sensation for folks out on the trail. I really like this new insole. We've been expanding the use of it across quite a few of the products within our trail line.
If you could just leave that insole for me here, that'd be sweet. I could just slip it in.
Yeah, come by the Topo booth. We
all
can
right,
hook something up.
You got a bunch of insoles laying around?
Oh yeah, okay. Exactly.
So you said the Vista is your highest stack height trail shoe that you've put out so far. Was that from feedback from the consumer that is really asking for more higher stack height trail shoe?
Yeah, exactly. So we have a product in our line right now called the Maurten Racer, which is our most popular option for technical trail. That's going to be a little bit lower in stack height than the Vista. And what we found is that folks that were using the Maurten Racer for their ultra distances and kind of beyond, we're just looking for a little bit more cushioning for kind of those long miles on the trail, and felt that a little bit more protection from some additional foam would leave them feeling better and fresher at the end of that run, which is where we started when we began working on the Vista. It was kind of based on that feedback from both customers as well as some of the folks on our athlete team.
All right, and here's the Phantom 4, which is the 5mm drop.
Yes.
Correct? So I did that because I read it in the back. You probably thought, like, man, he really got this down.
Man, this guy is good.
Can you tell us more about this?
Of course. So the Phantom 4 is an update to our Phantom, which is the most popular franchise within our line on either road or trail. This new iteration is going to be coming out in May and continues to be the high cushion neutral daily trainer within our line. So this is that bread and butter neutral daily trainer within the Topo Athletic line. It's a great option for folks who are looking for a shoe for your long runs, your recovery runs, your daily training, and also your fitness walking. This new iteration is just a little bit more cushioned than the previous version of the shoe. Went up in stack height by 2mm to a 35 to 30 5mm drop platform. The foam is just a bit softer as well, so it's a little bit more cushioned, a little bit more responsive underfoot. So it just combines kind of what folks loved about the current Phantom with just that little bit more cushioning and comfort underfoot.
Yeah, for sure. And let's jump over to the third shoe here. Like as soon as you sat them down, I immediately was like, okay, what's this? Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
So this is the Cyclone 3. I can also read as well.
Yeah.
Gary, pass this to him so we can. I'd love to talk about this shoe because it looks a lot different than the other two. It's more of a minimal look to it. And could you kind of walk us through the process there?
Yeah, so the Cyclone is going to be the product in our line for the folks that are looking for a more moderately cushioned shoe for up-tempo training. So this is going to be that product for your track workouts, your shorter distance tempo runs, those speed days where you want something that's kind of a little bit lower profile, really fast and really light underfoot. This new update to the product is going to be coming in February. As you said, has a lower stack height with a 28 to 23 millimeter platform and uses a full length P-Bax midsole. So that really responsive, lightweight, energetic foam is directly underfoot, which delivers just this excellent ride. It's a super fun shoe to run in and really lightweight. The men's is coming in right around 6.9 ounces in a men's size 9, and the women's is around 5.5 ounces in a women's size 9.
Super light, yeah.
Super light. So it seems like you guys are covering a lot of bases with your range of products. How important is it to Topo as a brand to be able to provide solutions for runners for several different options with the shoes you provide?
That's really where we start when we start any new product season, is thinking about how we can provide more solutions within our brand and kind of where that white space is, where it makes sense for us to play. We always try and maintain those fit characteristics that I talked about at the beginning. But beyond that, we want to be a full solution brand for people who are running on either road, trail, or even hiking.
Cool. And then one more thing, really quick. Like so, I've seen Topo have great success, and the name is starting to buzz more over the last year. To from what I'm hearing, what do you attribute that growth or that energy around the brand over the last 365 days or so?
I think it's a number of things. I mean, I think it starts with, we have a lot of really great retail partners who have done an excellent job of promoting the brand, so we appreciate everyone here at TRE. The team at Topo Athletic has also just done a fantastic job from, marketing to sales. Everything's improving. And then, of course, I think our product just continues to get better and better. We do a better job of kind of filling those or finding those solutions for customers, as you described. And then aesthetically, I think the product has never looked better too, which never hurts.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. We wish you I'm about to say a very Merry Christmas. I don't know where we're going with that one.
That's all right.
Hope you have a.
Not even Thanksgiving yet, buddy.
I mean, I feel like have you seen people putting lights out yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I think people are ready for
that was the hesitation of a guy who's like, my lights are already out.
Oh, no.
yeah. Dude's had his tree up for a month.
Thanksgiving is my favorite holiday. I mean, I love Thanksgiving. I love the road race as well. But have a great Thanksgiving, guys. Thank you so much for having me. I really, really appreciate it.
No, yeah, we appreciate you being on. Have a good rest of the conference, and we'll stop by the booth for sure.
All right, sounds good. Then I'll see you later.
Thank you. Yeah, I just feel like. I mean, I know that the brand's been around longer than a year, but it just seems like in the last year it's been a lot of momentum around the brand. I'm just hearing it, seeing the logo more often, and that's really cool, for a brand that's newer to the space.
Yeah, and I think it's cool that a lot of brands they lean very hard into zero drop, the ones that really care about that, but sometimes they may have blind spots when it comes to accessibility. So to start with a 5 millimeter drop and then take it down to 0 millimeter drop definitely makes it more accessible, and it kind of makes you think about it more, but it doesn't force you into making that decision, and I think that's cool.
Yeah, I will say though, trying to name a shoe after your college nickname, I'm not sure that would work for everybody. So
what was your college nickname, Gary?
I'm not going to be able to say it on TV right now. Well, let's just say you may be able to name a shoe after it, but probably.
I mean,
it might not sell well.
It might not sell as well as you think it would.
I mean, when he said that I'm like, how cool is Topo as a nickname? And I mean, that's a pretty cool nickname to have, I think. Imagine you knew a guy named Topo at one point, and then you were like, all of a sudden you see a brand one day named Topo, and like, wait a minute, is that Topo? It can't be.
There's a through line between the few guests we had because people like naming things after themselves.
We got Cayano. And we got Topo.
Shout out Tom Post.
Yeah, and who else? Yeah, I just want to start a brand. I'm gonna name every product like George Foreman. I'm about to name everything.
Georgette.
Georgette, Georgina, George, and George.
Thomasina.
Yeah, we got it. We got all. There's a plethora of names we could go for. But let's get back to business, fellas, because this could get a little crazy. We got Runners Roost. How are you doing, sir?
I'm great, man. How are you guys?
So just tell us who you are. And
real quick, Runners Roost Lakewood.
Lakewood.
Specifically.
Yeah.
Lakewood.
Yes,
I'm sorry. Okay. Well, Runners Roost Lakewood. Tell us who you are. Introduce yourself to the audience, and then also, what is Runners Roost?
Yeah, man. So my name's Joel Hamilton. I'm our general manager, kind of jack of all trades. Yeah, Runners Roost Lakewood's been around. We're going on 21 years now. Kind of servicing the Denver, kind of west of Denver area. Yeah, we're here, seeing all the awesome product that all these guys have, and then we're voted one of the top stores in the country again this year. So we're here to collect a nice little piece of hardware this evening for that, and yeah, celebrate all the hard work.
Congratulations. How many TREs have you attended, either as the store or you yourself?
Yeah, this will be my third. So we were here last year, and then it had been a few years before that. But yeah, third show here. So feel like I'm getting, call myself a seasoned veteran at this point.
Well, 3 years, you definitely got me beat. This is my first year. So other than walking around with your Runners Roost shirt with pride, since you're coming to pick up some hardware, your chest is out because you're obviously the belle of the ball of TRE, if you will. What are you looking to accomplish here at the conference with not only retailers but also potential customers?
Yeah, man, I think the biggest goal this year is just really, just checking out all the new products, see if there's anything that we're missing in the store. This industry, it's changed dramatically the last 10 years. I feel like whenever I'm training new staff, I'll talk, I've been doing this 15 years, so I've seen a lot of change, but there's just so many different solutions. I know, gentleman from Topo was saying, when they're thinking about their shoes, it really is a solution. Like what we're doing is trying to, just communicate with their customers and figure out what they're looking for, what they need, and provide solutions for them. And so, yeah, with all the new product, we're just looking for, any new unique solutions that are out there that we don't currently have.
So at the store, a lot of these last year we talked a bit about like the importance of brick and mortar stores because they're community organizers in a sense. What are you guys doing at Runners Roost in terms of events or kind of bringing the community together? What are you proud of over there in Lakewood?
Yeah, man. So we've got Run Club that meets out of the store. Every Thursday night we got a pretty diehard group there that comes. We really try to, I guess whenever we're mentioning it to customers, that's something we try to do every day is we get somebody new in the door. Hey, come check out our Run Club Thursday nights. We try to do some Saturday morning stuff as well, but really trying to make sure it's inclusive because I think, especially in Denver, there are some incredible athletes, in Colorado, like freaks in nature. I think sometimes, when people are getting into the sport, it's really easy to get overwhelmed and think that, maybe they're not, they don't know where to start because they think everybody's too fast or going too far. And so we really try to encourage just, show up, walk, jog, whatever, like as long as you're getting out and moving, you'll get there, just being consistent with it.
Yeah, that's an interesting dynamic, though, because, Colorado is one of those places in the country, probably along with, like, Arizona, that, like, are historically known for having runners, fast runners, and that start really young and then, semi-pro, stuff like that, and elite levels. In a lot of other cities that, that host run clubs don't necessarily have to worry about that issue completely, because I've been to a couple runs in different places in Colorado. And as soon as you said it, I'm like, wow, like half of the run club is very fast, And how does that work when what were some things that maybe in the beginning just didn't work out, and that you had to change because it didn't fit the community that you're trying to build?
Oh, that's a tricky question. I don't know. I think honestly, it's really like those fast runners, they're going to come in, they kind of know exactly what they want, and they might be in and out and show up to run clubs occasionally, but I think more than anything, again, just really making sure that everybody that comes into our door feels welcome. And I think that it's, my background, I ran in college, spent some years after college trying to run fast, so I like those conversations. I like the competition side of things, but I'm more passionate about just getting anybody off the couch and moving, and I think that trying to make sure all of our staff are able to have those conversations, and I think that's where I think maybe when we got started, sometimes it's easy to get excited talking to those fast people, and there's we've got a lot of fast customers that come in the store, but I think just really making sure we're giving the same level of service and kind of attention to detail to everybody that walks through the door.
Absolutely, and being someone that's been in the running industry and around running for more than the 15 years that you've been in the industry, but you've been around running, I'm assuming, a good majority of your life. What gets you up in the morning? What makes you excited about the space, and going forward, what are you looking most forward to, not only with Runner's Roost, but as a runner yourself? What's getting your blood pumping about running?
Oh man, loaded question. Running to me is it's something that I've been around. My dad ran in college, and so like I said, I've always been kind of around it. But especially in Colorado, man, I think humans are we're meant to move on our feet, and I think that moving anywhere, whether it's through the city, trails, it's just a really cool way to experience your environment. So that's what's getting me excited. And then I've got two little ones. My son just turned 5. A couple months ago, he's like, "Dad, can I go for a run with you?" So that's what gets me going now, man. Is just seeing that next kind of next generation get excited about it, and something that's obviously provided me so much in my life to be able to share that with my son and my daughters too. And I was watching her run the other day. It's like, dang girl, you can be quick. She's good little form and moving around. So yeah, that's what gets me up these days.
Yeah, it's like, so I have kids too, and it's like when they're young, their form is just like, oh, you could do this, and then as soon as you let off the gas on that a little bit, then they're like, no, I hate running, but you used to really like it. What happened? So as from Runner's Roost standpoint, what's going on in your community right now that has you guys, like Aaron's talking about, what has you guys pushing forward and things that you're interested in and energized to do in 2025?
Yeah, I think we're really trying to. I think the last year we've recognized there's a lot of youth movement in the sport, especially in Denver. There's some youth clubs that are popping up, and so I think we're really trying to engage that community maybe a little bit more than we have in the past. Hosting middle school, high school teams. We've always done the high school stuff, but really trying to figure out creative ways to kind of get involved with even that younger group, middle schoolers, and making sure it's fun and that it's something that we're is enjoyable. Yeah, I think really trying to connect with the youth is something that we're really trying to push forward going into next year.
And being the award-winning running retailer that you are, what is some advice that you would have for someone that may be interested in getting into the run retail space to be successful and to find their footing in the space? What is a little bit of advice that you would provide for them?
Be genuine. I mean, I think that's the biggest thing, man. I think it's really, really easy to get excited about, again, the race stuff, and there's such cool product out there at the high level, but I think at the same time, just making sure you stay grounded and really trying to, when that person walks through the door, I think a good analogy, I heard this in the restaurant industry, it's people come for the food, but they come back for the atmosphere, and I think that analogy is very true with run stores. We're a community hub, so much more than just selling products, and I think that really having that at the forefront of your mindset when you get into the industry is that it's relationships, it's people, and that needs to be the priority from day one.
I like that analogy about come for the food and stay for everything. I mean, because if you have vegan donuts at a run, I'm there. Just let me know. Just give me some time. I'll hop a flight. I'll be there. I get really excited about vegan donuts.
Vegan donuts.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right.
I mean, I'm a vegan, so it's not like I'm, just randomly picking vegan donuts. Yeah. So what? So if you were to look at the people who you're winning an award, what do you think is one of the things that that you feel proud of being a part of that contributed to this award?
I mean, it sounds cheesy, but running can change people's lives. And there's been a number of customers over the years that came in our door, not really maybe knowing what they were looking for, maybe not knowing how running was going to impact their lives, but just some of these relationships that we've built, looking at these individuals, and just seeing what running has done to their life. Like there's a guy that in particular, he was a Marine vet, addiction problems, came in, started running, and just over the years, like helped him with shoes and advice on how to train for certain events and like see where he's at now in his journey. I think it's just the accumulation of all those really unique relationships that you get to build with your customer base, and just seeing what a positive impact running can have on people's lives.
Yeah, and building that relationship with the people that come in the door, to me, seems like the most important part, because people put a lot of trust in their local running store, right? Like that, they come in, they're expecting experts, they're expecting, but not just technical knowledge, but also to kind of fill that gap of what they don't know. Like there's a lot of trust that you put into somebody to say, hey, can you find me a shoe that works for me? But not only that, throughout the fitting process and through all of that, they want a friend, they want someone they can talk to, they want to feel like they aren't being judged or shamed for.
No, friends are like a big word of that, right? Like, it's really easy to go into a place and, not to knock on, maybe some of these big box retailers, but like sometimes you go into a place like REI and you might get some good advice on some, like a backpack or whatever, but it's, I feel like sometimes it's hard to feel like, they're going to remember your name. And I think with, like a lot of our customers, it's, that's honestly, like, that's why I've been doing this for so long. I don't get tired of going to work because I know I've got a chance to like meet some new people and help inspire their journey. But at the same time, I also know that there's, these number of customers that have been coming to the shop for years, and you sit down with them and you might be helping with a shoe, but then you're catching up about their kids and what race they're doing and like just all these aspects of their life that you can learn about by just sitting down and helping them with shoes for 30 minutes or chatting with them about gels or whatever. Like we're there to sell product, but I think more than anything we're there to foster these relationships and just be that part of the community.
And as the world goes more digital, and ordering online and just conversing online and just all these online platforms, how does a run specialty shop, a brick and mortar, how do you kind of not combat that, but use that to your advantage to continue to build community?
Right, man. That's obviously a tricky part with today's day and age, and I think that we do a little bit of e-com, so like we kind of battle that a little bit that way. But I think I remember hearing somebody say, I think it was during COVID, that they thought brick and mortar might die. Like I don't know that's ever going to die. Like humans are meant to interact with other people, right? And I think that there's so much, just connection and energy. And I think if you're doing it the right way, that like while people have that choice to maybe save $10 online, there's plenty of people that find the value in going into a space that it feels welcoming, that people know a lot about what they're selling, and with that, I think that if you're doing that well, then you can be a super successful store even when people have the ability to go drop something into an Amazon cart and have something at their door the next day. I just think that connection that you get by just sitting down and talking with somebody, can't replicate that online.
Well, it sounds like you guys are doing a fantastic job over at Runner's Roost Lakewood. Congratulations again on being one of the best running stores in America.
Yeah,
and we look forward to one day getting out to Lakewood, I think, and checking it out.
Yeah.
Bro, if I'm telling you, if I get all the way out to Lakewood and there's no vegan donuts, I mean, we might. I mean, I'm not saying we got a problem, but I'm just.
I got you.
Yeah.
We're a donut-centric shop, so I think I
See?
can figure out some. I'll got to do a little research on the vegan side of things.
Okay.
Say no more.
Say no more.
Donut-centric?
Say
no more.
less. Yeah, I've never heard a run specialty shop considered donut-centric. I like that. I think that needs to be.
I think that's what got them the award.
We had dinner last night with one of our.
We had
sales
donuts
reps,
last night with.
and he's like, "You guys had voodoo apple fritters?" It's like, "No, sir."
Bro,
walked in this morning.
I'm hopped up on an apple fritter donut right now. Like a bag is back
So
here.
good.
Shout out.
I crush some fritters.
Yeah, exactly. Ben, don't get me going. All right. Well, thank you so much for being on the show.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Thanks for everything you do for the running community, and especially in Colorado. We'll be out there. We'll be out there. If I got to stop on the way and get donuts, bring it. I will.
Yeah, come see us for sure.
All right, for sure.
Awesome.
All right,
Thank you
guys.
so much.
Thanks, Joe.
How did that turn to apple fritters, bro? Like,
I think because we both ate apple fritters, it's just at top of mind right now. I think.
yeah,
It is.
I mean, you really can't go wrong. You really can't go wrong.
Not at all. I think it's cool to have passionate conversations about gels at a run store. I think that's a very important part of your life.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I
for
think,
sure.
I mean, we talked a lot about that last year, all the brick and mortars and all the community hubs that they are.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like Lakewood's doing a really good job with that. You know, lots of, not even repeat customers, just friends coming in to hang out, maybe buy a gel, maybe buy some shoes, but in the meantime, go to your run store and nerd out for a little bit with your friends, which is what we do really when we go on long runs.
It's like Cheers, but with running.
Or the running shop is the barbershop. It's similar to that. You know, you go in, you want to talk to your friends, you want to get some updates on what's happening in the running space, and you want to get your service or you want to get your product. So it's a multifaceted thing, and I don't think people outside of the running industry understands how important that is and how much of a pillar that is in the running community.
Yeah, and it's like it's a trust thing. So it's a trust thing. So it's like you build trust. You build trust through many different ways. So maybe I might want to lower that one down, Gary. So I mean, you build trust, and people need to know that they can pull up and be sold the right things. Because if you don't know what you're doing when you first start running, you want to be able to walk into a store and know that they're not just going to steer you in the direction of the brand that they like the most. Yep. You know what I'm saying? So, a bunch of these retailers are doing a really great job at that, and Runners Roost is one of those as well. Yep. Next up, we have Usway up on stage with us. Please introduce yourselves, and then also give us some background on the brand.
All right. My name is Alex Papadopoulos with Usway. We got.
And I'm Corey Woltering.
Background on the brand, we date back to 2007. We started in the moto industry. Since then, we've grown into the mountain bike industry, in which we're one of the leaders now in outdoor hydration packs for, mountain bike. And then in the last handful of years, we've transitioned all that technology know-how into what you see here is our Usway line of running vests, ranging anywhere from road running 5K all the way up to 100-mile and beyond.
Awesome. So I know like the background. We had a pre-call, and you were telling us about the background, like how this kind of came about, and I think that's a really interesting story. So if you could just tell us, like, how do we get to right here?
Yeah, so it was really it started with mountain bike. So the way I like to describe it, I used to be an engineer, now I'm in the running industry. Is there you had hydration packs in the moto industry, and they were bouncing around everywhere. Yeah, so they went ahead and they designed these packs that did not move on mountain bikes. So if you look at it, it's like on a moto. In your moto, if you think about the dynamics of a pack on a mountain bike or stumbling here on the moto. But getting into the dynamics of how that moves, that pack moves on the human. So that said, this is if you want to say this is the way a pack is made, it's shaking up and down, right? Mm-hmm. And then you get into a mountain bike, you got a little less movement, and then you transition that to the human form, and you got a lot more dynamics. So if you look at the way that technology is transitioning, the vests you see here today, mm-hmm. The toughest problems were solved first, and then now it's basically let's get the form right on the human. And fine tweak all that technology into what you see in the vest that does not bounce.
In the less, I think you were trying to say is, you want to get rid of the bounce because you want to get rid of the chafing and the uncomfortability of a post.
Yes,
post ride, post run.
Yeah.
Shower.
Yeah.
The scream that you let out when you've got some chafing.
No more in Fuego, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And then so Corey. Can you just introduce yourself to the folks watching this, and what do you do? Because I mean, you can go as far. You can say all the things you've done. That's fine with us. We have time.
Yeah, awesome. Corey Woltering, and professional athlete for Merrill, Usway, a few other brands, and honestly, I just love going out into the outdoors and exploring on foot. Technically, I am a professional ultra runner, but I've done some adventure racing, some other just really wild challenges. And for me, I love the 100-mile distance. I think it is really fun. And one of the big things, is like gear choices. You need a pack that isn't going to bounce. You need to have the things that are going to be super comfortable, so that way, you can perform at your highest level.
Awesome. And so like what was do you remember like the first time you threw on a pack, and what were one of the things that stood out to, like, if someone was running next to you, you'd be like, this is why you should have this too?
Yeah, so the first time I ever put on a pack, I honestly had no idea what I was doing. It was just a friend let me borrow a pack of theirs, and it was probably a size or two too big, and it was just bouncing around, but I knew that I needed it to be able to carry the gear that I was going to be using for that run. So that's when it's like, oh, this is something that I'm going to need if I'm going to be in, the sport of trail running. So tried out a few different packs over the years and could never really find one that fit. And then just over time, I've been able to experience packs of different brands, and some have worked, some have not been the greatest, and now we finally have one that does fit.
Awesome.
And so, Alex, you brought us a pack here. Is this a pack that you are featuring here at TRE? And tell us about what makes it so special.
Yeah, so this is our Pace 8. We are featuring it here. We're at booth 2122. And on my end, what I love about that pack is, and why we brought up, is its versatility. It has the capabilities to cover, in my case, I take it on my 5-mile runs, super humid. I've used it in adventure type foot races up to 100 miles in 6-day staged events. For me, it's really what Corey mentioned. I wore that pack literally out of the box when they shipped it to me 5 years ago for the Hurt 100-mile race. Supposedly one of the toughest 100-milers in the world, and I wore that out of the box, which y'all are runners. That's one thing you do not do.
All runners. You're supposed to try something new on race day. That's what they say.
Yeah, success.
Go ahead,
Success is built into that.
And like what I mean, I've thrown a shoe on first time and run a race before, and luckily, I didn't have any issues. But the implications of like throwing on a pack that potentially can move around a lot or not or whatever. Why did that work? Why did that work for you that day, do you feel?
Yeah, so a couple of the key features I felt worked. It's based on subtle compression. Number one is you've got that center point buckle, and there's a little bit of toggle to that, so it's a little bit dynamic. It sits high. It sits high on the rib cage, so it's snug on the rib cage. It doesn't impede any of your breathing. But also, if you see on the sides, you've got those bungee adjustments on the side. So anytime I'm drinking water, taking anything anything in or out of the pack, I'm able to call them micro adjustments. So with that said, the pack is constantly snug, and what Corey mentioned, right, is like as a result of that, the pack did not move. It's got a snug feel to the body, and that's what sold me. And then I was like, all right, this works, and I took it all the way to the end that day.
Yeah, and you'll need those bungee. What's it called? Bungee cords?
Yeah,
bungee
I just call them the little.
Because if there's water in there, it's going to get looser and looser. So you need to tighten it up throughout the race. And I assume that's exactly what it's for. As you drink more water, you're going to need to cinch that up a bit more.
Exactly. That's the key. Is like, as you're drinking some water there, what happens is you create space within your pack, and then so you tug on that slightly, and you keep the pack comfortable and sinks to your body. No movement, no chafe. It works.
And Corey, talk to us a bit about what drew you to Usway and how you use it in your exploring of the outdoors.
Yeah, so one thing that really brought me to the brand was I knew of them through adventure racing. So back in 2019, I did Eco Challenge Fiji, which is a multi-day race that includes trekking, mountain biking, rafting, paddling, like all of the outdoor sports. And, I saw some of the different packs that people are using. And one thing I noticed is, when you have a bigger pack, but you're not used to carrying, that much weight, that much volume, you really need something that's going to be comfortable on the body, sits well on the shoulders, and just doesn't move. And I noticed that those packs weren't moving around like some of the other packs that I saw. So I've been using the packs for about a year now. And the Pace 8 is great. I do love it for running. I also love the Rush 8, which is the mountain biking version of that, because in some of these 100-mile races, I will use a bladder in the back and then put all of my gear in the back of it as well. And then I'll use the front pockets on it just for storage and, like carrying a phone or carrying nutrition. just the different things that you maybe use a little bit more when you're out there compared to like the mandatory gear, which might be a rain shell, an insulating layer. I keep those in the bottom of the pack. And the good thing is the packs have different compartments on the back, so you can kind of have all of that gear in specific places. So when you need it or there's a mandatory gear check, you can just reach in, get it, and you know where it is.
I mean, and there's just as I'm hearing you talking about like some of these things that called adventure racing and doing everything under the moon and sun while doing this race. There's not. I would assume there's not a bunch of like black folks doing these races. How do you feel about that? But then also like, how do you see brands like Usway collabing with you and partnering with you to kind of push that forward as opposed to just letting it be as it is?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, there isn't necessarily a ton of diversity in some of these outdoor sports, especially, adventure racing. And, it's one of those things where when I got into the sport many years ago, I mean, I've been a professional trail runner for, I guess, 8 years now, but I've been doing it for 10. I didn't really think about it that much because, like, when I got into the sport, I was coming from road running, marathons, track and field, and I was winning. Like, I was out in front, and so, like, I wasn't really thinking about what other people are doing. I was just winning.
What a flex!
You don't think about diversity when they're all behind you.
Yeah.
I can't say.
Yep.
It could be a bunch of people behind me. I don't know.
It's like I don't know what those people look like. I'm like I won.
That is crazy.
But yeah. So as I've been in the sport more, I've noticed that it isn't necessarily the most diverse sport, and honestly, it comes down to just being able to make the sport more accessible. And as a professional athlete, sometimes that looks like, I get multiple packs a year. And like every year there might be an update or a different color or something like that. And things that I can do as an athlete is, I can have these other packs available for other people to use. Because, if you're going to go out and get into the sport, it isn't necessarily the cheapest sport to get into. And so just having resources to make them available to other people to be able to feel comfortable to go out and try the sport, like that's a great thing. And so brands like Usway, brands like Maurten, they've been great about helping with gear and just footwear to be able to let people have the options of getting into the outdoors. And I think that's super important because some brands just talk about diversifying the outdoors and, they may do a program for like 6 months or something and then they just kind of forget about it because they're like, oh yeah, check that box and then here we go. But then there are other brands that actually stand behind it and, put their money and their gear where their mouth is.
Yeah, or 1 month.
Yeah. Yes.
So Alex, we are predominantly road runners.
Yep.
I mean, he's a special guy right here. He does everything. But what do you say to the people? What do you say to the people who may say, "Oh, I'm not really interested in packs because all I do is run on the road and it's not really relevant for what I do."
First I'm gonna say, depending on how far you run, you always need some type of water hydration with you. That's it's in my mind, it's a little bit of safety. There's many vehicles out there, and how you can carry your water. As I understand it, being an engineer, the dynamics of having the water on your body versus on an extremity, it helps with your balance, it helps with your form. So regardless if you're going out for 1 mile or 100 miles, it's about being functional, being efficient with your running motion. Because I think as runners, we have a lot of extraneous movements when we run, but our body wants to become efficient in that way. So being able to have a vest like that, like I said, doesn't matter what distance you run. That's our Pace 8. We also have a Pace 2, which is ideal more for road runners, a lot more breathable. You have that water on you all the time. You have your calories with you, and yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you so much for being on. Really quick, let people know where they can find you and check out some of these packs.
Yeah, so if you're here today, we're at booth 2120. We're at booth 2122. Super easy. uswe.com is the easiest way to find us. We've got great customer service support. If you've got any questions on the packs, our team, Corey and I, we're always accessible out there. Reach out to us, and we'll take care of your needs and get you rolling.
Awesome. Thanks, Alex, and thanks, Corey, for being on the show. I don't know if that's televised, all the things you do. But I'll definitely make sure I tap in on Instagram and follow the journey. And thank you so much, Alex, for bringing this cool model up here, but then also for being on the show.
That was great. Thanks for having us. It was
Thank
it was a pleasure.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, bro. Man,
Yeah, thank you.
that's probably the funniest moment on the 2 days. So yeah, I don't know what everybody else looks like back there because I'm like winning the race. So I guess, but I never thought about it from that point of view because I've never been up there.
Yeah, no, it's. But he said some really important things about providing resources and being there for the people that you want to see in the sport and the people that you want to help make the sport more accessible to. You do have the ability to do that personally. You don't have to rely on other brands or other companies to do that. You can take that initiative on your own and be an advocate for the sport and be an advocate for just being outside by reaching out to people that you know. Hey, do you need a pair of shoes? Do you need this? I might have that. It's that community that we need in the space that will continue to help build and bring more people under the umbrella.
100% community and resources, which is an amazing segue to who we have up next. We have Michael Stinson, co-CEO of Black Men Run. If you haven't, well, I'm not going to say it. I mean, Black Men Run's been around for quite some time, doing really great things in the running world. Before it was cool.
Exactly.
Before it was cool to be a black runner, they had Black Men Run and moving forward with that. So please, we welcome you to the show, Michael.
Thank you.
And then also just like introduce yourself to the audience and then what Black Men Run is.
Absolutely. So again, my name is Michael Stinson. I am the co-chief executive officer for Black Men Run. I've been with the organization since its infancy. Black Men Run was founded in 2013 in Atlanta, Georgia, committed to really reversing those trends of obesity and high blood pressure amongst African-American men primarily. That's who we are, but all men, really. My journey specifically these past 13 years, I went from 347 down to about the svelte 198 you see here today. And another shameless plug, people, I'm celebrating. Today's my 50th birthday, so I'm here with you.
Okay.
So glad to be here today.
Happy birthday, man. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
So, okay, say the numbers.
Okay, at my heightest, I was 347 pounds.
Okay, and then we're at a svelte 198,
right
you
now,
said?
197, 198.
Depending on
I hover.
Depending on what you eat.
Depending on what I ate that morning.
It's his birthday. He might go.
Yeah, we don't count. Listen, vacation calories don't count. I'm out of town. Nothing here counts.
Yeah. Well, congratulations on that, because I mean that's such a big deal. And then and happy birthday, and congratulations on 50 though, because you know it just health and wellness in the black community. And specifically, like for black men, we historically 50 is a big deal, and I just want to say, like, take the time to say that. But then also, thank you for all the things that you do for folks, for other black men that are like, hey, because we call it dad weight or or man weight or whatever, and then it's like, but no, bro, like you might be unhealthy. So talk to me a little bit about like the messaging and the ways that you've communicated to folks that historically just feel like as we get older we get bigger.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because I'm really, and again, it's not a dad bod, it's a father figure. But, really with us, being able to, I think, lead by example and set an example for them, not just my story to harp on it, but there are a lot of brothers within the organization who did not come to us as like professional athletes, perfectly in shape. We're all shy, we're nervous, we're all shaped funny. We want to be accepted regardless of the setting, whether it's running, whether it's doing the show, anywhere we go, we want to be accepted. We have such a culture within Black Men Run that regardless of who you are, where you are in your journey, there's no shame. We accept you for who you are. The brothers, if you can't run, I'll walk with you. Can't walk, I'm going to sit down with you too. But then we're going to sit together and figure out how to get you back on your feet. We're going to lean on each other. That right there is what's been helping us to encourage guys there. You don't see that. I mean, when I first learned about Black Men Run, when people hear about it, you think a bunch of guys, athletes, alpha males, beating their chest, a lot of bravado. You get scared. That's not what it is here. We definitely have that warm environment where we know everyone has a different place in their journey. And it's not about being a better runner. It's about being just the best version of who you are, the best thing that you can be.
Absolutely. And we've interacted with Black Men Run for quite some time. The Detroit chapter is very vibrant.
Yeah. What up, though?
What up, though, for sure. So, yeah, hey, shout out. to Daryl over there. So talk to us a little more about where you guys are. I know you have many chapters across the country, and talk to us a little more about how important it is to provide that safe space for black men in the running industry.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, we're everywhere. I mean, we have 50-plus chapters across 29 states, 4 overseas, too. Just opened up a chapter in Kenya. So that was a big deal
awesome.
for us.
That's what's up, bro. That's what's up.
The safe space is needed, especially in today's times. We're not going to get too politically charged, but we need a place we can come together. I heard someone say earlier on this very stage where the running is that barbershop, where brothers come together. And again, it's not about the running per se, but it's where we come together to be able to lean on each other and talk about stuff. I might have had a bad day at work that day. I might have just lost a relative the day before. There could be a lot going on in my life where I just need a shoulder to cry on. It's not about running and about how many miles we're doing today, but it's about how can I just be comforted as a man and as a person so that when I go back home to my family, I'm not taking that out on them. That is found within the Black Men Run group run experience. We find that weekly across chapters across the country. It's magic to see, man. That DNA is all throughout there and it reverberates. Every chapter has the same mantra, acceptance, no man left behind. It's almost like McDonald's. You see the same thing everywhere you go? A BMR chapter should look exactly the same every city you go to and have that same warm, safe environment.
I mean, it may be a stereotype, but I feel like that Kenya chapter probably might be the fastest one.
Bruh.
I'm just saying.
That's why they're here. Listen, we're competitive too. We don't play around. We're strategic. But yes, you're right.
Yeah, and I've watched when I first started running in 2018, it was on my own journey. I started for my own reasons, and it didn't really have anything to do with community. And then as I started to tinker around with Instagram and see more communities running, I started to see Black Men Run. And even though I don't even know, I think there had to be a chapter in Detroit when I started in 2018. But you know how it is when you first start with something, something could be next door and you have no idea, right? But I saw it on Instagram, and I'm like, okay, well, even if I don't know them, they're giving me permission in a sense to just keep tinkering around and figuring out what this all means to me. How do you, as an organization, work on that initial introduction to Black Men Run, and whether it's someone whether they've watched you on social or they just happen to get invited to a run? How do you work on that, getting that person to feel like they belong? Because even though I'm a black man doesn't mean that I maybe belong with you guys. So how do you get that to happen?
Absolutely. The way I look at it is we don't recruit runners, number one. In fact, we don't invite you to a run. We focus on a friendship. I'll give you an example. 1,000 years ago, I was trying to impress a young girl. She was a church-going woman. I knew that. And if she invited me to church, I wouldn't have gone. She didn't invite me to church. She invited me to go bowling with her friends. I went bowling, had a great time. Next day, invited me to dinner with them. Went to dinner, cool people, had an awesome time. All right, guys, what y'all doing tomorrow? Well, we're going to church. I wanted to be with them. I went to church. See how that works? We focus on building a relationship with people. Like you might have seen us on Instagram. Don't worry about a group run. We about to go to this bowling fellowship. We about to go to this restaurant, chop it up. We're going to talk about some things. You hang around people, well, we're going running. The way it works naturally, you're going to want to hang out with them too. It's almost not like peer pressure, but really focusing on the relationship, because that is the foundation of Black Men Run. It's run, but it's really the relationship. That's what we're about.
Yeah, and like I said, we know a little bit about Black Men Run, and I know you guys use the term a healthy brotherhood. I know that you guys focus very intently on the brotherhood portion of it, because especially as black professionals in the corporate space, a lot of times we're the only black men in the room. We're the only black men in the company, and a lot of times that can feel isolating. So to have a place to go where you have your brothers, you have people that look like you, that share those same experiences, that can talk to you in a way that you understand and speak your language is so important. So I commend Black Men Run for what you're doing, but can you go into a little more detail about how many members of Black Men Run you guys have, and how your growth has gone from 2013 to where you are now in 2024?
Yeah, now I couldn't give you first year numbers, but I'd say right now we're hovering around 10 to 15,000 members in this 11-year span. I mean, the growth has been exponential, maybe beyond what we initially thought it would be, but we're along for the ride, definitely.
I was saying, no, so going along those same lines, as co-CEO, what are you looking forward to in 2025 and beyond in terms of growth, events, building up the community? What are you looking forward to?
Short-term events, we do have our 2025 race calendar, which is available on our website now, blackmenrun.com. Long-term, really, we're looking forward to the overall health of the organization. Going beyond, we like to tell people we're not a run club. I know it says Black Men Run. We focus on the overall person, the health, mental, financial, everything of the person. We're not a run club. We're a social group of impact, and that's what we do. So we're looking forward to that message being sent. You know, run clubs, and we know, are popular now, very popular. You get together every week, you run a couple miles, you sing a song, play some music, drink a beer, whatever. That's not who we are, and we're trying to sort of separate ourselves from that pact and show that we are an overall organization that can really have an impact on the not just the black community, obviously primarily there, but it spreads out. If we're better, everyone's better.
And I'd be remiss to not mention, I see the shoes. These are the Saucony collabs with Black Men Run. You guys have your own shoe colorway. Talk to us a little bit about the collaboration you guys have with Saucony and how important that is to your organization.
Absolutely. And again, shout out to Saucony. They've been a wonderful partner to us. I mean, they came along, as you all know, during the past few years where there was a lot of goodwill toward people that look like us a couple of years ago. Some of that might have gone away. Saucony has been a real ally and a real partner. This is our third version of a Black Men Run shoe. This is our first trail shoe, actually, because we're focusing on trail now. We have a Trail and Ultra Running Fanatics initiative now that we're really focusing on. Third year doing this for us. They always come through. These are on their website right now, and we just love it. We absolutely love it. We're very grateful to them. It's a good relationship that we have.
And I think a little bit ago you said if you're better, we're better. And seeing people that look like me and look like us doing things like having collabs with major brands and expanding globally, even whether we know it or not, it gives like all of us this like feeling of like, oh, okay, well, I can do my thing. I can do my version of that, or maybe not even my version, but just that step to take to shoot your shot and go for something that matters to you and create something. So shout out to the founders, shout out to everybody that is carrying this mission globally now. What are you guys really excited about in the next year to come?
Really, in the next year to come, there's a lot of things cooking, but focus on our race calendar. We're going to have regional races next year, 5 regional races across the country. So if you want to get with us, want to find us, these are the places we're going to be. Our runners converge. It's such an experience because you see 300 to 400, even more guys come together, all as crazy as me with this shirt on, and just have a good time. Focus and fellowship on the race, but then also build up community. We find that everywhere we go to run a race, we leave an impression. Sometimes we leave a chapter. It doesn't matter where it is, but we leave an impression wherever we go, and it's a positive impression. So we're looking forward to being able to evangelize this coming year, spread the word, let people really see the impact of Black Men Run, and then we'll take it from there.
Absolutely. And I know anytime I go to a run, no matter where I am, it's always somebody in some Black Men Run gear. You can't miss them. And I might be talking inside baseball right now. I don't know if you guys have announced it, but I know you do a national run meetup every year. So have you guys figured out where you're going to do that in 2025? And if so, could you share that with us?
So we're kind of shifting gears a little bit. There won't be a national in 2025. So 2025, we're going to do regionals. So there'll be a few regionals, and then I believe 2026, 27, you got to keep in tune. We'll then do a national that year. So we might alternate back and forth. So not next year, but next year regional. We'll be all over the place, so look for us.
And so, Ian, before we let you go, how do people tune in? Like you said, keep in tune. How do people follow? How do people watch? How do people support? How do people get involved?
Absolutely. Obviously, we're on every channel. The easiest way is blackmenrun.com. You'll see all the links to all of our sites, all of our chapters. Everything is on there. We're on IG, we're on Facebook, we're every place, but blackmenrun.com, that's the place to look.
Well, man, happy birthday. Let's give a round of applause for the birthday. 50 years old is a big deal.
Thank you.
Benchmark. Thank you so much for being on the show and everything you do for the running community as a whole, but then specifically the Black run community.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate
you guys.
Thank you. Black Men Run's been Black Men Run's legendary. So, what was like? Do you remember how far you were into running before you found or heard Black Men Run?
I don't, because it seems for us, especially being from a city like Detroit, I'm from outside Detroit, but being so involved in the Detroit running scene, Black Men Run seems so omnipresent. Like they're always there, no matter what. Like I said, anytime you go to a race, you'll see black men run there. You'll see representatives, and they rep hard, man. They love wearing the gear. They love talking about it, and they'll share that with a bunch of people. So I can't remember an exact time, but yeah, no, they've always been around.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And then before we bring up our next guest, I just want to quickly shout out the nutrition sponsor for day 1 and day 2. We got Sir Nutrition. They got the crunchy mangoes and crunchy strawberries, but then they also have a meal shake as well. So check out Sir Nutrition because they're doing really good stuff and their stuff tastes really good. Gary is had probably 20 bags of these so far.
Wow.
Maybe not 20. I'm sorry. Bro, you are a crunchy mango, Gary. I mean, I feel like that's the new nickname that we got for Gary now. But we are excited.
I've had worse.
Yeah. I mean, you couldn't even tell us what your nickname was in high school, so I would assume it wasn't Crunchy Mango. What is going on? All right, so next up on the stage, or already on the stage with us, we're really excited about this part of the segment. We have Nike running up here with us. We have Connor Mance, an Olympian. Round of applause. We got Connor Mance next to us, and then
We
also
have the Connor Mance fan club.
Yeah. No, not as we'll get into that, but not as big as the Connor Mance fan club that I had a chance to meet in Orlando. And then we have Ashley Campbell as well. How are you?
Good. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Good. So we'll start with Ashley. Introduce yourself to the audience, but then also what do you do with Nike, and what are you looking forward to for this next day?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm Ashley Campbell. I'm a product line manager at Nike Running. So I help work on footwear. And yeah, we have a lot of exciting stuff to come in 2025. I think just looking back on 2024, we've just have really good momentum coming off of Paris Olympics. Our athletes did absolutely incredible. And we had some really amazing innovations on the road and track. We also just had a year of updating some of our kind of legacy models in our road running line, the Pegasus Plus. We've showcased the Pegasus Premium. So we're really just kind of continuing the journey and the momentum. Looking ahead to 2025, we'll continue to bring some really exciting stuff in the racing and trail space, but it's really going to be a big focus on road running, and you'll see us just continuing to kind of push the boundaries to really take runners to new places. So, yeah.
I mean, and you mentioned the Paris Olympics, and we've got Connor here. So, Connor, thank you so much for being on. Talk to us about where you're at coming off the Olympics and how you're feeling.
Thanks for having me, first off. But coming off the Olympics was great. And I don't know, immediately after just wanted to do another race. I think, the whole build-up for the Olympics was exciting, but it's really nice when you can jump in something else and be training for something else instead of getting a little bit of that post-Olympic blues. So I ended up running the New York City Marathon. That went well. And just kind of building back up. Took some time off, more or less. It's pretty easy, and then now I'm just starting to build my mileage back.
What was that? I mean, we've all kind of followed the journey, especially leading up to the Olympics. You guys did a really great job of showing training and showing the process of preparing for something like that, on the world stage. And congrats on everything, the Olympic trials as well. Well, actually, let's start there because this year started off with a bang at the Olympic trials, and Gary and I had the opportunity to be down there. And quick story, we were walking around and then we saw these blue shirts. And I think it said Mance
Zone.
Mance Zone, right? Yeah. And I just kind of you look like your mom, right? So it's
Thanks.
I saw her and I was just I started talking to her I didn't know possibly who you were. And then all of a sudden I told I figured that you were your family. And she's like, yeah, I've known him for quite a long time. And she gave me this, she reached in her bag and she said, hold up 1 second. She reached in her bag and pulled out a Positive potato.
Oh yeah.
So I have a Positive potato in my room.
That's awesome.
So every trip that I've gone on, I've thrown the Positive potato in one of the bags.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. So please tell your mom I said thank you. I've been really positive ever since.
Yeah, I'm happy to hear that. I hope so.
I've had a sunny disposition since that day. So talk to us a little bit about the build up for the Olympics, and then what that process was like representing your country and really going for it on a very tough course.
Wow. So the build-up for the Olympics was a little tough, just because I had a little bit of an injury right after the Olympic trials. About a month after, I tore one of my quad muscles. rectus femoris muscle, so the top one of the quad, and that took me out for quite a while. And unlike other injuries I've had in the past, you know, where you have to avoid the pounding, I had to avoid working that muscle at all. And so for that first month and a half or so, I was a little like, am I even going to get to Paris? Like, I want to make sure the U.S. sends the best team that they have. And I was so grateful to qualify, but I didn't want to, you know, be that guy that shows up, runs a mile, and then, you know, doesn't end up finishing it. So I did everything I could to recover from that. My training ended up going really well after that, fortunately. And I moved up to Park City for a few months, tried to do a training camp where I was living at 7,000 feet. And, yeah, I think it worked out really well. That race was really tough. On that Paris course, it was super hilly. Guys went out really, really quick. Well, they didn't go out really, really quick, but there were a few miles after halfway that were really, really fast. And then Tamarat Tola just had another gear that is insane to me. Like, that was, I mean, anybody who's seen that race knows that that guy is amazing. And so it was really cool to be in such a historic race against the best in the world. But I'm going to do everything I can so that next time I can hopefully come away on the podium.
Yeah, for sure. And we're so inspired by just that entire U.S. Olympic team that went to Paris, obviously after such a cool Olympic trials, to see the finish and see you guys. Just the camaraderie of the team was super inspiring. And you said that the Paris course was tough, and then you chose to run New York, which is kind of funny because it's like you would think after a course in Paris that you would maybe want something a little more flat. Tommy also ran New York. Don't tell anybody, but he told me that he was going to compete with you. He said, you know, I'm going to try to stay on Connor's shoulder in New York. Something happened. I don't know. Maybe he got hurt. He wasn't able to keep up.
I decided to chill that day. I didn't, you know, I wanted to let you have your moment.
Thanks. I needed that.
So talk to us a little bit about New York. And I've ran the New York City Marathon. The course it's interesting. How was that experience for you? And coming away from that, what do you feel like you learned about yourself?
Yeah, New York was a great course. Great, the camaraderie. The biggest thing was like the fans. You know, New York, unlike some of the other, I mean, I guess not unlike some of the other majors, but you know, the start and ending point are quite a bit farther away from one another, and it's hard to get around New York City. Like, I don't know if there's another city that's more difficult to get around unless you use the subway and know the subway system, but it was cool to see how many people were there all along the course, cheering us on. The hills, the turns, you know, it's not a fast course with those. I guess there's the one hill and everything else is a bridge, but I would call that, I'll call those hills. You know, they're steep, they're up and down, but yeah, it was super special. I learned a lot about, you know, maybe a little bit about myself and a little bit about what I need to do to compete against those top guys. Like when Evans Chibet took the lead and was pushing it quite a bit, and he ran a really fast mile. I think I just need to keep my head up and keep moving, because it's easy to get discouraged when, you know, you run a 4:30 mile, you're really tired, but those guys are running 4:20 miles or faster, and yeah, it's rare to touch that type of speed as a marathon runner. So I think I just learned, you know, that I need to go for it and be a little more gutsy, and then I can reevaluate if I blow up, or if it goes well, make a decision later on what to do.
So, I mean, a lot of the folks that are watching this are most likely running fans, and so we all have our own distance that we train for, we push hard for. One of the things that I've noticed in watching you over the last few years is like the level of grit that you seem to run with is just like way up, because it seems like sometimes you'll just be like, well, maybe this isn't his day, but then you just like you stay in there and you just keep fighting, and it works out, you know. Can you give some advice to folks that are watching, like how to when they reach that point of like, you know, this is my day, like what do you think about, how do you push through that?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first, thank you. I'll take that big compliment and keep it close. But I think it's something that comes in training. You know, you got to figure out what days are the right days to push, what days are the right days to not push. When are the certain moments that you really need to, I don't know, get gritty. and I wear my pain quite well. Everybody can tell when I'm not feeling good, but I keep pushing through, and I think knowing at what times are the right times to push, and then practicing during those times. I was reading a book, one of Meb Keflezighi's books, and he talks about how, you know, some days when you're feeling really good and things are going well, like those are the days you push, and days that you're not feeling good. I mean, these are on training days, not race days. You know, you back off a little bit, and so he just kind of talks about, you know, you can embrace that pain on certain days. Don't want to do it every day, but on certain days you embrace that, you try it out, you see how it works.
Yeah, for sure. And to kind of piggyback off of the idea that each day is different, we've got some really cool Nike shoes here. You're represented by Nike. We've got Nike fan club here as well. So, Ashley, could you talk to us a bit about Nike's the new shoe you brought us, but also the new range of Nike shoes and how you guys are restructuring the range that you have?
Yeah, absolutely. We should definitely hear from Connor too. He's a Vomero fan, and he's been testing some cool stuff for us. So we're really appreciative for him and all the feedback he's given us over the last year or so. But yeah, so I think to start, we are really trying to simplify our road running lineup. We've heard from runners that it's hard to find the right shoe for them, right? There's a lot of shoes in the market today, a lot of brands, a lot of technologies. It can be a little overwhelming. So we want to take a more simplified approach to, again, just make it really intuitive and easy for runners to find the right shoe for them. So we're going to have 3 distinct categories of cushioning. We'll have supportive cushioning, responsive cushioning, and maximum cushioning. And each of these categories will be represented by 3 franchises that I think everyone knows and loves. They're franchises that have been in our Nike running history for many years. So the Structure will represent supportive cushioning. The Pegasus will represent responsive cushioning. And the Vomero, which we have here, will represent maximum cushioning. And basically we'll have, 3 different versions of each of these shoes. You'll have kind of your icon level, which is sort of the base to the category. Then as you go up, you'll have a plus and a premium. So it'll be a way for us to just offer different experiences within each of these pillars. So different technologies, different price points. So again, runners can just really kind of find what's right for them. But the shoe that we are showcasing today and have been talking a lot about this week is the new Vomero 18. So this is a cushion classic for us at Nike Running. It's going to be launching at the end of February. But it's all about cushion and comfort. It is combining 2 of our best foams, Zoom X, which is our softest, lightest, most responsive foam that we use across racing and training. You're going to get kind of a layer of that sitting right underneath your foot. And then below that is our ReactX foam, so another really great durable foam we have in our line that we've been using in training. So bringing these 2 foams together for the first time with the Vomero to just really give you that really nice max cushion comfort for those easy to long miles.
Yeah, we've had the opportunity to try on the Vomeros this week. I had them out this morning over on Ladyburg Lake myself. They're nice. a really fun shoe. They're super comfy, like right on foot from the very outset.
Yep.
And I can imagine after having 2 really hilly marathons and maybe taking a week or 2 off just to recover, something like this is probably really good to get your feet under your feet when you start back training again.
Absolutely. This has been the Vomero has been one of my go-to shoes for a long time. The Vomero 17 really kind of sold me on the shoe. Was just a big, great step in the right direction, and I ran in this just actually today was my first run in it, and I love it. It's everything I really like about the Vomero 17, but also a little bit, the fit on the upper fits a little bit better, and I'm excited to put more miles in it. Wish I could say more about some of the other shoes that are coming up that I'm also really excited about.
Just say it.
I know. We all
we
want to talk about it. We'll have a whole family of Vomeros. And so you'll see in 2025 that'll be a big focus for us. So it'll kick off with Vomero 18 in February, and then we will be launching a Vomero Plus and a Vomero Premium. Connor's been loving the Vomero Premium. We can't say much more than that, unfortunately, but just a lot of really cool innovation coming down the pipeline.
I mean, you can. No one's here. No one's here. Just,
Us hanging
Yeah, just us hanging out on the couch, you know.
Off the
Have you had an you mentioned like you really like the upper a lot. It's an upgrade from the 17. Is that something that you've had a chance to like work with the team at Nike to say, I love the 17. Here's what I would like in the 18, or you just like happen to get lucky and like really like this new upper here?
For this one, I happened to get lucky. On the 17 though, I do like that they took a lot of my my feedback and other runners' feedback. There were 4 things that I didn't really like about the 16 that I asked about. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there were a few. I'm not going to name them all right now, but I think on the Vomero 17 they made huge improvements on, and I've been able to just in ways of supporting the community or supporting people around me. I've given out a few pairs of Vomero 17s, some to teachers. My wife's a teacher, and there's some people at her school that could always use new shoes, and they love the Vomero 17s. They're walking around in them. They're like, this is the comfiest shoe I've ever worn, and it's been really cool to see how much people really like the Vomero.
And before we let you go, I think it's so cool to have you up here with us. As kids, we always think about our favorite athletes, and so many of them were Nike athletes. How special is it to be aligned and be a partner with a brand like Nike, and how much of their support would you say helped you become the Olympian and the marathoner that you are today?
Oh, it's huge. Nike's so supportive. The Nike family and the community has been really nice. Can't say enough good things about them. But even I can use the example of, in high school I really looked up to Lopez Lemong. For those who haven't read his book, go out and buy it. Very inspiring. But also this weekend I got to spend time with Ashton Eaton, and that's really cool because when I first got into running and started learning more about the sport was right before the 2012 Olympics, and so I'm reading articles about the Olympics and the previews, and then watching the Americans specifically that I'd read about do really well there, especially Ashton. It's pretty cool, and he's here today, and that's been really fun for me to talk to him and kind of pick his brain about a bunch of things.
Yeah, he's right there too.
Yeah, just right there.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you for bringing these up for me in general. Personally, I'll keep this one shoe. But thank you so much for being on the show, and congratulations on all the success. And we, as an American runner, distance runner as well, we're really excited where American distance running is going, both on the men's and women's side. So thanks for pushing that forward, and thanks for giving it your all out there for us.
Oh, thank you.
Or for yourself, but
Yeah, no,
we get to cheer for you.
Thank you.
And please tell your mom I said thanks for the positive potato.
Will do. Thanks.
Please. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And a round of applause for this runner that people may know named Connor Mance.
Yeah. This is a perfect way to end off the morning session with a brand that everybody knows. And I feel like Nike as a whole, we didn't really get to that part, but Nike as a whole it seems like the tide is shifting, back a little bit more towards the daily trainers as well, and really going for those. Because we've talked about many times, 80-90% of the runs that we do are at easier paces. So they got that pinnacle shoe, but then also it seems like they're really trying to re-innovate those middle distance shoes. That's not what I meant, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, and anytime you can simplify and make it more approachable, I think it's a great way to show your customer that you care, show your potential customers that you are still invested in them. And to simplify it and to make it more easy to understand, it's always a good thing.
Yeah, I think the back to basics approach is underappreciated at times, and it looks like Nike is really, diving deep into that to make sure that they're providing shoes and comfort for everybody, runners of all types. So it's pretty exciting.
Well, that wraps up the morning session. Big shout out to Sir Nutrition. If you want to find them on Instagram, it's at SURPHYTO, SURPHYTO, Sir Nutrition. Gary, if you could hold up that meal drink right there. They have snacks.
We're going to have them on later.
Yes,
too.
we are going to have them on later as well. But thank you so much, Sir Nutrition, for being the sponsor for day 1 and 2. We are nourished because of you. Big shout out to the running event, and then also FloTrack for hosting this whole thing with us. And that is TRE Live morning session day 2. We're done.
We're not done.
We're not done.
We'll be back.
We'll be back.
We'll be back shortly.
Yeah, morning session's done. I mean, if you want,
We're never done.
I'm
We're
just,
always
I just,
Hey, you know what's fun? Diving into the semantics at the end of a thing. Let's
make it real weird,
I
right?
am just trying to go eat, guys. You know, that's all.
We'll see you back shortly.
Vegan donuts, let's go.
All right.
Welcome to the FloTrack podcast, live on the floor of the running event, the 2024 TRE here in Austin, Texas. I'm Ryan Fenton, and joined by many people on the stage right now. It's an exciting day where today's show, we're going to kick off with introducing the world to our new crew. A lot of our new team members here at FloTrack. A lot of you guys know Ashley Tishins, Brian Dybel, who are out on the road in Madison, but this is our new crew here. So really pleased to be able to welcome all of you. I'll run down through the line. We got Nia Gibson, Dan Hall, Demetra Carter, and Johnny Pace. All new team members here at Flo. I think we got Nia, you were in September with Johnny, started. Demetra, day one was like 3 days ago.
Yeah, we're on day 3 now. We're here.
And Dan, the new leader of the content team, back in I think July, right? Right? Yeah, right before the Olympics. So welcome you guys. I would love to just go down the line and let you guys kind of give a little background around where you were before Flo, and a little background in running for you guys.
So yeah, like what what Ryan was saying, my name is Nia Gibson. I went to Syracuse University. I went there for both undergrad and grad, ran during my undergrad there. From there, I graduated at the height of the pandemic, worked at Overtime for a little bit. From there, I was at the NBA, then ESPN, and now I'm here, and I couldn't be more excited to be a part of this content team. I think it's such a special time for Flo, so to be a part of this, it's such a blessing.
Awesome. Dan Hall. I was a track athlete in high school and in college at Samford University. I went to grad school at the University of Oregon, moved to the West Coast, and was in Tracktown, USA, which was a dream for a track fan to be in that environment for a couple of years. Got to work for the Prefontaine Classic and with UO Athletics and get a lot of exposure to the track scene and track culture there. Worked in mainstream sports for several years in consulting across the NBA and the NFL. Worked for the Portland Trailblazers in Portland for a stint, and then moved to Flo about 2.5 years ago. Worked on our partnerships team, working with a lot of brands who were doing partnerships and co-branded marketing campaigns with our content team, and had a lot of great experience with that. And then just 3 weeks before the Olympics, got to move over and lead this team in terms of how we reimagine and reestablish the FloTrack brand, the content, and really try to be the force and the pulse of the track media industry. And it's been a really fun time, but it's gotten a lot better the last few months since we've added these super talented and awesome people to the team to complement the really talented and awesome folks that we already had on our team, and have, I think, probably the biggest track team we've ever had.
For sure.
Awesome. Hey, y'all. My name is Demetra. We're on day 3, so really excited to be here. But yeah, name's Demetra. I ran track at Baylor University. I was a track and field sprinter, so the fast stuff, the fun stuff, in my opinion, too. I'm the creator of all things Tiny Mike, queen of Tiny Talks on the track, interviewing your favorite athletes, my favorite athletes, really having a grand time. Kind of bounced around to all the brands, worked at Nike, on Team USA, really a lover of all things sports, and then a lover of FloTrack, of course. I grew up watching it, so yeah, very happy to be here.
Also just ran your first marathon. Watch out, you're hyping all the sprints, but
I have so much respect for road racing now. Yeah, I ran my first marathon this weekend, and I won't be doing it again, but the respect is up there. Yeah.
Hey everybody, this is Johnny Pace. I am a lifelong runner, proud turkey trot family, been running my whole life. I was a state champion miler from the great state of Virginia, and then went on to run collegiately at the University of Virginia. The last several years, I've become a photographer, videographer, really just stumbled into that, to be honest, and since then have gotten to travel the world. Few highlights, getting to work with the Diamond League, covering the Diamond League circuit last summer all over Europe. I've been to Africa with NN Running Team, and just weaving an amazing story, making so many new friends, and having so much fun doing it. So excited to be with you guys.
It's super exciting to have you guys all here, and it's interesting, you know, when I think about what Nia and Dan, you guys have been through versus like Demetra and Johnny. You've kind of all converged in the same place but different backgrounds, right? So you guys worked almost professional sports outside of running. You know, we're in running, got out of run, or you could say got out, but worked in professional sports elsewhere, and now back into running. Where Demetra and Johnny, you guys, I think it was almost like a side hustle that led you here, right? So maybe starting with you guys, I think you both went through the Magic Boost program. Just curious, like, what drew you to spend your extra time covering the sport of track and field that led you here today?
Yeah, I'll kick us off. So, running track throughout my whole life, there's like a passion for running. And then I did interviews all throughout college for fun, for free, because I think athletes have really amazing stories to tell. And I was training with these amazing athletes, and nobody knew that they were funny, their backstories and all these things. So I kind of sought out to do that. And then from there, I learned this crazy statistic that I believe 23% of sports reporters are people of color, and then 13% of sports reporters are women. And I'm a black woman, so I'm like, Jesus, we need to kind of fix this and show up for these athletes who look like me, run like me, talk like me. So that's kind of where that passion came from, to be a storyteller. And I love all things running, pushing the sport forward. So I know me and Johnny go way back, and we both have the same mission to push this sport forward, grow the sport each and every day, and love all things about running. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to me, again, it feels like I'm hanging out with my friends, and that's kind of how it started with me. Was like, after college, we went out to Boulder. I think that was the COVID year, and like, I was a bit hurt, so like I picked up a camera, started making my buddy Spencer's videos, and that led to working with my other teammate Ari, and we got a YouTube channel going. And like, since then, it's just been this amazing chain of events and just meeting more and more people. And it never has felt like work. It feels like play, and it feels like fun every day. And that's such a gift, and I can't believe this is my job now. But yeah, the Magic Boost, as you mentioned, like Chris Chavez started this fantastic program that incubated young creators, and I really say quite often it changed the trajectory, I think, of my life. It got us in the door at pre-classic, world championships in Oregon. Can you believe that? And just opened so many wonderful doors, and here we are. Now we're doing it big time.
Dan and Nia, my first job out of college was corporate job, and I wasn't fortunate like you guys to be in sports. At least I was outside of sports. So I remember in 2007 I saw this thing FloTrack, and I was like, man, that's like kind of struck a chord with me. I gotta dig into this and see what's going on. I'm curious, for you guys being outside of running after college for a little bit, what was that like, and how long before that that path led you back here?
You want to start or you want me to start? Okay. It was fun. It was fun. It was definitely fun to see how things were outside of track and field. It was nice to see things that maybe I wouldn't see otherwise working at the league, at the NBA. But ultimately, track and field is my first love. And I knew I always wanted to come back. I always knew, there's a few things about me growing up, like I was never shy. I love to talk. I love track and field. So to be able to mesh all three of those within now my career, like I was saying previously, definitely a blessing. I've always been someone who wanted to humanize athletes, and I think especially in the United States, track and field has always been an overlooked sport, minus the Olympic year. But there's so many stories to tell. There's so many athletes that should get out there and get these prominence, because honestly speaking, the talent was never the issue. It was always the promotion. So to now be a part of that, I'm excited. I'm excited. So it's really nice to be able to get back into this and, again, be back to my first love and talk about track. And like Johnny said, do it with my friends. So.
Yeah, I had was not a great runner. I was call myself an average runner in high school and probably even below average in college. But I'd never really been exposed to kind of big-time track and field until I was in Eugene. And then I was in school there, and people were buying season tickets, and they knew the athletes, and you would just walk around campus and see Ashton Eaton and pros like that on campus, and I was like, oh man, this is cool to be in a place where people actually love track, like are passionate about it, and that created a lot of enthusiasm and excitement for me, even more than I had when I was actually an athlete. But then got involved in mainstream sports and learned so much from that around content, storytelling, brand marketing, how to integrate partners into campaigns and tell authentic stories, and we've been able to apply some of that knowledge into this space and getting to do it at a high level in the track world, where we're covering the entire sport from the Olympics, World Championships, the Diamond League, the collegiate level, and all the way down to the high school level. And it's been really exciting for me to step back into this sport and then try to help, as all of us want to do, help push it forward.
I want to get each of your takes on kind of biggest and best stories that in each of your minds, right? We're coming off a big Olympic year in 2024, about to head into 2025, a whole new year, World Championships, Diamond League that we're looking forward to on Flow on the horizon. What are the things you're taking from this season and bringing into this next year that you guys are excited about?
Am I starting? Okay. I guess the biggest takeaway from this past season I'm seeing is to never give up. There has been a plethora of stories within track and field where There's people who probably almost quit. They were almost done. They were going to just go into something that was more practical. But there's just been so many stories where you just keep going because you just never know what that next day may take you or the next step. Just, that fortitude that a lot of them have shown and their passion for the sport and the way they've grown. And, definitely I'm biased. Shout out to Syracuse Orange. Freddie Crittenden has one of the hardest stories in track and field right now. And it's been so crazy watching him. So, say all that to say, track and field's in a good place. There's so many stories, so many takeaways from this past season. So, yeah.
I'm really excited about the Diamond League rights that we're adding to our rights portfolio. I think one that, from what I understand, we've been on our wish list for a long time, and probably the biggest event that we've had on our platform. Definitely the biggest series, and it is the biggest series in the sport from a season-long basis. And just really excited about all the ways that we're going to be traveling, going to those events, telling stories outside of the events. I'm really trying to provide connective tissue kind of across the calendar, and not just showing up at a meet, covering it, and reporting on the results and interviewing the athletes, but thinking about how do we pick out the best stories from this season, think about those up front, kind of follow those throughout the season, provide some connectivity to the content, and really give the fans a full season to enjoy, and not just the reports and the results on individual performances race to race.
I am so excited that we have the Diamond League rights. I think coming as a freelancer and a contractor, you oftentimes don't get the rights to do certain things. So I'm excited we kind of have like full steam ahead to do creative things, fun things, and tell all these authentic stories. I think there's some athletes who are slept on and that did really big things this year. Like Tara Davis-Woodhall, undefeated. I don't think we're talking about it enough personally, but those stories like that just continue to push it forward, showcase these amazing personalities, and create fans of track and field.
Yeah, I mean, echoing all of that, but also just I feel like coming off an Olympic year, where everybody was so focused on Paris and getting there. Now we have a moment for new energy, maybe taking some chances. The new leagues that are springing up. Clearly running is having a moment. There's a lot of interest. There's a lot of new audiences, people to reach. And just seeing where all that energy and excitement kind of leads, and maybe seeing athletes enter new races that they wouldn't have otherwise, or more matchups. So just kind of in that space post-Olympics year, seeing what's going to happen.
You guys, specifically Nia, Dimitra, and Johnny, bringing the talents to Austin. As fans outside, previously, like, what did you pinpoint, or at least stand out in your mind as like things that you would love to see change or be different, and now maybe in a position to be part of that change in a bigger way?
The attention that track and field is getting right now, the amount of discourse that's been happening throughout the Olympics by way of Noah Lyles and others. This is such a special time. I know I keep saying it's a special time, but it really is. We have a chance to really bridge the gap between other sports, especially with basketball and football. People are talking about it. Good, bad, ugly, beautiful. People are talking about it in ways they haven't before. The sport is changing, and this is the time to really capitalize off of that and really build this fan base. So that's one of the big things that's, again, really fun to be a part of.
Yeah, I totally agree. But I think it is a special moment because I don't know if we were all on Instagram, Twitter, but people magically remembered that track women were beautiful after the Olympics. I'm like, they've always looked like this. I promise you, they look like this. So I'm excited to kind of build on that momentum and really like create new fans, and then continue to inspire the people who are already fans, the younger generation and the older generation, the old heads who love all the statistics, all the fun things. So I'm excited. It's a special season. I totally agree. And there's a lot of momentum to kind of ride into 2025.
You talking to me? Was that am I the old
No,
head?
you're not the old head.
I think what's so exciting about what we're doing at FloTrack is the breadth of experiences that our team is bringing, because I want to be able to meet audiences where they're at, and there's so many ways to engage with fans and new prospective fans, and having a team that is so good at the very specific stats and the long form stuff, but also short form, and just all the different ways to reach people and share our love of track and field. Like, that's the age we're living in, and it's a great opportunity. So that's what I'm excited as our team to be able to try and do.
Well, before we let you guys go, I know we're on the floor here. You guys are out there meeting with the brands, doing a lot. We broadcast the Cross Champs this morning, which I saw you guys bright and early on the course. It's your first. Oh yeah, Johnny ran it.
Hopped in it.
What? 17:38,
Hey.
36. Can I put that on blast? It's public. Is it public? I
think
don't
it
know
might
if those
be.
results are public yet.
I realized that was my marathon pace a few weeks ago, but I had to hop in. I had to represent. I have not been sleeping the most, but we had to represent FloTrack, so I had fun.
Yeah, Johnny was out there, hopped in the Indy 5K, and then was right back on the camera afterwards. It was great.
Duty calls.
But so it's I think for most of you, it's your first running event, right?
Yeah.
Your second?
I was here last year.
Okay.
Yes.
And you've been before. This is third, so I'm misspeaking. I'm just curious the experience that you guys have had talking with the brands. We had Julian Alfred and Jasmine Moore were in the office yesterday at Flow. There's been a lot of people we've seen. Just curious, any highlights that you guys have had?
I think my highlight was Ashton Eden. I did not expect to see him today, and I got to interview him. 2-time Olympic gold medalist, and now he works on the product side of things. That's pretty cool to see people in the sport and still in the sport, but from a corporate side. But that was an unexpected, fun one. Yeah.
Highlight for sure would be Julian Alfred and Jasmine Moore coming to the office. Being able to speak to them was amazing. Julian actually showed me where I can get my nails done because I am an Austin newbie. I don't really know much about the space, so I'm excited about that. And just with this being my first running event, it's been great. It's been really active, little sleep, but a lot, a lot of action. And again, I'm having so much fun.
Yeah, I think I had a cool moment yesterday getting to sit down as a on-camera personality, which is a new thing for me. I've usually been behind the camera, interviewing somebody that I've worked with from the very start, and that was Josh Kerr, and getting to sit and talk with him and kind of recount our experiences that we've shared. Very, very cool. And then at a broader level, what I love about TRE is just the whole community, and that's really the highlight, is having everybody in one place, getting to share our excitement, getting to show them our beautiful space. This was my first week in the FloTrack HQ, and my jaw dropped. You have a great thing going. I'm so excited to be working out of there and hopefully host way more people in the future.
Dan, any moments for you?
Yeah, yesterday we had a media day at our office for the Cross Champs athletes and had 25 or 30 athletes come by, and wasn't originally part of my plan, but I ended up becoming the tour guide for the group and got to take them on a tour of our office, show them our studio, our remote production facilities, some of our stream operations set up, and just kind of the full experience for how we broadcast live track and cross country. And it was cool to show these elite pro runners kind of the operations behind the scene for how the events that they are a part of get produced. And they all seemed really impressed and kind of were asking questions and just really were interested in kind of the behind the scenes of what makes it happen. And so it was cool to have that education. I'm not the expert, but could at least give them my knowledge of kind of how it all works and show them how their event was going to be streamed the next day on our platform.
I just got to shout out my highlight. I think we were at Brooks after our press conference yesterday. Brooks had a little happy hour at their booth here at TRE. You saw Josh Kerr, Shari Hawkins, and Brandon Miller. And what was great was it was very super casual. I don't think there's any footage of it, but I wish there was, because they were all throwing jabs at each other. They're talking about shoes and mileage on shoes, and Josh is looking at Sherry yeah, what kind of mileage are you getting on your shoes? And there's some height jokes for Brandon, which I was like, don't worry about it, man. I get it. But it was fun to see the athletes in this relaxed environment, just having fun. Also see why, the Josh Kerr, Jakob Ingebrigtsen rivalry has sparked so much. He's not afraid to talk a little yang to anybody. All. It's not just a Jakob thing.
He will speak his mind.
Yeah, so that was a lot of fun just to see them in that element and in front of the specialty run retailers and having fun. So, guys, I know, again, you guys got some things to do, so I want to say thank you for joining the show today, the show that I'm sure you guys will be hosting very shortly. I know Johnny, Dimitra, you guys are off for after this for a few things, coming back to Austin. Nia, you're here. Yep. Dan, obviously, here. And then I'll be joining the rest of the team. John Davern, who's not here with us, Ashley, who was here yesterday, and Brian Dybel will all be in Madison for NCAA Champs this weekend. So a lot going on, but thank you guys so much for being here. Excited to have you on this team. All right, we have our FloTrack podcast will continue as we get through the final day here at TRE. TRE Live will follow our show, and they'll have a few hours left of programming. But for our show today, I'm going to be joined with Nia Gibson, who we just introduced to you, and we'll have two more guests. Our first will be Drew Whitcomb, joining us in a moment from Wear Testers, and we'll be talking about all things on this TRE convention floor. But first, Nia, back so soon. Great to have you.
Did you miss me?
I did miss you. And we're also here with Drew. Drew, what's going on? Great to have you on the show.
Hey, happy to be here.
So give us a little background. Where are you out of? What is Wear Testers, and what brings you to TRE?
So I'm out of Colorado. Wear Testers is completely remote team. We do shoe reviews. We started as a basketball shoe review site. I played basketball all throughout school, but I also ran in high school. So when we finally turned it into our full-time jobs, both the YouTube channel and website, we said, we've got to go into another sport. I said, well, it's time for me to get back into running. And little did I know that, now 7 marathons later, testing all these shoes, I'm way too deep. I never intended to get this deep.
So why running? Why was that the sport after basketball?
Well, this was set the stage for you. 2017, just kind of perfect timing. The technology was starting to pop off, and most of our readership grew up in the 90s, 2000s with, Jordans and basketball shoes, where technology was part of what got them out to work out, to exercise. And so a lot of our readers were starting to ask us about, that was prime 4% time. They were asking, what's this whole thing about? And so it just was a happy accident that was the right timing, and that I remembered the running community being so great. I grew up in Orlando, shout out Track Shack. It was amazing to see the marathon trials there this year, but that running community there really was amazing. As someone that was, coming from basketball, thinking running was all about punishment, but you show up in Track Shack and they're just like, no, let's get you spikes, let's get you looking good so you can set a PR. And that really made a difference, stuck in my mind. So all those years later, I was like, you know what, it sounds really fun to get back into running now. Yeah, there's technology in the shoes, but there's some great people in running too.
I gotta ask, being at TRE, and you've been in this field for so long, what do you think makes the perfect running shoe? Like, what entails to give me a 10 out of 10 review?
That's tough, and the bullseye's always changing. And as you talk to the various PLMs at the companies, they know that too. And right now, it's soft, but not too soft, right? Because you can be too soft. And the upper is not too thick where you're sweating, like crazy in the summer. There are all these components on both below the foot and above the foot that make a huge difference. And there are a little bit of trends that change. We went really soft, and one of the trends here at the show is that they're adding stack height to shoes, just a little bit, 1 millimeter, 2 millimeters, often in the heel, because what they've noticed is as we use those softer shoes for marathons, we all lose our form as we are breaking down in a marathon or longer race. And what happens is we start crashing on that heel, it changes the effective drop of the shoe. So really they intended it to be an 8 millimeter drop. All of a sudden it feels like a 4 or 5 to the person wearing it at the perfectly worst time, because you need a consistent experience, especially as the rest of your form, your hips are giving out, your knees, whatever it is, whatever your problem area is. And so that's one thing that I think brands are noticing and starting to fix about a trend, because it was all about who could have the softest last year probably, right? And those were the shoes that were winning. Those were the shoes that consumers were voting for with their wallets. This year it's a little different. Some are saying, oh, you know what, I don't need a plate. I run better without a plate, things like that. So consumers are starting to take it back to what feels best on foot for them for whatever effort they're trying to do.
So just quick follow-up to that. How do you guys maintain this sense of adaptability? Because it seems like the trends are forever changing. And then on top of that, what people may like, and then it probably also depends on someone's height, stature, the way they run. Do they like run on the outsides of their feet or the inside? Or they maybe knock-kneed, pigeon-toed?
Yep.
How do you how do you keep up with that?
Well, at the end of the day, we're shoe nerds, so we want to geek out with the product people. Like, I've got wall-to-wall meetings both days here, just sitting with them, asking them what feedback their wet testers are giving. They're asking me what I think of the shoes. So I just love that. But all of our testers are just really good at knowing what's going on with their feet. That's like the superpower. It's like even when they're running, they could be running an all-out mile and they're like, "Oh, I really like these spikes. It's giving me a nice bounce," or whatever. Those are the thoughts going through their head that are distracting them from the pain that is happening, right? And so I think it's that, and just being aware and always being willing to ask other people, because feet are weird, feet are different. So many people, you mentioned several different, potential ailments you could have with the feet, right? Plantar pain, so many people have that, heel pain, and certain things like heel counters are necessary for some because they need the stability, but others who might have a Hageland's deformity, it's a deal breaker. The shoe is ruined for them. And so the way to write, when we have reviews on YouTube, we say, this is the type of person that the shoe is perfect for. And if you have these things going on with your feet, you're probably going to want to avoid this one. And, the brands, the reason they keep seeding and sending shoes to reviewers that do those sort of things, it's because it minimizes returns for them, and it gets people already knowing what the experience is what to expect when that shoe shows up at their door, oftentimes ordered from online nowadays, and so they don't get a chance to try it on and see, does this fit a half size small? Does this fit a half size big? That sort of thing. They need to rely on someone else for that.
Curious about the process for you guys. You're called wear testers, you're testing product, you're doing the reviews, but how does it actually work? How many people are testing these things?
Yep.
What's the process they're going to get a full review of a shoe?
Yeah, so originally it was just me and my co-founder testing basketball shoes, and slowly as we've expanded, we've tried to keep about 2 in every product category. So in running, with running shoes, I have a female reviewer, I have another male reviewer. Which shoe we send to which reviewer depends on what's the brand's goal with that shoe, right? And so you need to have a diversity. My female runner, she's 5 foot nothing, hardly weighs anything, but a very typical female runner in many ways. And my other reviewer, he's a back of the packer. He is running as a complement to his other fitness, and so we try and round out that viewpoint when we tackle a shoe. Have the brands send us, or we buy 2 of each shoe. Then on the trail side, I'm kind of more of a casual trail runner, but I have a guy that just rips the hardest efforts up mountains ever, and he's like the counterbalance to that, so that we can hit both viewpoints. And that's kind of across all our categories, pickleball being the newest one we added, is we are just trying to balance that viewpoint, because people are so different in their approach to running or basketball or whatever. They need various viewpoints.
How did you guys, just to redirect the conversation a little bit, how did you guys combat certain challenges you may have been hit with, just to kind of overcome certain learning curves?
Being a small business, how to actually turn it from a side hustle into a full-on, hey, this actually will pay our salaries and we can quit our day jobs, that was filled with challenges. I had to teach myself affiliate marketing, in terms of having a link that goes to a retailer or a manufacturer, and someone buys it and then they kick back a little percentage, because that's better than ads. I don't want the site chock full of ads, right? Although we do have ads on YouTube and stuff like that, they do support us. You have to balance that experience, and sometimes you make that mistake and you're like, well, the site looks awful right now, we got to take that particular ad off. And understanding how to deal with all the various PR people. They have their jobs. They're trying to get a message out about a shoe. It's not always the right message, or it's not what your audience needs. Our audience is a lot of athletes who come from very different sporting disciplines, and they end up at us because we review all the Jordans and stuff, so they find us that way. But then they're like, oh, they also do running shoes, I should check out the running shoe reviews. So I never know where they're coming from, so I try and make sure that we never get too technical with terms. I would say we are shoe nerds, so we've done that sometimes, but then I talk with some beginners and they say, hey, tone it down, or at least define these weird words that you're using. Because when I'm talking to a shoe designer, I'm talking a completely different language than really what's on the website.
That makes sense.
I'm curious, this year, one, how many years have you been at TRE? And then 2?
4 years.
This is
Yep.
year 4? Okay. What's the experience like this year, and what are you seeing in terms of trends? You mentioned trends last year that have maybe changed, but what's ahead for us?
Yeah, so there's the foam one where they're kind of tweaking based on the foams have been so soft, they need a little bit of extra millimeters of foam. But what I've noticed is it's huge this year. Like, just in the past 4 years, every year it's ramped up. You can see the running boom personified in here. You know, all the brands, like the apparel choices we have versus when I was running in high school, it is amazing to be a runner. Like, you know, my son's 11 and he's on his cross country team, and I'm like, bro, you can pick any shoe, you can wear chicken legs shorts, you can go upscale and wear Viore, whatever you want to wear, And I'm just like, this was not how it was. Like, I was wearing basketball shorts at, track practice, and the real good guys were like making fun of me at first because they're like, what are you doing, And so, but I didn't know any better, and there really weren't a ton of options, right? Like, I wasn't about to put on split shorts as a, converted basketball athlete, right? But now we have all these half tights that are just amazing, and it makes it so accessible for people coming from other sports. Like, guys coming from baseball, they're used to wearing tights underneath. Guys coming from football, used to wearing tights underneath. So now they come to our site, and I can recommend a pair of half tights with a lot of pockets for their phone, and these options just make running so much more accessible. And that's what I'm seeing, is just this accessibility of running throughout all of the product lines. And probably one last trend is, I think the running shoe companies have figured out that some of their lines are very complicated, and people come and they're like, well, which shoe should I buy out of your 25, right? And they're starting to rename their lines to very simple, like, this is our responsive line, this is our max cushion line, so that people understand it more. Because, that's oftentimes, that's why people end up with us, because they're like, well, I love Adidas or I love Nike, but which one should I get? And I think the brands are starting to realize, we have to do a little bit better job educating that if you're this type of runner or this type of person, this is the shoe that is really going to speak to you and give you the best experience.
So while we're talking about TRE and everything that it entails, have you seen a shoe, whether it's on someone's feet or maybe we're passing by a booth, that you stood on and you're like, ooh, that's a shoe?
One that came out before TRE, but they're showing here, is the Brooks Glycerin Max. It's got an amazing bouncy forefoot, but they're letting the foam be the story, because it's kind of like a two-tiered. There's a color underneath the white, and so I think Brooks has really found some fashion sense there, which they haven't always had, unfortunately for them, and which hasn't hurt them really, because honestly, they sell a lot of shoes, but that, like, people want to look fresh now when they're running, and Brooks is doing a great job. Nike's got some new stuff. You can also tell, like, by the colors, orange is going to be big in 2025. A lot of orange out there, whether it's accents or whole orange shoes. And so I don't know how I feel about the orange yet, but that is another thing that you see that fashion creeping in, which it always has existed in some of these other sports, right? There's a lot of basketball players who would never wear something that didn't look good. I think we're starting to see that in running. You've got personalities like Sha'Carri. Sha'Carri always looks great on the track, right? And I think people see that and they're like, well, I'm going to look great in my marathon or in my, turkey trot. Heck, like, the turkey trot, like, apparel has gotten better. Like, every year I've been in running, right? I expect I'm going to line up next week and I'm going to see some people in, like, fresh head to toe Say Sky or something like that, and with some amazing shoes on, and I'm going to love it, because I'm like, this is cool. Like, we're all, like, coming out here looking good, running hard.
I appreciate the comment you just made when you're talking about the Brooks shoe, and you made a comment about they haven't always been super fashionable, blah, blah. And it stood out because you're in a position where you obviously have relationships with all the brands, but, like, your credibility relies on your ability to be critical, right? And I guess fair and critical, right? So with that, I'm curious, before we let you go, if someone's looking for reviews, why Wear Testers? What makes you guys different, and the place that people should be going to get their reviews, and how do they find you?
I don't know that we're the best place for the ultra running nerd that has 10 races on the calendar, but for anyone that has 1 or 0 races on the calendar, we're the perfect fit, because we cover all these sports. They probably have something else they do besides running, which they can also get a shoe review of that while they're there. But also, we're willing to speak our minds, and we will call people out. oh, these laces are horrible, and we will give people credit. Like if they're trying something new, we're going to give them credit for that. We're going to say, oh, it didn't work. But, guess what? They can get that right on the next one. And we try and talk through a shoe in terms of pros and cons in a way that if the cons don't matter to you, you may say, oh, well, those are cons to some people, but not to my foot. That's actually, I don't worry about any of it. Some people don't worry about traction because they're always on a treadmill, right? And so if the traction is bad, that doesn't matter to someone that just does treadmill running, and they can look at that review and say, oh, that shoe's perfect for me, and even better, it's going to go on sale because it doesn't have great traction, and I'm going to grab a couple pairs on sale. So that's what we try and do, is point people towards all the aspects that work or don't work for a shoe so that they can choose for themselves. We want educated, consumers that are really thinking about their own foot as they are going through the review.
Nice. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, Drew, thank you
guys.
so much for taking some time. Excited to see what comes out from you guys after TRE. Just hearing you talk about the trends, color waves, all that stuff. It's 2025. There's more on the horizon for us to dig into.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, so that's Drew Whitcomb from Wear Testers. Definitely check them out, see what they have coming after TRE and what's ahead in 2025. But Nia, on with the show, not our only guest. We got one more to go, and we're going to welcome her to the stage, and that is Shari Hawkins. What is
Hello.
going on? How are you?
Hi, how are you guys?
Good, how are you?
Good, thanks for having me.
We're just talking shoes up here.
I love it. I mean, it's one of my favorite things to talk about, honestly. I'm moving soon, and I have an extra bedroom, and so I've been thinking I'm literally going to try to get an IKEA shelf and put it across my entire wall and see. It's actually insane and embarrassing how many shoes. It's not embarrassing. It's actually a point of pride with me, but I'm going to see. I really think I can make an entire wallpaper full of my shoes, which is really fun. I'm excited about it.
Oh, we need to see the final product of
Oh
that
yeah,
when you're
we'll
done,
definitely be
please.
doing a live tour for
Please,
sure.
please,
Yes,
please.
100%.
It's great to see you here. You're a multi-event athlete
Yes.
at this specialty running event, which is typically you're thinking about people going out, get some miles, running a 5K, running a marathon. You're not the only one that's a non-distance runner at this kind of event, but I'm just curious, what brought you here, and what have you experienced so far while at the running event?
Yeah, so I'm here with Brooks. Brooks has been my sponsor, especially when I was going through the Olympics, and so here with them, talking shoes, talking crap with Brandon, and Josh, and I love hanging out with them. I said we were going on tour because we started in San Diego. We were there for the New York Marathon, and now we're here in Austin at TRE, and it's been really cool. It's been such a fun experience, and being able to hang out with the team. Brooks is family to me. I just love them. I love everybody on the team, and it's been super cool. It's been really cool to see. Something I love so much about the running community is what it is a community, and running really brings people together in a way that sometimes track doesn't, because track can get so competitive, and it can get so what's what's the best event, and I've seen that as a heptathlete, what's the best event? Everybody'd be like, oh, I was a thrower, and I was I always say, so am I. I'm a thrower. You didn't know that? That's crazy. But the running community, it's no matter how many miles you're running, they want to hear about your run, and they want to congratulate you on your run, and maybe they want to join you on your run. And seeing all of the people here in that community is really cool. It's such a good vibe, for sure.
What has been your favorite part about TRE so far? These past 2 days.
So far, it was probably the interview with Josh and Brandon. I just love those guys. I love hanging out with them, and anytime that we can just hang out and just talk crap, it's really fun.
I'm glad you said that, because we had our team up here to start the show, and we were all talking about our favorite moments, and that was the moment I picked on.
Yeah.
I was there yesterday, and I was like, man, this group they either really love each other or really dislike each other, because they really are doing well with these jabs.
No, I love it. Actually, it's so funny because I was talking about it afterwards with a couple of people, and they were like, because Josh and I got a super this in New York too, which is so funny. And something about Josh is he doesn't drink caffeine at all. And so I was I had a Celsius, and I was like, oh, I'm going to have the Celsius. He's like, oh, like maybe I'll have some. And he had maybe half a can in New York. And he was just shaking. He was like, I'm vibrating right now. And it was so funny because it brought out a whole new Josh. And then it turned into this whole thing. So we got onto stage and we automatically started just going at each other. And then we decided to give Brandon some too, who also doesn't drink caffeine. And so, yeah, it was a good time for sure.
Yeah, you're just getting them going. I love it.
Yeah.
I want to ask a little bit about your athletic side, right? You know, I think you were done at the collegiate level in 2015, right? And you're coming off of a great year this year in 24 at the Olympics, first Olympics. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
But when you look, I look back at your collegiate career, never won an NCAA title. I don't think even in what we would call the podium, right?
Sure.
But you stayed in the sport. I think since then you've made 3 world teams at least, an Olympic team now. And this is all, I guess, you know, you're talking 9 years after you graduated. What kept you in it, kept going, kept fighting to reach that Olympic moment that you were dreaming about?
That's a really good question, and it's something I love sharing because I wouldn't consider myself somebody who was born for this, right? Like I wouldn't really say like Shari was going to be an Olympian at 16 years old, and that's why I love sharing my story, because I always say if I can do it, you can do it, kind of a thing. When I graduated, there was just something in me, like I had really bad anxiety, especially performance anxiety, to a space where I don't think I went through one heptathlon without having a full-blown panic attack, can't talk, can't see, can't stop crying. It was actually really embarrassing. And so I knew I couldn't stop because I knew I hadn't reached my fullest potential yet. So I had a really amazing opportunity to go to the Santa Barbara Track Club, which at the time was for heptathletes and decathletes to help them in development. And that was when I made my first Thorpe Cup team. So when that happened, I went overseas and was able to get my master's degree, which was really fun. And when I came back, I had improved and gotten so much stronger overseas that it was just something I was like, I know I can do this. And it's funny because there was never like a flip switch, because there were always steps that I had to take to get all the way up to here. And so I can't really say that there was a moment, because everything built on top of one another. And it was just really like, what's the next thing that I can learn to reach my fullest potential? Okay, I did that. Now what's the next thing? And I think that hunger and that curiosity is really what kept me going. I ended up making 2 indoor world championship teams, 2 outdoor world championship team, and an Olympic team throughout that process. And I get asked all the time, how the heck do you keep getting better? Because I literally have PR'd almost every year since I began this sport, which is pretty cool. And my biggest thing is I stay healthy, I stay curious, and I stay hungry. And by hungry, it doesn't mean that I'm always filled with motivation. It's that I'm always filled with recommitment. When I commit to something, I lose a little bit of that fire all the time, actually. Like, that's super normal, and there's nothing wrong with you for not feeling motivated, not feeling like you can do it. But being able to be recommitted to the process, even when you're in that low, that's really the thing that kept me going over time, is just that recommitment, knowing that I really can do it.
So Shari, we all know how sports go and how most of it's mental more than anything. You mentioned in the Brooks panel yesterday that your therapist said to you, your best is good enough. So when did you really like digest that information, and then it changed the trajectory of your mindset, then changing the trajectory of your career?
I think it's something I'm still learning, and I don't know if you guys ever feel this way when you're in this space of, I figured it out. Like it clicked.
Yeah.
You have an aha moment. You're like, this is just life now, and I've got it. And life is going to be amazing forever now. You know what I mean? I don't know if you guys have ever done that. But I do that all the time, where I get these little nuggets. They work, and I'm like, oh, crazy. The secret sauce has been revealed to me. Then like 2 minutes later, I'm like, oh man, like I'm having a hard day again. That is life. And we are always going to find this. And it's especially sports. It's especially athletics. It's our workout days. Like today, I'm not feeling the best. Tomorrow, I'm feeling better. And it's always going to be like that. And if we know that, we can ride the wave, you know? We need to learn how to be surfers of life. When things are a little bit low, we can ride it out and know that it's going to come back up. And when it's up, instead of being smug like I am sometimes, oh, wow, I figured it out. We can say like, oh my goodness, I'm so grateful that I'm feeling so good right now. And I'm going to enjoy and embrace every minute of it and take advantage of it as much as I can, knowing that it's not going to last forever, but knowing that like I'm here and I can just be super grateful, so that when that drop inevitably comes, we know it's just part of life, and we always forget it. As soon as we're down here, we're like, dang, like I messed it up, and we get up here, we're like, oh yeah, it was just a minute, like, but just trying to remember, like, there's never ever going to be like an aha that lasts you forever, but making sure that you're always willing to ebb and flow with it is so big for me, at least. I don't know. What about for you guys?
I mean, I resonated very strongly with what you just said. I have a 2.5-year-old
Oh,
at home,
cute.
and so I deal with that every day. It's like right when we think, my wife and I think we have something figured out, he wakes up the next day, and it's like, okay, back to the drawing board. So yes,
Yeah.
100%.
No, I love it. I mean, it's like, I feel like you can translate it into everything from like parenting to sports to like mental life to work to whatever. It's just like, it's so universal, and it goes across everything. Is, you know, one day your pantry's full and the next day it's not. And it's because we ate it. It's because it's part of life, and we have to fill our pantry up again. And it's just part of it.
No, for sure. I definitely resonate. Like, I'm not a parent or an Olympian, but one thing about it is like
But you did go to Syracuse, as
I
we know.
did. I did. Go Orange. But you know, being in the sports media space, it can be so hard. It can be so cutthroat. It can be so unforgiving. I think especially as a woman, especially as a Black woman. So, you know, you have those lows, but you know, I kind of learned how to sit in it, because once upon a time, I was praying and begging to be in this space, even though like I'm sitting in this failure, just learning to love that failure so that you can appreciate the success so much more.
Can you think of like a time, like for me, I think about a time where I was so scared. It was actually right before the 800 at the Olympic trials. And I hadn't done very good 800s this year. And I was so fit, but I had still competed. And as soon as I felt like as soon as the gun got off, I just could not figure it out. It was bizarre. But as soon as I was in practice, all day, I could run whatever time you wanted me to run. But as soon as competition happened, something happened to me. So before the Olympic trials 800, I was in such a stunning place, like ready to go. Like I was in striking distance for first in terms of points. I was only 6 points behind Anna Hall. Now it's Anna Hall, so let's hold our horses a little bit. You know what I mean? But at the same time, like realistically, I had such a good like buffer. But I also had Michelle Atherley, who's an incredible 800 runner. And for me, I knew I was fit enough to do it. I knew it. But I was in this space of, what if I mess it up? And I have done it before. I've messed it up. I've lost myself world medals before because of the 800. And I was so scared. I was like, I felt like I could like taste blood because I was so scared, right? And I had to sit, like you said, sit in it. I had to sit in the possibility of me succeeding. I had to say, as scared as you are, as fearful as you are right now, you have to just sit here and imagine it going well, and you have to trust that you can. You have to hold space for your success. Like, do you ever feel like there are moments where you have to do that?
Oh, absolutely. All the time. There's times when, like, I honestly, right before I came to Flow, I was let go from ESPN, and I felt like my world was going to collide. I felt like everything was over. I felt like, oh my gosh. And then I got an email from my now manager, Dan, about a week later, and the process was about a week and a half, and now I'm here doing everything I love, learning, talking to you. I never thought I would be talking to you. Like 6 weeks ago, if you told me this was going to be happening, I would have been like, girl, please. But yeah, I mean, sitting in that failure really just made me recognize and just cognizant of the fact that, you know, it will be okay. It will be okay. I worked hard, tried to get over that imposter syndrome, but it will be okay. Trust yourself, trust in your abilities. That's what my mom always tells me, and she's like my biggest support system as well. So long-winded way of saying, yeah. definitely felt that way.
Yeah, we like at the end of the day, like even when we're down and we're at the bottom of the hill, like we tumbled all the way down and we gotta. But it's like if we put one foot in front of the other, eventually we are gonna get to the top of the hill. Like every hike you've ever gone on, you have. If you stop, you don't get to the top.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And if you keep going, as much as your legs hurt and as much as you're, oh gosh, hiking is brutal, but like you keep doing it, you get to the top, you see that view, and you know it was all worth it at the end of the day. You know what I mean?
Right, and there's a part of that hike where it's like, I've done all this work already. Why would I stop right now? Why would I stop? Like, because that means all this work I've done up to this point means nothing.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's really good. It's so weird how hard it is to keep that mindset when you're in the thick of it.
Yeah.
When you're not in the thick of it, I'm always just like, oh man, like, dang, why didn't I think about that when I was in the thick of it? You know what I mean? But now, like when you're out of the thick of it, you have like such clarity, and so that's why it's always nice to hear other people say it. Like I don't know if any viewers are going through anything tough right now, and then you hear, you know, okay, today, like what I decide to do right now is I decide to take 10 deep breaths, and I decide to do one thing that's going to get me onto the trajectory of where I want to go. Like sometimes people need to hear us saying that right now.
Yeah.
And that's why whenever I'm in the thick of it and I feel like I can't, my sports site calls it being in the wilderness. You need clarity and you need a plan, right? And so sometimes the clarity that I need, like I'll go on TED Talk, I'll download a couple audiobooks, because sometimes when you're in the thick of it, you can't do it yourself. You can't tell yourself the thing. You need to hear it from somebody else.
I want to ask you, we're talking about these moments, tough moments, and I want to drill in on Olympics with you real quick.
Yeah.
It's like this huge moment that you've worked for so long to get to. Talk about the trials, and obviously that 800 went well enough to
It did.
send you to Paris,
got a personal
right?
best. It was pretty.
Yeah,
It was pretty
and I
special.
remember the tears in the stadium on the interview. I remember all of it. So it's such a special moment. You go to Paris. I think it was event number 2.
Yes.
No mark.
Yes.
And what stood out to me about that and about you is like, I've never seen a multi-event, a heptathlon, decathlon, where an athlete has no mark and then continues the competition. You did it at event 2. You kind of knew, hey, I'm definitely out of the medals at this
dead
point.
last.
Yeah, and so, and you finished those 2 days.
Yeah.
What, like, talk to us about that moment and then that decision to keep going and not just kind of step away and say, I made it. And
Sure. So for anybody who doesn't understand what's happening, so the heptathlon is 7 different track and field events over 2 days, and the second event is the high jump. Now you get 3 attempts at every bar, and I want everybody to know that I have seen people no height before in high jump and been like, why didn't they just come in earlier? Like what? Like you should never height. And I've been doing this for 20 years. I've never no heighted in the high jump. High jump is my best event by far. And a bar that I ended up coming in at, I have cleared that on a 3-step. It is a very easy bar for me, so just understand that. But at the end of the day, I was the one that no heighted at the Olympics. It was chaotic and crazy, but it was me who did it. And so when you no height and you don't clear the bar, you don't do it in that 3 attempts, you get 0 points. That means you essentially get dead last. So you can go home and you can not come back and you can drop out because you're going to get dead last anyways, or you can keep going, finish, and then get dead last. And those are my options. How fun for me. But I also I recognized in both ways, good and bad, that I was on the Olympic stage. The bad news about that is I was on the Olympic stage and I was looking down the barrel of the gun at last place. And I was looking and there was Olympic rings everywhere, and I literally thought to myself, why is this happening? I've never been more prepared. This is my best event. And I'm in such a good spot. I was the happiest and most grateful I'd ever been to compete. I had no anxiety, only excitement. Like, why is this happening to me? And it literally, like, just put me into a whirlwind of hurt. But I also, something that a lot of people might not know is that it did take me 3 attempts. I'm 33 years old. I've been doing this for 20 years. And I've tried 3 different times, seriously trying to make this Olympic team and not making it, and being devastated that I didn't make the team. So it's kind of crazy when you really think about the fact that the girl who didn't make the team in 2021 and 2016 would have given just about anything to be on that stage at dead last at the Olympics. And anything. And I had to do it for her, you know? I also had almost 30 people come to watch me. And they didn't come to watch me to like stroke their own egos so they could be like, oh yeah, we came to watch Shari and she medaled or whatever it was. They came because they've seen all the hard work I've put in through my entire career, and they wanted to celebrate me doing what I love, which is 7 different events. And I did it for them. And I also have a community of people who have been watching me tell them that it's more important to show up as your best self than it is to be at your best peak performance. And what a wonderful time for me to put my own theory to the test, because I decided to go back out for each of the events, but I told myself, if I'm going to do this, if I'm actually going to do these 7 events, and I'm not going to come down and the girls that are all doing the same thing, trying to reach their dreams, I'm not going to be crying and sad for them and bring the vibe down. That's not my job. My job is to high five them and make sure that they're PBing now, because their scores are so important. You know what I mean? It's my job to be, I love all of those girls, and I want to be the vibe queen of the day. You know what I mean? And I also wanted to show everybody that, like, you can do hard things. Like, you can do it with a broken heart. You can do it even when you don't want to do it. Keep fighting, keep going. And hey, I actually did really good. I'm not going to lie. There were a couple of events that I think the 800 was like my second best time in a decade. Wow. And I think that I got like the top 5 ever javelin performances. It was actually a great meet, a great day. And it was really rare to be able to grow as a person on an Olympic stage in front of the world. But I feel like I really did become like the next version of me, and I'm really honored. I don't know if I would ever choose that for myself again, because that was really hard. But hearing, you know, how my story has helped other people like push through. I even had somebody who had been going through like chemotherapy and like really just didn't want to do it anymore. They were just so sick. And they said that the next day they saw my video talking about my journey, and my caption had said, "You never know how strong you really are until you want to give up, and you choose to fight instead." Sorry, I'm going to cry right here on live. And she just said, like, you know what? Like, she's right. Like, I am strong, and I'm going to prove it right now. Sorry. And being able to have that story to share with people, it's really humbling. And I'm like, I don't know if I would ever like project and wish that on myself again, but looking back on it and the impact that it's had, I'm really grateful that that it was all able to do it, for sure.
That's extremely admirable, I must say. Like, wow. Like, your story has definitely helped me as well, because there's been many times when I thought that the world was just going to crumble beneath my feet. So, if that means anything. But I wanted to ask, you know, you talked about your growth and your journey as an athlete. I hear word on the street you are training for a marathon.
Oh, gosh. Help me.
Talk about doing hard things. I like this.
Right.
Help.
So how are we about to pivot for that? Because that's not easy.
Yeah, so it's going to be it was just an opportunity that presented itself to me, and I was like, at first I was like, oh, no, thanks, have a good one. That would be because my body is, I am a sprinter, a jumper, and a thrower. And so, and heavy on, like they always say run, jump, throw, but like the 800's a sprint. Like we all know that. And so it's going to be such a challenge, because this is not something that my body is used to. In the 20 years that I've been training, like so many people who are runners are like, oh my goodness, you're going to go like 2 hours. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going to go 2 hours. No, running 1 mile is brutal for me. So it's going to be such a challenge. I'm really excited about it. And I'm going to put one foot in front of the other, just like I do with everything else. And I'm excited to share the journey too, because like I said, if I can do it, you can do it. So hopefully I can inspire people to put on their running shoes and try running themselves, because I promise if I can run a marathon, you can do it. Like, I promise.
When is this on the calendar?
So it's going to be the London Marathon that's coming up in April.
Ooh.
I like
Yes.
it. Go big or go home.
Yes.
Well, I mean, just I want to comment on what you talked about with the Olympics. Amazing. I mean, just the thought of the two options. I can get dead last the easy way or get dead last the hard way. And
Sure.
picking the hard way and going through it and sharing that moment with the people that you're closest with, the people that follow you and you know, look to you for inspiration. And I want to ask you about those people because on Instagram alone, there's 1 million of them now.
Right.
You've hit that 1 million milestone, which is huge. What has gotten you to engage so highly with that community that you've created, and how do you go about it? I mean, when you came on, I kind of wanted to call you Taylor Swift, Sherry Hawkins, all these things. You know,
Honored.
I mean, you have so much fun with what you do, but it's also educational, inspirational, and all that. So I'm just curious how that all fits into everything you do.
I actually remember when I first started social media, it was a way. I remember at the beginning I had like 600 followers, right? And I knew as the heptathlon, like a lot of people in the track world know that the track world isn't incredibly lucrative just doing track. So I remember being like, I am, again, this is just me back in 2015. I was like, I am not good enough to get paid for just doing track, and I love it so much. I need to find a way to get a sponsor to help me just live while I'm working. So I need to like start growing my social media. And oh my goodness, I hated it. I hated social media. I hated the whole process. But then I decided, my coach told me that they wanted us to start doing training journals, and I was like, I don't want to write down my training journal, but what if I posted a video just to my 600 people that follow me, like my family and a couple friends from college, and started just giving myself cues there. And so it started out, and people would be like, oh, hey, that's such a great cue, and I tried it. And then I'd be like, really? You tried it? Like, that's so cool. And what I realized is that I didn't hate social media at all, because I was seeing it as social media and not seeing it as like genuinely a connection and community, and being able to like hear people's stories from all over. And people started sharing tips to me and started taking my tips and sharing them with others. And something that I love doing, my dad's a basketball coach, my mom's a teacher. I love education. My master's is in education. I've been like kind of like a coach, you know, my whole life. You know, we always do like coaches clinics and stuff like that for my dad growing up. And so I've always loved teaching, and all of the learning that I'm doing every day in track, like how can I teach this to others and how can I share? And then honestly, some of my best cues have been from people in my community that have said, hey, your hips need to move forward, and it's going to allow you to use your hips more in your throw. And those things have helped me. I'm the opposite of somebody who's like, no, I have coaches. Like, no, tell me everything. I want to know everything. And being able to have that connection and that community. And I realized like that's what social media needs to be for me, is building connection and community with people, and like getting to know their stories and getting to know like why they tick and hearing why they work, because like the people in my community, they inspire me on the daily, and like I am like actually really close with a lot of them, and it's like so much fun to like I'm one of those people that like I want everybody to be my best friend. So like to be able to have like such an online community that's so supportive and so wonderful is just, I'm so honored. I don't take it lightly. And it's so much fun. I love it.
Nice. Shout out to the village.
Yes.
Are we new best friends? Are we
Yes.
all? Yeah?
Right,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
So
I've decided.
Well, it's an honor to have you up here
Thank
and with us
you.
today. Know you got a little bit more to do while you're at TRE, some appearances to make, I'm sure. But we really appreciate you coming up here. Outside of marathon, anything else that we can look forward to? It's I know there's a World Year. Are we recovering from a marathon and getting on the track again, or where can we find you?
So I always say if there's going to be a Shari competing in 2028, there can't be a Shari competing in 2025, because you guys, the Olympics were traumatizing. Wonderful. amazing. But even making the team, my body just was so nervous. I mean, it was it was a third strike and you're out type of a deal. And I think that like my body just needs some recovery. My nervous system needs some recovery. And something about me is I love what I do. I love the heptathlon. It is like going to a playground for me. And I need just like I've never taken a year off before. And I need like time for it to be fun again, and I need it to be less like I've got to and so I'm really looking forward for this year to just like get the fun back into it so that I can get back to the grind, and it's going to be just one wonderful year. I actually have not published it yet, but a children's book. It's basically about my story, but just a little bit more like for children, talking about how it doesn't matter if you are the fastest or the strongest, but it matters how you show up for yourself and how you show up for the people around you.
Oh, I'm excited.
We'll be signing up. I told you. I got a young one at home, so we'll be looking for the story. So thanks again so much. We're looking forward to seeing you in London, and then what comes after that. So enjoy the rest of TRE, and we'll be seeing you soon.
Thanks, you guys. Appreciate you so much.
Thank you. Shari Hawkins there, joining us on the FloTrack podcast, and live audience that's amassed over here. Excited about this story. I mean, I've got to speak to her a couple times, never in an interview setting like this. I mean, just some amazing stuff right there.
Yeah, it's wildly inspirational, and I really feel like I just got off the phone with my bestie. So
I almost wanted to step out and just like I wanted to be on the other side with everybody else and listen to you guys. I mean, it was amazing.
Yeah, no, I loved every second of it.
Well, that's going to wrap things up for us here at the FloTrack podcast at TRE. It's been such an honor partnering with the running event this year to bring the FloTrack podcast live, to bring TRE live, to bring Cross Champs live, to bring the press conference, all these things that we've done, and excited to get to Madison tonight. I'll be on the plane right after a happy hour that we're hosting at the Flow Sports HQ, just down the road. So anyone here at TRE, come on by. But Nia, it's great to be here with you. Our first time getting to work together since you joined the team.
It's my first TRE too, so I'm having a good time.
Yeah, it's awesome. So thanks everyone for tuning in this week here in Austin. We will see you guys in Madison, and then in 2 weeks we'll be live at BU. Indoor season's just around the corner.
Yep,
Watch out.
Get it.
Thanks so much. We'll see you soon on the FloTrack podcast.
Program PR project is back. This is TRE Live, day 2, session 2. We're having a good time. We've had a really lot of great guests the last couple of days, and that is not going to stop now. How are you feeling, Aaron?
I'm feeling like mile 20 of the marathon. No, I'm joking. I'm feeling much better than that. Actually.
Oh no, is the wall hitting soon? How you feeling, Gary?
I'm hyped. I'm hyped. We've had such great guests so far. I know we've got like a super block of guests this afternoon, so I'm looking forward to getting started for sure.
Yeah, super block of guests. So let's not bury the lead here. We are excited about this next guest. The next guests. The Running Industry Diversity Coalition is a major key for change in this industry. So we'd like to bring up the 2 guests. Could you please come on up today? Oh, just one guest for now. Sorry, one guest for now, and then we will be adding a couple later. So first off, please introduce yourself to the audience, and then welcome to the stage.
Sure thing. Thank you so much. My name is Abigail Hawley. I am the program manager for the Running Industry Diversity Coalition, or RIDC, because that's a mouthful, so you don't have to memorize it. But yeah, that's who I am.
And what are you excited? What is RIDC excited about for TRE 2024?
A lot. So this is personally my 3rd year here, but I think it's RIDC's 4th altogether. Last year, we launched a lot of events during TRE. We had a deep dive session panel. We have our community run, which we co-host with Saucony, where we have hundreds of runners come out early in the morning before they go walk this showroom floor all day, and they run with us, get hype. And we also host, well, I like to call the party of the year. It's called the Cookout. It's our community event. We just had it last night, so my voice is a little, rough because I had a good time. But I'd say most of all, this year, it was seeing our community come back. They recognized our programming, and they were looking for us this year. And we've been able to announce the winners of our Run the Block grant program, which we're going to talk about with you all today. And they were able to attend with us, so that was just incredible to get them to experience all that TRE has to offer, meet all the wonderful people there is to meet here, and also have a community ready to welcome them it was just something unimaginable.
Yeah, that's amazing. And to your point of the party of the year, I think the question I've gotten most since I've been here is, are you going to the cookout? So you guys are doing great branding, and it speaks for itself here at TRE. So just really quick before we bring on the Run the Block winners, could you give us just a broad overview of what RIDC does and what your mission is?
Absolutely. So the RIDC, our mission is to improve the visibility, access for Black, Indigenous, and people of color in the running industry and running community. A little bit about Run the Block. Our mission with Run the Block was there is a lack of ownership within Black, Indigenous, and people of color. As of right now, I believe there's only 4 Black-owned running specialty stores in the entire U.S., and so we wanted to increase that. That's part of what we're here for. So we created the Run the Block program with the help of Brooks putting forward this $200,000 seed investment.
Woo!
Yes, come on. To fund new ownership in this industry. And so we were able to launch the program not only with grant funds to support them, but we also have 12 months of mentorship to support these new owners. So we're not just introducing them into a world that doesn't have a lot for them. We are coming prepared, so they have all the support to ensure they're successful.
I'm sure you had a ton of folks applying for the grant and being a part of this program. How many groups came together and applied for the Run the Block?
We had a lot. It was over 100 applications, and for our pilot year, that is incredible. And mind you, this is over 100 Black applicants. So these are people who are ready with business viability, with new ideas to bring into the running industry, and that in all different areas of the U.S. So it was really challenging to narrow down the applicant pool, but we had the help of our selection committee. We had the help of the people who put forward some donations to the program to help dwindle those down. And our selection committee spent hours looking over business ideas, pitches, their financial plans, and all of that. So yeah, we were really blessed in our first year.
And before we bring them up, the winners up, could you just kind of introduce them a little bit to us, and what stood out to you about them?
A lot. So they can introduce themselves even more. Their names are Carol and Jesse Holland. They are a married couple. They reside in Prince George's County, Washington. This is an area that has over 60% Black population. They are beyond prepared for a run specialty store. They have a wide running community in their area. And these two individuals, they stood out to us, one, because they were already heavily involved in their community. We didn't want just a new run specialty store. We're all about fostering and building new connections. And so these were two individuals who already had that. They were tapped in before they owned this store, not just into the running community, but broader than that, because we know we're trying to reach new people, also including youth, and they're part of a lot of youth programs as well. They are extremely focused. They came in with a clear plan, and they were sort of giving the, whether we get this or not, we're making this happen. And that's what we wanted. We wanted somebody who wanted it that bad, and we want to make sure they can find that success. So of the many reasons we chose them, I would say that's kind of at the top for me.
And with no further ado, we'd like to bring them up on the stage while we have the time to as well. Please come on up, and congratulations. That's a really big deal.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that mindset of saying, look, we would like to help, but with or without it, we're going to make it happen. I love that. I love that mindset, because that's what we do. You know, that we've always found a way out of no way, right? That's what our people do. So this is the embodiment of it. So welcome, Jesse. Welcome, Carol. So good to have you guys on. How you feeling?
We're feeling great. This has
Feeling
been our
good.
first TRE, and it's been fabulous.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I mean, we've had a wonderful event so far. It's been so welcoming, highly educational, and just a little bit overwhelming, but it's good.
Just a little bit.
All right, well, tell us about what the name of the store is and will be. And then just like, how are you feeling with, I mean, yeah, let's start with that. Like let's start, where will it be, what's the name, and all that good stuff.
Sure. Okay, well, haraka is a Swahili term, and it means faster or hurry. And we selected that term because, you know, there's an urgent need for larger, broader, and more diverse community in the running industry. I mean, we all know that we're well represented on the track and field side. We're not as well represented on the cross-country side. But what happens when athletes leave high school and when they leave college is, especially from an African-American standpoint, they may stop running. And so that's a problem from a health perspective. So we thought that's an urgent thing that we need to address. And then our tagline is fast forward, because there are some people who need to be moving fast or moving faster, and we want to address that need, the elite runner, right, the high school runner, the college runner, and then there's some who just need to move forward, one step in front of the next. And so that's where the name Haraka comes from, and I'll just talk a little bit about Prince George's County. Prince George's County, Maryland is a county, one of the collar counties around Washington, D.C. It is about 1 million people. Compared to the neighboring counties, we have Fairfax County in Virginia, we have Arlington County, we have Washington, D.C., we have Montgomery County. Those counties are about the same size, maybe a little bit bigger, and they are affluent, a little bit more affluent, although Prince George's County is a majority brown black county, and it is one of the most affluent counties in the country. And they have about 5 to 6 stores in each of those other counties, and including Washington, D.C., and Prince George's County has 0.
Not a one.
And how do you feel about being part of that now, and changing that?
One of the things that we focused on when we made this business plan for this store and applied for the Run the Block is that, first of all, we're running parents. Our son runs cross country, and every time we needed something for him, we would need to drive 30, 45 miles, 30 minutes away from where we live to pick it up, even though there's 1 million people in Prince George's County. So we saw ourselves as a running desert, a running retail desert. But in our county, there are so many runners. I think our county sent 6 Olympians to Paris this year. But there's nobody servicing those people. They have to drive away from their homes to actually get the things they need to enjoy the sport that they want to participate in. Our job is to service those people, but also create a running community, because we know we all do better when we're together. So we're trying to create that Prince George's County running community, get those million people in that county out running, walking, and jogging, and to make sure that we're working on the health of our county, not just trying to sell people shoes. We want a healthier county, and so that's our goal with the store.
That's one of the main themes that we've noticed over the past couple of years we've been here, is that the brick and mortar stores build the community, the local community for runners. And I want to get back to that, but I do want to ask, like, so in realizing that there's this running desert in Prince George's County, how did you hear about the Run the Block program?
We were very fortunate. And let me just say first, I want to say thank you to Kiera Smalls and Abigail and the entire RIDC community. I want to say thank you to all of the supporters of RIDC, in particular Brooks, who really brought the weight. We want to say thank you to all of the partners like Gazelle Sports. We were able to really lean on some of the people within the RIDC leadership to bring this to fruition. So we were, as we always are, hanging out, waiting for our children somewhere. They were at our church getting ready for orchestra practice or some such, and we were sitting at Starbucks, and we found the event through the Run the Block grant program through Instagram. And then we started to do our research about RIDC, and I just looked at Jesse and I said, we can do this, and we need to do this, and that's how we found it.
And like any good husband, I said, okay. but no, we've been in the running industry, running family for a while. Carol ran at the Naval Academy, I should say All-American at the Naval Academy. So she's been in the running community her entire life. I basically got into the running community chasing her, and we've been married for 20 years this year. So I finally caught her. It took me about 4 years, but I caught her. But now we're track and field parents. So we go to all of these events in Prince George's County and the surrounding areas, and we talk to all of these parents who look like us. And we're like, so where'd you have to go to get this? Where'd you have to go to get this? Oh, I had to drive to Annapolis. Oh, I had to drive up to the other side of D.C. to get the right spikes and the right shoes. So over the last 4 years, our son's a junior in high school now. Over the last 4 years, we have been able to see this need. And we are so grateful that we're able to help fulfill this need and take this one-on-one conversation we've been having with track and field parents and make it into a wider conversation where we can become a community of runners and be able to help everyone in our county get healthier.
That's incredible. I mean, it's like literally like seeing a need, being the change that you want to see in your community, and then having the courage and the wherewithal to go after it and make that happen. Shout out to RIDC for like having that contest and even thinking to go there to make sure that change happens. And shout out to you all for seeing it and just being brave and bold enough to be like, this is what we're gonna do. I can't wait to see how the community changes around you all, and I hopefully get to pull up to the store one day, just to check it out ourselves. But thank you so much for being here. Congratulations on the contest. We can't wait to see what's next.
So we're hoping to be open by summer, this coming summer, summer 25. You can find us online at haraka.run.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, for sure. We'll make sure we Google that right away for sure. Right,
thank you all so much. We really appreciate it.
That's congratulations again. That's absolutely amazing, and I really like. It's like really like the beginning of a wonderful story. You know.
Yeah, and to see a successful black marriage, a successful black business partnership.
20 years, bro.
20 years. These are the pillars of the community. These are the people that root that community. And like they said, their parents, they found like you said, they saw a problem and they didn't just stand by and let it go by. They figured out a solution and they went after it. And that's commendable. That's what we need in our community.
You know what else I found amazing? Over 100 applicants.
Yeah.
So that means there's so much more opportunity and growth for black-owned run stores in the country. And this is just the beginning of it. So
Yeah, because it's not like just like throwing an application and it's like literally like you have to be ready to do this thing. It's not like just a giveaway of sorts. It's like, are you ready to do this?
On day
Let's
one.
go.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep this show moving. We feel like we're moving pretty quick here, almost like we're moving a mile a minute. So yeah, so that was a joke. So next up we have Frank from A Mile a Minute. Thank you so much, Frank, for joining us. First off, introduce yourself to the audience. Who are you? And then what is A Mile a Minute?
All right. So my name is Frank Renault. I work at the New York Times right now, and I'm the founder of A Mile a Minute. This is going to be a new running media venture. And, yeah, the goal here is just to bring some new voices to running and, ready to roll.
Closer.
Yeah, for sure. So tell us, like, when did A Mile a Minute get started? What's the purpose, and what are you trying to achieve here this week?
Okay. The idea for it started, I'd say, middle of last year. I got really serious about it, probably November, December, and it's been a year-long project of just kind of building what the tone of the project's going to look like, because the goal here is to bring daily running content to the table, whether that's news, shoe reviews, photo essays, long-form journalism. I think we need better storytelling in running. Not just who the winners of a race are, but also who the people behind running are. Not just professional athletes, but the culture of the sport as well.
You mentioned that we need to tell better stories and more stories. So you think that you've seen a hole in the industry where, like, not even like the major track superstars aren't getting enough press in the mainstream media, but like stories that like groups like us or here at the stories you find here at TRE, you're looking kind of help fill that void into what you feel is missing.
No, absolutely. I think you go to track and field events, and in the press area, you see a lot of the same people, the same faces, asking the same questions. And a lot of times that stuff doesn't resonate. But when we think about the people who are not the top superstars, in running, there are so many stories that could be told. And I think that there's a space where there can be daily running new content. Doesn't have to always be news, but there's a space for it.
I agree, and storytelling is such an important part of all of the media that we consume. We're constantly scrolling on our phones, and it's story after story. What drew you to journalism, and what drew you to storytelling? Kind of just get into your past and your history when it comes to the art of storytelling.
Yeah, that's a good question. I've been in the industry for years. I'm going on 10 years at the New York Times. Before that, I was at the New York Post. I've always been involved in journalism. But when you combine that with running, I think, as a runner, we're all runners here. Once you start doing these races, these long-distance races, it becomes a part of you. It becomes a lifestyle. But I think you also see some of the voids, in the space when it comes to certain voices that are not present. It's a lot of the same people behind the scenes. But when you look at who's in front of the camera or who's on the track or on the road, it is specifically, one way, but, who are the owners in, in this industry? Who are the people who are making the decisions? And oftentimes, we don't have, a say in that. So, I'm just taking a little bit of, what I do day to day and my passion for running. Let's put it together. And, when it comes to running, there's a huge opportunity to continue to grow this sport. We're at TRE, and you walk around, this venue, this place is huge. You can't do it all in 2 days. And for the people who are at home who are watching this, and the people who don't get a chance to come here, you can't imagine what this is like. This is probably bigger than most marathon expos. Better, it's the quality is even better. Way better.
Yeah, it's like if I had to compare it, it'd be like a very large marathon race weekend expo, but every brand is the title sponsor. Like they bring like the biggest booth that they possibly can. I mean, just to really show. I mean, this is like their opportunity to kind of show what they're made of, what they represent, and then really kind of express themselves as a brand, as opposed to just having like a smaller booth. They get to really like say like this is who we are, and this is our stamp we want to leave. They all have their own character and kind of like voice through their booth and their expo. But so as you kind of mentioned, like the same voices, at some of these track meets and after like a post race, you kind of the same voices asking the same questions. We talked about this a little bit yesterday with the Magic Books folks, or was that earlier today probably? That it's we're starting to see some of the interviews, the post-run interviews, change, and some of the conversations a little more fun even because of the voices that are changing and because of the people that are asking these questions. So like, how important? And I guess from a person that like scrolls TikTok and Instagram, I'm used to like the visual, like the video aspect of it, like the reels. But how important is it for like the written word, and on the journalistic side? How important is that voice to change as well?
Well, I'll start by saying that, you know, there's room for the social media side when it comes to running, but I think that we have to keep the quality of journalism at a high level. I think that keeps the integrity and the respect, you know, where it should be. It can't just always be what you see on social media, but when it comes to real storytelling, you know, the deep dives, the stories that, you know, aren't as fun, I think, you know, we have to have people in place who've been in the industry for a while, who know how to tell good stories, who are well written, who can be edited in a way where, you know, the message comes out really, really clean, but it also resonates. I think we have to find a clear balance when it comes to the journalism side, but also the running side, you know, where you're not going over people's heads, but it also makes sense, but it's also engaging as well. You know, you can read an article and just scroll forever, but, you know, are you really retaining the information? So, you know, the goal, you know, with a mile a minute is to kind of bridge some of these things and do it in a way where it's a healthy balance. You know, it's not just going to be all one thing. It's not just going to be, you know, daily news content. You know, there's going to be features. It's going to be shoe reviews. It's going to be food, photo essays. You know, it's important, the visual side of things, but also overlooked stories. There's so much about the past that we have no idea about, either because we're too young, it isn't our generation, the people who are around and tell those stories, they're not in a position to tell them, or some of those people are just gone. You know, they're just not here anymore. So I think the responsibility for people in our generation, I think we're all around the same age, or close in the same age. I think it's our time to to kind of pick up the mantle, pick up the torch, and figure out how to tell these stories the right way and do our part and do our responsibility. You know, we're not kids anymore.
Yeah, and we're in a time where athletes are, I would say, a little more reticent to speak to media. How do you, we see athletes starting their own podcasts. We see athletes telling their own stories. How do you build that trust with athletes to build those relationships that allow you to tell their stories in authentic ways?
I think you got to show up. You know, you got to be at the events. At some point, you know, you see the same journalists and the same athletes. And fortunately, in track and field and distance running, the athletes are approachable. You know, if you go to NBA game, NFL, you're not going to be able to approach someone. Even if you're in the locker room, it's tough. You know, it's a million people in there. But when it comes to running, you know, there are pro athletes who are here right now. You can approach them, and you kind of build that relationship. But also the brands, you know, the brands they're affiliated with, if they're sponsored. Talk to the brands, people behind the brands, and, you know, figure out how to make it work. But, you know, your approach has to be professional. It has to be right. It has to be some credibility. Even if you're, you know, beginning, you know, in your journalism journey, you know, there's a way to approach the right people and just say, hey, this is what I'm doing, and be consistent about it, because, you know, it's like running. You got to be consistent.
How would you go about like balancing or suggesting, or what would be your suggestion on balancing the need for new voices, but then also like matching that with experience? Because it's, you know, it's like you want new voices, but then at the same time you like yourself, you want to keep that credibility, you want to keep that integrity up, and that and the delivery of it very high. So how do you figure that part out?
You know, I'd say we all can't be in front of the camera. I think this is probably going to be my first and last time in front of a camera, because I want my role, you know, with this project, with this company, to be way behind the scenes, you know, shaping what the next generation of journalists, younger journalists, but also current journalists in running will look like. But I think that, you know, we have to be focused on our craft. You know, I think we have to take it seriously and realize that everybody can't be to the forefront. You know, there's a place for everyone. If you're a great photographer, if you're a great editor, if you're a great writer, you know, everybody has a place. Everyone can make their mark, and, you know, just put out good content. You know, just be serious about it, and you know, no shortcuts. There are no shortcuts in this game. I know when we're younger, we think you can, you know, kind of shortcut your way through everything, but it's like running. You can train for a marathon. You can't do it in 2 weeks. You can't do it in a month. You know, you got to do a full cycle, and I've learned that this year. It's been a long year. You know, when you get to a point where you feel, you know, every second of every day, you know, you guys have been building something, you know, and I look to you guys and other people, as inspiration because you've already done it. You're doing it, and this is the beginning of my journey. So you got to humble yourself and just see what the people before you have done because they know what has worked and, what hasn't worked.
Yeah, absolutely. And Frank, before we let you go, tell us again where we can find A Mile a Minute. I know you're launching soon. Where can people find you online to consume some of this content?
Good question. All right, A Mile a Minute is launched, so just go to amileaminute.com. On social media, all of our social media screen names, Run A Mile a Minute. This is our soft launch period, so in January 1st, we're up and running. We have a ton of content on the website right now, and, we're not here to compete against anyone. We're here to be a supplement to the run community and just bringing something new, something fresh, but also to be a force. We want to shift the narrative in this sport, and, we're happy to be here.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much, and we wish you all the best, and we'll be tapping in for sure.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
man.
Frank.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just like the theme today really is new voices, and I feel that because obviously we feel like we've been doing our thing for a few years, but we're still new voices to the space, and it's just super important that we continue to push in that direction.
Yeah, for sure. I think what they call it online is new media. This is new media. We're not doing things the same way that they were, back in the day. People want new voices. People want to hear new, fresh perspectives. They're tired of the same cliches of the stories that we've heard in the past. They want something new, and I think a fresh new brand like A Mile a Minute can deliver that. And like you said, with the credibility of Frank coming from the New York Times, I think that speaks for itself. So super exciting.
Cool. And then really quick before the next one, I'm going to be hungry after our next guest. But good thing is we have Sir Nutrition. Sir Nutrition is the sponsor, the nutrition sponsor for day 1 and day 2. If you want to check them out, make sure you just Google Sir Nutrition, SUR Nutrition. Thank you so much to those folks out there. But next up, we have a New York Times bestseller.
3 times over.
3 times over. Elise from Run Fast, Eat Slow. How are you?
Great. I'm so excited to be here. My first time at the running event.
I think that I've had it backwards this whole time. I tend to eat fast and run slow. So how do I figure that part out?
Most people mess up the name of our cookbook and say eat fast, run slow, but it's pretty common. And I just tell people to slow down. The eat slow doesn't literally mean you have to eat slow, but it's about our fast-paced lifestyles and slowing down and taking the time to cook real food.
I like that a lot. Yeah, I think I literally thought, there's probably some benefit to eating slower, but then I like that concept where it's more like just a lifestyle, being much more intentional, because in our fast-paced lives, we just kind of eat to live type of thing. You just start scarfing stuff down when you're just hungry. So what have you seen in that that push of changing that narrative? What are some of the conversations that maybe surprised you or made you know I need to continue with this message?
I first was inspired to write these cookbooks because I saw that a lot of runners had a fear of eating fat, and I want to teach people that food can be both indulgent and nourishing at the same time. So a lot of runners are afraid of things like butter, and cooking with all these good whole food fats is actually really important for athletes to get that fat. If you don't get enough fat in your diet, you're going to be hungry all day, and most runners are very hangry. You don't want to mess with us when we're hungry. So making sure you're eating foods that are really satiating and delicious is going to mean that you don't have to snack as much throughout the day because we're burning a lot of calories with how much we're moving and running.
And one of my favorite little cliche shirts is when people wear with the little avocado and it says, "I'm a healthy fat." It's just, I don't know why that makes me laugh every time, but yeah, people are sometimes afraid of fats. They hear fats and they get weird about it, but there's healthy fats out there for sure. So give us a little bit of background of the author, of you, being a former athlete, and just give us a kind of an overview of how you got to becoming a food author.
Yeah, so this is a second career for me. I came about it in a very long way, but I've worked in the running world my whole entire life. I ran track at UNC Chapel Hill, as you guys know, and then after graduation, I went to work for Nike Running for 10 years. So I had the chance to live abroad in Amsterdam and Geneva, Switzerland, And during my time working in the corporate world and living abroad, I saw that in Europe, they had a much better lifestyle around food and nutrition, and they didn't put as much thought into it. They just ate real food. So during my time living in Switzerland, I was really inspired by the food culture there. So when I came back to the United States, I decided to go study at a culinary nutrition school in New York. And after I graduated, I met up with my friend Shalane Flanagan for dinner, and I started cooking all this amazing food for her. And just on a whim, I was like, maybe we should write a cookbook together someday, not thinking we would actually do it or that anyone would want to publish our books. But now Shalane and I have written 3 cookbooks together, and all 3 of them made the New York Times bestseller list.
Well, mic drop. That's amazing. That's amazing.
The cookbooks are great too because it's more than just recipes. There's stories there, and then there's reasons as to why this recipe works for this particular morning, lunch, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Or like, hey, this is a great recipe for a workout. This is a great recipe for just getting up in the morning and having something to eat real quick. Like the muffins, which I told you I was gonna make and I didn't get a chance to, but I really am. I'm gonna do it this weekend. But I've used this book here, the Run Fast, Cook Fast.
Cook Fast.
Yeah. I've got quite a good use out of some of the recipes in there, including like the maple nut mixture, the salmon recipe. And my girls are starting to like get into cooking now, so this is the books that we're going to start using for them because I think they're fun recipes, but they can still read the stories and get a lot out of it.
Yeah, it's really great recipes for kids. My kids are watching over there, hopefully awake, not getting too bored.
They're definitely awake.
Those beanbags do look comfy though, don't
Yes,
they?
they look a little too comfortable over there. Superhero muffins is one of the recipes we're most famous for. It's become something that runners can eat in the morning. It's really easy to prep in advance and keep them stashed in your fridge or your freezer. And it really changes how you feel on a run. A lot of runners are afraid. They tell me, like, I can't eat before running because I have sensitive digestion. That's because they're eating the wrong food. So stop eating the bagel and cream cheese before running and eat a superhero muffin, and you'll feel amazing, and you'll have more energy to run, and you don't have to worry about getting a side stitch. They are very easy to digest and super balanced and nutritious.
One of the things I wanted to add, because Tommy is a vegan, there are vegan options in all of these recipes as well, which is great for everybody.
So a vegan diet as an athlete is a lot harder to do. You really have to eat foods in the right combinations, but we always give a lot of alternatives, like making the superhero muffins with flax instead of eggs. And it's easy to substitute the dairy. Most of our recipes are dairy-free and gluten-free.
Well, I mean, thank you for that because, like, obviously, I mean, I like cooking, but sometimes it's like, to be honest, it's like, you know what, I don't have time to cook. So just talk about like that concept where it's like, it doesn't, just because you cook for yourself and cook at home doesn't mean it has to take a very long time.
Yeah, I teach online cooking classes that are all about meal prepping for busy people. So it's really hard to come home after work, after a busy day, and feel motivated to work. But if you've prepped a few things on the weekend where you come home and you open the fridge and you have your protein already prepped, or your rice, or the sauces that add a lot of flavor and the good healthy fats, if you can just prep a couple things on a Sunday, you're a lot less likely to call for takeout. And there are healthier takeout options out there, but it's expensive to constantly do takeout, and you usually don't get as nutritious of food as something you're going to make at home, and you can usually make it taste a whole lot better at home as well.
I mean, I'm sure, like, you've probably heard a bunch of different stories. I mean, even just Gary was talking about, like, his girls are starting to cook more, so that'll be the book that they're going to be using. Like, what are some of the stories that you've heard back, like, in person, as you've kind of traveled the world and the country? What are some of the stories you've heard back to, like, wow, this is really cool that, this book affected them in that way?
I get a lot of really inspiring, amazing emails from women who say that they grew up dieting and had a fear around eating fat, and that once they started embracing eating these healthy fats, they really helps balance their hormones. So I hear a lot about women that have struggled with different hormone imbalances and how much the recipes help them. A lot of runners suffer from amenorrhea, which you 3 guys probably don't even know what that word means, but getting the good fats back in your diet can really help with your hormones, which as a female athlete is super important. I suffered from stress fractures in college. I was injured all the time due to low bone density and hormone imbalances. And so once I started eating this way, I haven't had a stress fracture since college, and I'm running stronger and more miles than I did in college and feeling so much better. So I feel stronger at 42 than I did in my 20s.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I feel like a lot of runners do have, and not just runners, but people in general have an unhealthy relationship with food, and not just the way they eat, but the way that they think about food. So, what do you hope to change about the way people think about food with your cookbooks and through your journey?
I just want people to not overthink it. Eating should be something, eating is basic and intuitive. It's not something that we need to occupy our mind space. We have enough going on in our lives. We're stressing about everything. And food and what you eat, it shouldn't be something you stress about. Just get back in the kitchen and enjoy it and have fun cooking real food. And you don't have to measure. People get obsessed about counting macros or obsessive about protein, but if you're just in the kitchen cooking real food that tastes good, that you enjoy eating and sharing it with people, family or friends, then you don't have to stress about measuring anything. There shouldn't be any math in the kitchen. Let's leave math in the classrooms.
So now
Amen.
now that you have 3 New York Times best-selling cookbooks, is it like automatic that every family function it's you that has to do the cooking?
No, that's why I'm traveling Thanksgiving week. I hate cooking on the holidays. I cook so much. We're here in Austin for Thanksgiving holiday just so I don't have to cook, but I cook so much for my live cooking classes. I'm always prepping new recipes, and my family has to eat the same recipe over and over again until I get it right. So I purposely travel on holidays like Thanksgiving so that I'm not stuck hosting or cooking. It's my least favorite meal to cook.
So, I mean, maybe you could put the kids on, on retainer as your taste testers. That'll be their first job on their resume. It's like, I was a taste tester for a New York Times best-selling cookbook author. So that's always a cool way to set people up. But so you've got three cookbooks. When you're out in the wild, out in public, which recipes do people, aside from the superhero muffins that are world famous, what are some of the recipes that people tend to tell you that they tried and they like the most?
So people love the superfood soup, which is vegan. You would love it.
Sweet.
It's loaded with veggies. Personally, I like to add some ground turkey to it, so a little extra protein, but the superfood soup is popular. We're really well known for breakfast, so that's why I wrote a whole cookbook, Rise and Run. I believe in eating first breakfast and second breakfast. I'm a 2 breakfasts a day person. So first breakfast is something small and easy to digest before you go do your morning workout. And then second breakfast is something hearty and nourishing that's going to keep you full and satiated so you're not hangry or thinking about food all day. So you're not needing to snack and constantly, I can, work through the day and not get overly tired. But I guess we're really also well known for just like the soups and the hearty salads, and the miso butter salmon that you love is one of our family favorites. And my kids really love any of the power bowls, like the power bowl recipes. So everyone can customize it in our family. We eat power bowls a couple nights a week because the kids can leave it deconstructed without the sauce, and I can load up my power bowl with rice and veggies and sauces and make it a completely different dinner without having to cook a different dinner for the kids.
No, that's good though. I mean, I love that I just like the fact that your kids are involved in it. They may not, get it now, but later on in life, it's like you start realizing like that you had such a hand in your mom's success in just being a part of that journey, and they've probably had everything that's in these cookbooks over their lives so far. So hats off to you for having them involved in that.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been awesome to see them grow up through the cookbooks. I never send Christmas cards because I'm like, well, you can just go see a picture of my family in the cookbook.
Oh my gosh, that's perfect. So like, what's next for you though? I mean, you got three New York Times best-selling cookbooks. What is next for you?
So I now lead women's running retreats all over the world. So in 2025, I'm hosting 4 retreats for women, 2 in Bend, Oregon, 1 in Zermatt, Switzerland, and 1 in Chamonix, France. So those keep me busy, and then I teach the live cooking classes every month. And then my husband and I are working on a big project, but it's still top secret. And I've been asked to write a 4th cookbook, but I'm kind of putting it on hold right now. My kids are at a really fun, sweet spot age where I want to soak up time with them, and I'm already pretty busy with the retreats.
No, I get that for sure. You mentioned Bend, Oregon, and this reminded me, completely non-running related whatsoever. But do you have a Blockbuster membership card? Because I think the last Blockbuster is in Bend, Oregon.
Someone else came up to me at the show and is like, told me they traveled all the way to Bend to go to the Blockbuster. Have lived in Bend for 9 years. I've never been to it, and he told me it's closing soon. So the last Blockbuster in the U.S. is in Bend. I've never been, but I'm going to put it on my to-do list for as soon as we get back from Austin because it's closing down, and I don't know how. I've never even stopped in.
I mean, you've seen it, right?
Yeah, I've driven past it, but
Okay.
I don't know. I guess I don't have as big of a movie affinity as most Blockbuster. It's my generation, so I should bring my kids in there because it's like a museum.
Yeah, pretty much, right.
I've actually been told that I may have seen the least amount of movies of any human because they always reference movies. They're like, "Oh, have you ever seen this movie?" I'm just like, "No, I don't know. I'm not a movie person either."
Yeah, my husband says I grew up in a black hole because I don't ever know movies or lines from movies, or I could walk past a famous actor and not even say hi.
Right. Like, did you just see Denzel? Denzel who? Yeah. No. You have to stop by a Blockbuster. Even if you just walk in, I'm sure they don't even. It's a Blockbuster. They probably don't even have like automatic doors. So when you open that door, step in and just walk back out. As long as you've done that, you should be good.
I hear they sell T-shirts, so I'll go get a T-shirt or something.
If they sell T-shirts, grab me one. I will cash app you, and I'll figure out the process. I'd like a Blockbuster shirt from that last Blockbuster. That'd be great.
What size?
Medium.
Okay. Medium.
Yes, medium. They'll know. They'll know. Thank you so much for being on the show. Congratulations on all the continued success. I can't wait to start cooking and checking out all the options, all the vegan options, and just going to work on there and testing it out on my kids.
Awesome. Yeah, I hope you guys are inspired and get in the kitchen and cook.
Oh, yeah, for sure. He
Thank
cooks all
you.
the time. Aaron cooks all the time.
I'm the best cook on this. Well, until you came up here, I was. I'm the best cook here. So
I mean, I don't know about the best. He just cooks the most. I mean, I don't cook that much because I don't want to outshine everybody else on the world and the planet. Like, if I cook, it's like okay. Sorry, go.
Let's reel him back in.
All right. So thank you so much for being on the show, and congratulations on everything. And we will see you soon.
Thank you. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you so much.
Medium.
Bye.
Yeah, I gotta cook more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and it is, you get busy and you start thinking, like, I don't have time to do this. And so you don't. And then you start buying stuff that you think is healthy, but it's, like, ordered or from a store in the freezer section.
What is your go-to meal when you really feel like cooking, like when you really feel like getting down? What are you making?
I think it's like a pasta dish. I'm probably like an angel hair pasta, like broccoli, some lemon, and, like, simple, but just, like, good for like just to get it done and move on, you know. I used to like really like cooking because it was like more like a process for me, but I have like running now, so I'm like I don't really have time for all that. But it's I like being able to throw something together quickly, and I think that these books will definitely help.
Absolutely, and having the reference point of a cookbook is always cool because we don't always want to be creative. We don't always want to have to come up with it on our own. So to be able to look through the book, find a recipe, get it done, not much ideation needed, I think that's a life hack.
Yep, 100%.
For sure. No, like I said, I've been using Run Fast, Cook Fast, Eat Slow for a couple years now, and I'm a big fan. So yeah, I think you guys will love it for sure.
Yeah, and the cool thing was that she had her kids over there laying on the bean bags and all that stuff. It was really good, and they look like some healthy kids. And with that, we're gonna bring our next guest. Our next guest is Healthy Kids Running Series. We have Dawn on the show with us. Welcome, Dawn. How are you? Good. So number one, just tell us who you are, what Healthy Kids is, and are you looking forward to the rest of this day?
Yes, so I'm with Healthy Kids Running Series. We're a national youth nonprofit getting kids outside and active and running. And this event has been really wonderful for us to just get our name out there, help people learn more about us, and connect with other people who care about whether or not more kids are running, because that's our whole mission, is to get more kids running.
For sure. So give us a little overview of how the program, how the running series works, and what demographic of children are you looking to target?
Yeah, so we have races for kids as young as 2. We start at 2. The 2 and 3-year-olds run a 50-yard dash. It is adorable.
I bet.
All the way up through middle school, and some of our programs have a high school division as well. And the distances get longer as they get older. Kindergarten, first grade runs a quarter mile, then they're half. By 4th grade, they're running a full mile every week. The goal of the program is consistency. It's a 5-week series, so it's not practice on Thursday and a game on Saturday for 16 weeks, but it's also not just a one-time thing. They're coming back week after week, and we really focus on self-improvement. Did you do better than what was your best last week? And for the little guys, those goals could be like separating from mom and dad at the start line, waiting your turn to get your bib torn, looking straight ahead, not, arms going forward, not crossing your body. And then as they get older, it's like, let's talk about pacing. Like, did you have to walk last week? How about we, don't walk, try not to walk this week, or walk fewer times. And really, saying congratulations to their teammates as they cross the finish line, saying good luck at the start line, like sportsmanship, cheering for other runners, and really just making it fun.
No, that's great. I mean, in how long? When did Healthy Kids start?
We started in 2009, so we've been
2009.
15 years, and we've had 48,000 kids run with us this year. We have
Wow.
235 locations going on this fall, and so just continuing to spread across the country.
Are they in all 50 states, or
We're in
getting there?
35 states,
35 states?
including DC and Puerto Rico.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
And
But we
so-
could be everywhere.
You could, yeah. There's kids everywhere.
Yeah.
So how do people get involved? Like, so if somebody's hearing this, they're like, I have kids, and I want them to be out there running and learning this sport without me having to be like, involved.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I have kids, so like sometimes it's better to like hand your kids to somebody else and let them teach, because it's a little easier for them, like lower barrier of like pressure,
Absolutely. And we hear that a lot from parents and families who are really active. They're nervous. How do I introduce this sport that I love to my kids in a way that it's not going to burn them out and it's not going to put too much pressure on them? And it's exactly that. Turn them over to us, and they will come to this super fun environment where they're with other kids, they're laughing, they're having a great time, and then they love it. They're like, I got a medal just like mom. I get a race bib just like mom and dad, and feel connected to the larger running community. So the best thing to do is just go on our website, type in your zip code, and all the races that are near you will pop up, and you can register right there. And if the season's not currently active, you can sign up to learn about it for when registration does open, because we do a fall season and a spring season. So every location runs the 5-week series twice a year.
And would you say this is more of an alternative to someone, let's say, competitive track and field or something like that? Maybe if parents aren't that invested in the competitive side of it, it's a way to introduce running with a lower, let's say, lower stakes. Is that kind of what we're looking at?
Definitely. I think that a lot of parents turn to us as an alternative to hyper-competitive, super time-consuming, expensive youth sports. But it also can be a complement to that. My daughter started running with Healthy Kids and joined her middle school track team. And she also plays travel soccer. And because it's a low time commitment, it's really easy to fit in around the other activities. And for some kids, yes, this is the only activity they're doing, and that's great. More kids being active is great. And there's some kids who are also doing other things. They run a 5K with their family on the weekend, but they also stick around for Healthy Kids. So it really can appeal to lots of different levels of activity.
So like 15 years in, I mean, you've seen some kids become unkids. What are some of the stories that you've heard of like first timers coming into your program and then continuing running into like high school and college?
Yeah, so my favorite story is one of our runners in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. She started running when she was 4, and she's now a junior in high school. And she received our marathon award. So this is a program we have at Healthy Kids. We've seen a pretty big drop off in participation when kids get to middle school. We don't know if it's they're busy with other activities, or it's just like they view it as kind of like this isn't cool anymore, it's for little kids. So we're really trying to encourage kids to keep going. And so Mercy Addicts in Lancaster, she got our marathon award. She has run, what it is when in 4th grade, you start running a mile, and they start keeping track of every mile they run with Healthy Kids. When they get to 26, that is after like middle of 6th grade. So they've had to stick with it for a number of years, and she kept going and going, and she runs 2 miles every week with the high school division, and she's the only one, and she runs around by herself, but she's run 65 miles with Healthy Kids, and so she got the 100K award this year, and she's not stopping. She's like, there's no award after 100K, but I'm not going to stop. I'm going to keep going until I can't go, and until I graduate and go to college.
Just name it after her.
Yeah, we could.
Anything she does for me, it's just her award for sure.
So besides from just getting kids active, talk to us about the role running plays in a growing child's life, and how it positively impacts them in areas outside of just activity and sport.
I mean, guys, the look on their faces when they cross the finish line, they're so proud of themselves. They have done, I mean, you guys are runners, you know that feeling when you try and you put in effort and it's difficult and sometimes not fun, but then at the end you're rewarded with this feeling of accomplishment, and being able to instill that in little kids so they get that feeling that I can do something difficult. This wasn't easy. I got a side stitch. I did trip and fall. I got up and I kept going, and I came back next week, and you know what? Like, I earned this medal. I earned this trophy. Like, that is a feeling and a sense of self-confidence that carries over in all other aspects of their lives. And kids love this program. I hear parents all the time are like, oh yeah, my kid's like, Mom, is it run day? Mom, is it run day? Mom, do we run today? I'm like, nope, nope, not today. But we just love that through teaching them to be outside, be active, move their bodies, have fun, it's trickling over into all other aspects of their life with that self-confidence and that, what did we say in our mission statement? We're inspiring kids to believe in themselves and live an active, healthy lifestyle.
Well, what's next then? I mean, you're in 35 states and different, just all over the place, and having a lot of great success and have touched a lot of families' lives. What's next for you all?
So, always can be in more towns. There's plenty more towns in this country that don't have a Healthy Kids program that could support one. We're always looking for community coordinators to start a program in their town. The next sort of chapter of Healthy Kids is really focusing on more underserved communities, bringing the program to kids where they don't have a lot of other options for healthy activity. We subsidize registration, we break down the barriers, we change locations, customize the times, whatever we need to do to allow that access so that families can participate. Registrations, it's only $5 in these communities, and for some of them, if you come to all 5 races, we give you the $5 back. Like, all we care about is getting the kids out there, and so that's a big thing for us. It's finding those coordinators in those underserved communities and those organizations that we can partner with, that we can bring this program to not just the suburbs where we currently mostly are.
So they can go to people who want to kind of have, hey, I want Healthy Kids to come to my community. I want to be a coordinator. They come to the website, or do you, as you're doing now, travel around and recruit? Like, what's the process?
So,
a combination of both, I assume?
Pretty much a combination of everything. Traditionally, most people just come to our website and there's a button that says start a race. And you fill out the form and we'll contact you and see if it makes sense to start a race in your community. Maybe there's one next door and it makes sense for you to help them out or something. But for most part, we can start a race pretty much anywhere. But yes, then I am also coming out here, coming to TRE, talking to local run stores. They make excellent partners for our program. As sponsors, they can come out. You can sponsor the race bib, get your logo on the race bib. You can come out, have a table at the event, hold packet pickup at your store, and so all the families are coming in, you're getting foot traffic. But we're just really encouraging everyone who loves Healthy Kids to go tell their friends how much they love Healthy Kids, and get more kids running, more kids running.
Is there something, I definitely like that part about you're just trying to figure out that change as a child gets older, like how do you keep them into the program? Like, what things have you, I'm interested to see, like, what kind of things are you going to try to figure out around that?
Well, the Marathon Award is the newest one,
okay,
and really trying to be like that carrot that, like, the little kids at the award ceremony are seeing these big kids. They get, I mean, we make such a big deal. They get a special long sleeve shirt that I ran the design past my middle schooler to be like, is this cool? Would you wear this? So it's approved. They get a trophy with their name on it, and a special medal. We just make a huge deal about it. So we're hoping that can inspire kids to keep running, but then just really focusing on some of these runner stories of the older kids, because we really are bread and butter. The most of our registrations are in first grade and below and younger, and so really focusing on some of the older kids so that the kids have someone to look up to, a role model to say, like, oh yeah, the kids in my town do this. They keep going, they keep running. Another thing that helps a lot too is that we have high school cross country teams come out and volunteer, and they help, and run clubs from running stores. The adults will come out and they'll serve as course marshals. They'll help in the finish line shoot, tearing bibs and stuff like that. And for the community and the kids to see that that running doesn't have to stop, that, a lot of youth sports running is to get in shape, or because the football coach was punishing you or something like that, and to show them that running can be just running, and that's enough, and that's really fun. That's really important.
Yeah, and you said earlier that right now, I think you said you guys are not in season. Is there a certain time of the year that Healthy Kids holds the races, or does it kind of go with the coordinator when the coordinator thinks is best?
So we do fall and spring. But the window for fall is pretty wide. We had a race in, some climates that start in August and they run 5 weeks into September. But then we have races here in Texas that I went and visited just this past Sunday because they're still running. Like San Juan is not going to finish till the first week of December. But then it comes springtime, the warm locations will start in March, but the colder, like northern Minnesota, they're not starting till the end of May because they still have snow on the ground. So we can be flexible.
And where can people find you? Like, how do they get to the point where they can help or be a part of it or donate or whatever?
HealthyKidsRunningseries.org. That's everything. There's start a race, sponsor a race, find a race, and that's where everything, you just type in your zip code and it'll all be right there.
So me being someone who is of child having age, but yet has yet to have any kids, I think I want to do this. So I'm going to go on a website.
Have a kid?
No. I'm going to go on a website, and I'm going to see if my run club wants to coordinate a running series in Detroit. I think that would be really cool.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, for sure.
We don't have anything in Detroit proper. We're a couple suburbs around Detroit, and we have some out in Grand Rapids, but we don't have anything like in Detroit. So
yeah, I want to do it. I think that'll be fun.
Yay!
Well, this is perfect.
This is great.
And thank you so much. Before we let you go, I just want to say, like, I really appreciate what you're doing for these families and these kids. I mean, like, as an adult, like you said, we've all had moments where we, like, realized something, we learned something about ourselves out there on a run, whether it was a race or a long run or whatever it is, or a workout. In giving some kids the opportunity that running isn't seen often in their communities, giving them the opportunity to learn about what running has to offer from a physical and also a mental and emotional level is super appreciated, and you're definitely helping make this world a better place.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to be out here. Any chance I have, you can tell I love this program. It is so easy to get behind seeing these kids, and I just appreciate the opportunity to give a platform to what we're doing and speak to so many people who I think could really get behind and care about what we're all about. More kids running. Get up and go.
Awesome,
Absolutely.
awesome. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's that, like, literally is changing the future.
Yeah, for sure. And the more active kids we have, hopefully the more active adults we have. Because if you introduce that routine and you introduce that activity to kids, I think they're much more likely to stick around and keep doing it as they get older. So that's definitely something that we need.
Yeah, and I like the fact that it's not a I mean, it is. I mean, you can be competitive. I mean, inside, and that's where you kind of like nurture some of that. But it sounds like a fun event. It sounds like fun events in a series where it's like some consistency there, and it's like you said, low stakes. So it's a little harder for a child to like develop a negative experience around running, because that's what you hear a lot of times is like people stop running because like their coaches were just so tough, or it was a punishment or whatever. And these kids are starting off early with like, no, running's fun. It's cool. It's fine.
I think I would absolutely do a whole campaign about just showing the 2-year-olds getting after it, and saying, look at this, sign up now, because I think that would be awesome. Just just clips of 2-year-olds just tearing down the field.
Are you tired of your kids running around your house? Bring them on down to Healthy Kids. I mean, straight up, for real. But yeah, next we have a brand that was on the show last year as well. We have Stephanie from OS First. Please come on up. We will be giving you a good round of applause here from the PR Project gang. Thank you so much for being on the show again.
Hi.
How are you?
Hi, thank you guys so much for having us back. We're really excited. I actually brought gifts.
Oh my! See, this is why we had you back.
All right, pass it down.
All right.
This is yours, guys. Pass it down.
Gary's reading this.
Yes, I'm making sure I'm going to say it right.
Gary's reading this. Go ahead, Gary. Read what you see.
We did a pre-interview, and I thought that OS First is coming out with some wicked socks.
Wicked.
And then I was quickly corrected that it's wicked.
It's actually both.
Okay,
it's
great.
Both. Mm-hmm.
Because of me?
No, just because of wordplay. So actually, we're a North Carolina-based company. I grew up in Massachusetts, and
Massachusetts,
so
wicked.
Yeah, wicked. So the
Wicked
wicked
smart
awesome
kid.
guy, and they're moisture wicking. They're durable, and so when we were coming up with a name, a lot of these names are taken. It is very hard to copyright a name these days. I don't know if you guys understand. Very expensive.
I got an idea on that one. Just name them all. Tommy socks.
Tommy socks. You got to endorse him for life then.
Okay.
Sure.
So anyway.
Cool. So no, didn't come here for notes, but thanks. To I'm joking. I'm joking.
Yes,
I play. No, so they're moisture wicking. They're actually 5 times more moisture wicking than other socks on the market, and we have the receipts to prove it. And so when we came up with the name, we were like, what's moisture wicking? You know, how do you talk about moisture in a fun way? And here we are, Wicked Comfort. They're also durable. We understand socks are getting more expensive. They're getting more expensive to make. And so we want to make sure that all of our socks give a real value for everyone who's going to use them and wear them.
Nice, nice. And so just give us a little bit of background on the company, though. So if someone hasn't heard of OS First, you know, when was it started, and what's that journey been like?
Yeah, it's been crazy. So our company started in compression bracing for plantar fasciitis. We patented lifting and stretching the plantar fascia, or the ligament basically right here, the tendon that runs down here. We compress it with compression and help get that heel pain out of there. And so we took our medical grade zones of compression and we applied it to elbow sleeves, calf sleeves, socks, you name it. If you can compress it, we make something for it. And then we branched out into socks. You know, there's a lot of performance socks out there, and I'm not going to, you know, pretend like they're bad socks. But what we bring to the table is something a little different. We add purpose. So you think about runners. There's a ton of shoe brands, and runners have their favorite because it's the best for their foot, right? And so we try and make a sock that matches all of those needs. We have thin socks. We have maximum cushion socks. We have compression. We have no compression. All of it with performance features like moisture wicking, getting the blisters away, you know, not having blisters, double tab, left-right specific, all the good stuff. And we really built out a whole collection. So this year we're talking about our brand. Finally, we're not only launching socks this year, but we're really kind of relaunching our brand story. We're coming up on 10 years. And so it's been really exciting.
That's awesome. And this is my first year at TRE, but obviously you guys have been here before and you've had the experience. So expand a little more on that brand story that you want to tell while you're here and let us know why it's important to you guys.
Yeah, so we are calling our brand story Run on Purpose, right? We have socks with purpose, we have compression bracing, and we feel like it speaks to not only obviously the nerdy technical stuff about our product that I just talked to you guys and your eyes kind of glazed over, but also the fun stuff.
I'm locked in. I love socks.
I know. I tease. But it's really about the purpose of this whole community, right? Independent run specialty retailers are the bread and butter of what makes local running communities. They're the ones who are bringing the new, latest innovative product. They're the ones holding the bar runs. They're the one donating to the charities. And so we really feel like having purposeful community business connections is a part of our story as well. And then on top of that, if you've ever run electively, you have to have some sort of purpose behind that, right? You don't go and run because, you know, you want to chafe. You know, you run because you have a deep, deep purpose. You have something inside of you that you're connecting with that's propelling you forward. And so this year, we're talking about running on purpose. And throughout the year, we'll be engaging with our retailers, doing community activations, doing free sock fittings. And it's going to be really fun. It's going to be a really good year for OS First.
You said you didn't come here for notes, but that could be a nice campaign. You didn't start running to chafe, you know?
You didn't start running to chafe.
Yeah, there you go.
Neither did I.
But so like for, you know, obviously every time I've gone into a run specialty shop, I see OS First. And what has that been like, the reception from the running community, specifically the run retail shops?
Man, the run retailers are the best group of people ever. I think they really buy into our socks with purpose. They buy into how our socks help them tell their own story. You know, we all know about online shopping, and what retailers really have to offer beyond the community impact is runners can go into their local shop and get fitted. They can get an insole, they can get a sock, they can get a shoe that's going to make them the best kind of active person. It doesn't even have to be running. It could be walking. It could be whatever. So the retailers have been great. We've built out a great sock wall together, a great program, and we're actually going to start a committee this year of retailers looking at the fit process, looking at how socks and insoles and shoes play together, and how, despite the growing number of challenges that our independent retailers face, that we can come together and figure out the best way to maintain that fit process and it not be a brand preaching, right, to a retailer. We want the retailers to be involved. So we're really excited about that.
That's great. And as the world's most foremost advocate for crew socks, I see you. We're on our call. You said these crew socks. This is a newer addition to your range. So I personally want to say thank you so much, because if it was only ankle socks, I don't know if I would be able to get down with it. But you made the crew socks maybe just for me. So
they were definitely just for you.
But the Wicked wasn't for me. That's fine.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gary.
That's cool.
The Wicked actually was for you. I just didn't want to admit it publicly. No, so crew socks are obviously great for trail runners. Historically, anybody who's running through bramble needs something a little over their ankles. As an elder millennial, it was really hard for me to let go of the no-show, but we heard Gen Z loud and clear. And so we took our best-selling sock, we added stripes on top, because I hear that that's cool. And now it's available in crew.
I hear that that's cool.
I hear it's cool.
What the kids say?
It's what the youths. The
Yeah,
youths.
yeah.
They're into tall socks, and so we brought them, and it's been received well. I mean, I had to fight our sales reps for these samples.
Really?
Oh,
like they wanted them.
Like we're running out of samples
Okay.
at TRE.
Wow.
We give away free socks at TRE.
she had
Another
to get
reason to
violent
come.
with the reps. She
Yeah.
had to get violent.
Yeah.
We love a dynamic and responsive brand though. That's awesome. We
I thought you were gonna say you like a violent brand. I mean, that too.
Sometimes you got. I mean,
Yeah.
Our product development is based. I'm going to pivot for PR reasons. Our product development is really based on innovation, and it's led by our customer feedback, not only the end user customer, but the retailer customer. And so that's why we continue to innovate.
Yeah. So actually, that's a good point. I mean, what's one of the things that you've changed in the process or in the final product that was like a loud piece of feedback from your customers?
Yeah. So I'll go back to bracing, which is a little less sexy than socks. But our compression bracing, we started out with, it has a silicone band. Our knee brace has a silicone band that goes across your thigh, and it's supposed to help it keep in place. Well, if you're a thick girly like me, sometimes that band needs to be a little more adjustable. And so now everything that has a band, our elbow sleeve and our knee sleeve has an adjustable band. And so that's like a really easy way. We have, if you don't know what turf toe is, it's something that a lot of did you have turf toe?
No, I just watch a lot of football.
Oh, okay.
And that was very common in football for a long time, was turf toe.
It sounds terrible.
It made some of the strongest, greatest athletes that I've ever heard of cry like babies.
Okay.
So it's
Got it.
very painful from what I hear.
Going back to the violence. So we have a turf toe sleeve, and that was built because we had a podiatrist who loved our brand and said, hey, the solutions for turf toe are they're not attainable. You can't really use your foot. You can't use your regular shoes. And worked with our founder to create a turf toe brace. And so those are some of the nerdy technical stuff, but then it goes back to even colorways. If people, that's been my number one ask because, as we've established, I'm not a very cool elder millennial. And so I've been asking the retailers and especially the younger folk coming through, what do you guys want to see? What do you guys want out of a brand? Because that's why we're here. We're here in service of them and their business and the end user.
What's one of the things you are excited about as a brand in 2025?
Oh, gosh. New colors, definitely. Having more crew socks, so we look a little more on trend. That's exciting. Product development, and then getting out there with our Run on Purpose story and continuing to push people back to their local retailer. I think we've hit a really important stride, and there's nowhere to go but up.
For sure. And before we let you go, my parents would always tell me no question is a stupid question, except the one that you're about to ask. So what does the name OS First mean? Where does it come from? Because I've seen it, but I don't have the backstory on it.
So I love this question. It stands for our socks, sleeves, and services first. So it's what we prioritize, our innovative socks, sleeves, and services I wanted it to be our stuff first because that's easier to say, but I got outvoted. So it's our socks, sleeves, and services first, and that is exactly what we do. We are innovative socks, sleeves, and service.
I'm going to tell him you said it's our stuff first.
Our stuff first. Go for it. I mean, I think it's
that'll be the clip that we pull for the.
Great.
That'll be the
Thanks.
one clip we
Looking
show.
forward to be employed by y'all.
I know, yeah, we're hiring. Well, thank you so much for being on the show. It's the 2-year, second year for you guys, and we hope to make it 3 next year.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
thank you for the socks.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you all very,
Christmas
very
came early.
Exactly.
Yes.
Socks.
Exactly.
Yes, happy holidays. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Crew socks.
Love crew socks. Also, I think that was our most comedic timing was.
I could tell she was from
Chef.
I could tell she was from Massachusetts with the sense of humor. It was great.
Yeah. Very smart.
Yeah.
Alecky.
Yeah. I'm like, dang. I'm sorry you didn't come here to take notes. Fine. You know, I think I got some good ideas, but I guess
No,
I'll
you
just
don't, actually.
keep them to myself next time.
We don't pay you for ideas, brother.
Yeah. Wait. Yesterday, ideas were made the world go around. Now it's like just
when
not
they come
your,
from Mark Sisson, but when they come from Tommy Runs,
just not your ideas.
just
bruh.
read the prompter.
All right, come on, Ron Burgundy, read the prompter. But next up, we have people that are very near and dear to our hearts for these last 2 days for sure. We have Sir Nutrition on the show. Sir Nutrition is the sponsor, is the nutrition sponsor for PR Projects TRE Live here at the running event 2024. We have Jessica and Luke with us today, and let's get into all things Sir Nutrition. How are y'all doing?
Hey, we're doing well. Happy to be here.
Well, I'm happy to have you here, for sure. How are you feeling?
Great to see you, Tommy, Gary again, and meet you, Aaron.
So,
Great
like,
to meet you.
so how has we'll start with that. How has TRE been for you guys so far?
Oh, it's been great. We've had so many just really great conversations with people really from all over the place, and it's been a great opportunity for us just to talk about our brand and what we've had in the marketplace and now what we're bringing.
Well, this is my first year at the show, so this has been pretty cool for me. And what I like as a product developer is getting feedback from people as they come to the booth. They tell you, like, this product is great. If we were to see another version of it, we may like to see, like, freeze-dried blueberries or, like, a coffee flavor of your meal shake. So it gives me ideas for what real consumers are looking for rather than my own bias after being in the industry for so long.
Tommy would definitely like coffee flavored anything. He's a connoisseur of coffee.
Oh yeah, thank you.
So
thank you.
Cold brew coffee? Does it have to be cold brew?
I mean, can you freeze dry cold brew?
You can make it instant, yeah.
All right, let's do
put
this.
it right there in the
Can we
feel a
call it the
collab
Tommy?
coming on here.
Can we call it the Tommy, the Crunchy Tommies?
I like it.
I'm sensing a theme. You're looking to get some branding with a
just
lot of
want-
your interviewees today.
Right. I just want my name in as many places as possible.
I think Crunchy Tommy is the way to go.
Crunchy Tommies is the way to go. Can you tell us a little bit about the history of the brand? Where do we start, and how do we get here?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are a plant-based supplement nutrition company, and really we try to take the benefits of plants and how do we make them easier for athletes to consume. Our first product is called Alt Red. It's a nitric oxide booster, beetroot extract. Beets are great. Lots of athletes are using these types of products, but you might not be going and drinking a quart of beet juice in the middle of your marathon or something. So how can we harness those benefits? We were very, very diligent to put that in the smallest capsule we possibly could, and that's been a real winner for us over the years. And now it's like, how do we grow it? What else can we do? So we've a lot of stuff in the supplement space. Now some of the stuff we're seeing here is more in the nutrition space.
And Luke here is a runner, so he knows pretty well what runners are looking for. And I think it's important that we approach this from what we think is good, what we think consumers are looking for, what's healthy. And it's a great part about being part of a small team, too, is you kind of get to have your own love that you're bringing to the brand and your own personal feeling for what you think is right. And that's what we're doing here today.
Yeah, we spend a ton of time at a lot of events, competing at events, just showing up as spectators, and it's just so great to talk to the athletes, right? And really see what people are looking for, and how can we maybe bring something a little bit different? How can we innovate on other things that are out there, and just have really great fueling options for athletes?
For sure. And you said you started out with the Alt Red, the extract, beet extract, and you went on from there. Could you give us a overview of the different products that you guys offer and how to use them?
Yeah, so I mean, right now we have a We have the Alt Red product. We have another beetroot supplement as well. It's just an organic beetroot. We have a really, really great joint support product. So I don't know about y'all, but there's some mornings I wake up, you're putting in those miles and you're a little creaky and you're kind of, maybe wobbling out of bed in the morning. That's a phenomenal product. We have an immunity product, and super excited at the running event this year to debut some really new stuff. Don't burn your fingers. This is hot off the press here. Everyone here, this is like the first time anyone's seen this. So with the freeze-dried fruit and organic meal shake.
Yeah, so just tell us a little bit, like, what's that like process look like to get to, the crunchy strawberries? Like, how many different iterations? Is it just like straightforward, or like how do you figure this part out to get this to the finishing product?
Yeah, you would think strawberries would be easy. Nothing's easy. We've been going to events the last year or so with the freeze-dried fruit specifically, and just sampling with athletes, seeing what their thoughts are on it, which has been really, really great feedback. And it's just something different that people haven't seen or haven't been used. If you're not familiar, it's just strawberries. These are just mangoes. All we do is take the water out of it. There's nothing else added, but it still has that natural sugar, so it's got some good sweetness, some good crunch, and it's just a fun alternative.
Yeah, I think I mentioned this to you yesterday when we were setting up the table, because you guys are our sponsor for days 1 and 2, that the freeze-dried mango tastes like, has the texture of a Lucky Charms marshmallow, but like with some flavor.
Yeah.
And I think that if that's how you describe it to folks, anybody who grew up in the 90s or 80s,
or 70s,
and had sugary sweet cereal, will appreciate that they can still kind of get that texture, but with a lot more flavor and a lot more healthier.
A lot healthier.
Yeah, there is no added sugar. It's literally just pulling the moisture out, and I'm sure the engineers back home would want to shake me for oversimplifying the process, but you're really just getting the fruit. It's dried up and it's ready, and it's shelf stable for a lot longer than if you had a fresh carton of fruit at home.
Yeah, I mean, you can't tell everybody all the secrets of how to get it to this perfect process right here. But I mean, what's been like the feedback? Like you said, you've been coming to these events. What's the feedback from folks in person, and then the retail shops? Because I mean, this whole TRE literally is surrounded around the local run shops that are here to check out new products and new shoes, clothes, and nutrition. What's the feedback from them?
Yeah, it's been really positive. It's been really, really fun to see people try some of this for the first time, and you kind of see their eyes light up. It's a crunchy strawberry, it's a crunchy mango. It might be different than what you've had before. Kind of where we come from is how do we fill out the pantry? So a lot of our other products, Alt Red, maybe that's the triathlete mom in the household who's doing Ironmans, and she might be the only person using that product. And with some of these new products, I think they fit everyone in the household. So for example, with the freeze-dried fruit, it's a really great snack if you're going for a bike ride, you're going for a hike. You can also throw it in your kid's lunchbox. I have a 3-year-old daughter, and I can't tell you how many of these bags she's gone through already.
Do you see this? I mean, have you seen this like in the ultra space or the trail running space? I mean, because that as some of these longer races, they're eating as they go. Have you seen some feedback from that?
Yeah. And again, a lot of it is in those spaces specifically is just looking for something different, right? I mean, how many times you're doing these events and it's like, oh my gosh, another one of these goos, or whatever it is. So just to kind of diversify and mix it up and get some different flavors.
So we've talked about the crunchy mangoes and the crunchy strawberries, but we also have the organic milkshake, and I see you brought.
Is that a gift for us?
Are the shots?
Are we doing
that's
shots?
Insane.
You want to taste it?
Yeah.
Live? Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you want to taste it? Let's not get canceled, but yes, let's give this a go.
This is the PR project, ladies and gentlemen.
Could you give us a little backstory on the milkshake and how it's used and what's in it? Or that's that's your product. Let's hear it.
So this is a plant-based, it's fully vegan product. It's 23 grams of protein. We predominantly drove the protein content from pea, but there's also naturally occurring protein from other ingredients in the product as well. For a full serving, you're getting 2 servings of fruits and vegetables. So I want you think of it as if you were making a very well-balanced plate of food at home, getting your protein, getting your dietary fiber, your vitamins, and just making it instantized, putting it in a powder, making it taste delicious in chocolate. We also added some date for sweetener, so we thought that that was a really nice complement to the chocolate flavor. And I've sampled a lot of protein powders and meal replacements in the market, and there are really good ones out there, I will say, but in my opinion, I think this might be the best one yet.
Well,
thank you.
Gentlemen.
All right, cheers to a wonderful.
Wait, you have to ask a question so they can talk while we're drinking.
Okay.
Well, okay, and then we'll do the cheers. Ask a question, Gary.
So what is this mixed with? Is this just mixed with water, or did you put like is this
good
like or
Good
oat
question,
milk
good
or
question.
almond milk in it? Like right now.
This is an oat milk.
Oat milk.
Yeah.
Okay,
great.
Oh, good. Yeah, I can drink it. I was going to go for it anyway. Thank you, Gary, for saving me there. Cheers to a successful TRE and TRE Live, and thank you to Sir
cheers.
Nutrition. Cheers.
As Luke said, this is hot off the press as well. This was manufactured, I think we wrapped it up
Okay,
about
I'm with
a week ago, so it's super fresh.
I'm with it. I'm with it.
It will be organic certified when it hits the market. It's vegan.
I like that it has 23 grams of protein in it, though, because as runners, and I mean people that work out, fitness in general, we want that post-run meal or shake. And we want it to taste good. We don't want it to be like super sugary, because that's the problem with me. Is like I'll go on a run and then pass by a store and then pick up like a shake from in the store, and it's got protein in it, but it's got a lot of other stuff in there as well. So something like this is great.
You can't get away from recommendations for protein, but don't sleep on dietary fiber, because that's really important for your energy reserves, to control your blood sugar. So that's another reason behind why we formulated this way. We used 12 grams of fiber just from fruits and vegetables, nothing synthetic. So we think that it's important for you to consider that aspect of your macronutrition needs as well.
And to kind of back up a little bit and talk a little more about the brand story, why is being plant-based so important to the brand and to Sir Nutrition?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that just comes from our background and what we've always done. That's what we know, right? So how can we be really authentic with the information we have, all the ingredients available to us, and then really learn what consumers and what athletes are looking for that we can apply these to?
It's also great for the planet when you think about it. A lot of these materials are made from, I would call them upcycled ingredients that were byproducts of juice manufacturing. Some of the ingredients in our fiber blend are byproducts of traditional juice manufacturing or baby carrot production. So, it's making use of usable material and putting them in a product for human health.
We would call that closing the loop. Closing the loop and not wasting, the things that we have available to us. So that's awesome. We love environmentally friendly brands and environmentally friendly companies that think about that. So and you don't think about that much in the food space. It's like, okay, is this sustainable? But as we know, cows and just factory farming does so much negative to our environment. So to have a food specialty or a supplement specialty company focused on that's really cool. And that's I wasn't expecting that, so that's really cool.
Good for you, good for the planet.
100%. So like was TRE's almost over, and you are the title, basically the title sponsor for TRE Live. What is was it a success for you? Did you have a good time these last couple of days? And also, like, are you walking away with like this was good, we achieved what we needed to?
Yeah. Does anyone come here and not have a good time?
I mean, I shouldn't. When I said, I'm like, of course, you had a good time.
Yeah, it was. I love talking to people. Right, this is great. Sitting down, talking with y'all. We had so many great conversations at the booth. Yeah. People come up and they really want to learn. They want to see what these products are, and it's really fun to talk to them. I mean, this is a labor of love. This is what we do, right? A lot of time went into this, and it's fun to have those conversations and educate people and also learn from them. What are they looking for? Helps us continue to advance the products that we're making. It's phenomenal. It's really good.
What's next?
Whew. Flavors, right? We starting off with chocolate. Where do we go from there?
Coffee.
Coffee.
Vanilla,
Done.
probably. Yeah.
Birthday cake.
You tell us. Tell us what people
All of a
want.
sudden, everything we start adding this up, like it's more and more unhealthy, every option.
We'll
But
keep our email open. You tell us what people want.
oh, please don't say that. I'll be firing emails over.
So when does this come on the market? So when do the fruit and the shakes When can we start buying those online or in stores?
Yeah, great question. So the fruit will be available beginning of the year, come January, and the meal shake will be available February.
Awesome. And if people want to find the current products and also the upcoming products, where can they find those?
Yeah, search our website, Sir Nutrition, sir.co.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us on the show, and then thank you for bringing out the taste testers. And then, honestly, just, thank you for sponsoring these 2 days. We've had a really great time testing the products while we're up here, but then also just being able to say the name over and over to make sure that, people understand that, it's not, it's cool to hear a newer name to the industry, but then not just new, but like involved in like really trying to push forward and make sure that the name, but also high quality products are out there.
Yeah, thank you. This has been it's been a great time.
Thank you so much. Man, yeah. So you can't take this. She was gonna try to take this with her. This is staying with me. I'm leaving here with something.
I'm from around the way.
I'm from around the way. But no, number one. That was good.
That was good.
That was
I
good.
meant to tell them, shout out to your, as a graphic designer, shout out to your artists that put these cool little crunchy mangoes and crunchy strawberries on the pack, because it's inviting. It's talking to you. It's like, hey, buddy, come here, crunchy strawberry. And yeah, those little touches really go a long way in the process. So shout out to Sir Nutrition for holding us down and also, feeding the world. They're the only company that brought sustenance for us. So.
Man,
we are alive thanks to Sir Nutrition.
If anybody else brought anything to us, we're not taking it, because Sir Nutrition is the sponsor for the 2 days. I don't care what y'all bring me. Gary, so I've got kids, you got kids. I mean, I feel like this is gonna. I'm gonna present this to the children.
Oh, my 9-year-old took that bag of mangoes down. Like
How
I said, hey, try this, and she snatched it out of my hand and ran to the other room. 5 minutes later, I said, hey, where's that bag?
That bag is in the trash.
What bag?
What bag?
She saw that mango smiling at her, and she said, that's my buddy.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I feel like it's like you said, the packaging. It doesn't scream. I'm a health snack. You know what I'm saying? Why did I do the voice? I don't know.
Do it again.
I'm healthy.
I'm healthy. Don't forget to bring it down.
All right.
I think we're getting a little unhinged, bro. We've been up here for quite some time.
But yeah, so honestly, and seriously, thanks so much, Sir Nutrition, for sponsoring the day 1, day 2. That's a big deal, and I'm really glad we're able to have him and talk to him towards the end of this whole process. Next up, we have a return guest.
Not only a return guest.
A very important guest.
A very important.
Last year's Store of the Year.
Last year's Store of the Year, and their backup, Palmetto Running Company. Carrie, the co-owner, is here on the show, on the stage. Welcome back to Palmetto Running.
What's up, guys?
How
Honored
are
to
you?
Be here.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you guys?
We are hanging in there. You just witnessed us almost unravel live on TV.
It's getting time. It's like the silly season for the end of the show.
It's the end of the show.
Yeah.
That's when people just start getting loopy.
Yeah.
I get it. And also, my kids would crush those. So
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, for sure. So, look, talk to us. Okay, what is Palmetto Running? Where are you all at? And why are y'all here?
So, co-owner of Palmetto Running Company. We're based in Hilton Head, South Carolina. We have 2 locations, one on Hilton Head Island and one in Bluffton, which is the mainland that you drive through to get to the island. Hilton Head is one of the top tourist destinations in the country, which is really cool. I'm not from there originally. Hilton Head and Bluffton is very much a place made up of transplants, people that have grown up everywhere and just kind of found a nice, calm, we call it the slow country. So I don't know if you've heard of the low country before. That's the area we live in, but we like to call it the slow country. So growing up in New York, the change of pace is very nice. So we love it there. As you were saying, we were Store of the Year last year, which was really cool. It was an insane honor. We've been super lucky the last few years. We've gotten some sort of award or recognition on that last night, and it has just been amazing and a wild journey. I only came into the industry in 2018, so we've done a lot in that time, and so to kind of cap it all off with winning Store of the Year was just not only really fulfilling for myself and my brother and our dad. It's a family-owned business, but for our team, because we've grown so much in the last couple of years. We've exponentially expanded our team, and we could never have done it without them.
And what do you attribute that to? I mean, congratulations on always being nominated.
Thank you.
But what do you attribute that part to?
The winning the number one.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah,
Man.
being good. What do
Being
you
good. How are you so good?
Being the best. There's a lot, it's, I tell people like how much time you got, but what I will say is the two things that are the most important to us, the first being sustainability and environmentalism are a top value for us. We have always curated the products that we carry in our space all have an environmental story behind them. It's just something that myself and my brother are very passionate about as millennials, as parents. We need to make a change. This is a industry that is primarily made up of oil-based products, and we just don't feel comfortable with that. So we started making a change in the products we carry. We make efforts out in the community. We're not just talking the talk, we're walking the walk. And we're inspiring people to get active through environmental initiatives. Beyond that, we pride ourselves on being a business that leads with our values. We are very transparent about who we are, what we care for, and what we stand up for. And we're not afraid to use our voices. Being in the South and not originally being from the South, we differ in a lot of ideals from our communities, and we are not afraid to speak up for that because we think that it's important that we create a safe space for everyone in our community to be able to come in, be comfortable, and be active together.
Yeah, and you talked about your values. You talked about being purposeful. I think my favorite thing about Palmetto Running Company is that it's women-led, and you employ a lot of women, and you make it a priority to give a voice to women in the running space. So talk to us about why that is important to you. I mean, it's pretty obvious, but could you give us a little background on why that's so important to you?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's funny to have watched this evolution of our store being started by my brother and our dad, and it is now 95% of our staff is female, and we are just this amazing, strong group of women, and being just a total pure feminist as I am, it is just so empowering to bring on like-minded women and collaborate together, and we are just such a strong team. We all complement each other so well. We're able to run an incredibly efficient business and provide the best possible service together, but I literally could not do it without these incredible women on my team, like Tammy, who you guys spoke with last year, our general manager. She is my person.
She's the best.
She is the best, so.
Well, you're the best too.
Oh,
Yes.
thanks.
Yeah.
We're all the best at PRC.
Yes.
So, the run specialty, just business in general, brick and mortar, had a tough time, obviously around COVID as well, around COVID and after. What's one of the things that, you all learned as a company during that time that you feel has, pushed you in the direction that you are now?
Yeah, for sure. It was a huge push for change for us because an interesting fun fact that some people, but not a lot of people know about me is I am not a runner, which is wild because I own a running store. But I get active in other ways. And through COVID, so many new runners or people that were active in other ways than running were finding us because they were getting outside and they were appreciating the outdoors. And we wanted to be able to cater more to that consumer. And we learned, thankfully, we were on trend because that is kind of what the rise was in run specialty after COVID. It's just all these new people coming into the sport. And so it kind of really changed our business model.
I want to get to it before I forget. We talked on our pre-interview about this amazing program you're doing for the local high schools, cross-country and track teams, with like a mile race for everybody.
Yeah.
In both store areas, correct?
Yeah.
Can you talk about that a little bit?
So this was probably the most fun project we worked on this year, and it kind of ties into COVID. Sports shut down. We lost our connection with the high school runners, the high school athletes, and in order to really just support them in the biggest possible way that we could, we partnered with Brooks and we created something called Project SC, so Project South Carolina. I have to give Nicole Wood a shout out for this. This was all her idea. She was an incredible rep. But what we did was we brought together everyone in our community and we just did run your fastest mile. We did different heats and we had everybody just come and sprint their fastest that they could. And the cheer section was wild. The whole time it was incredible, the vibes that were out there. And we had kids that were like elementary school, middle school to like 80 years old out there running together. And it was just so fun. And through that, we were able to raise $5,000 for our local track and cross country teams, which was just incredible. And we even allowed the people that registered to pick which school they wanted their donations to go to.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
I was saying, I think we were talking about, we want to come down and do this. Like, I would love
We would love
do
to
that.
have you guys at that. That would be incredible. So we do it where we are, and then we go to our friends at Runnin' in Greenville, South Carolina, and we do the exact same thing there a week later. So it was so fun. We made such a big impact, and we went hard with it. It was really cool.
That's great. I want to know more about the community. Obviously, you guys are a pillar in the low country running community. How is the running community in Hilton Head and the surrounding areas? I know we've talked to people from Colorado, and Colorado is a very almost pro-dominant scene when it comes to running. So how is the running community in your area?
So we have a huge range of runners. We have predominantly casual runners that are just going on their daily runs, but we have an incredible amount of ultra athletes, triathletes, because we have the majority of the terrains. It's just very flat where we are, so no mountains, but the best beaches to run on possible. And because it's nice year-round where we live, I feel very spoiled, but you can run outside every day of the year. It's absolutely beautiful, minus the few hurricanes we have, but that's it.
So yeah, we have a story about that. Tommy's mom she lives in Savannah, which is not
Oh,
far
that's so
from
cool.
you.
Yeah, it's
And-
only 30 minutes away.
Yeah, and a few years ago.
Let me take 22 seconds before I forget this.
Okay, go
I just
ahead.
want to say happy birthday to my mom. Today's her
Happy
today's her birthday today. I've been meaning to
Happy
say it all
birthday,
day
Miss
long.
Bailey.
She just turned whatever age she just turned, and I'm sure she's watching. But happy birthday, Mom. I love you.
Yeah, so we were visiting Tommy's beautiful mother, and she and we like, okay, it's November. We get to run in Savannah. We get to get away from this cold weather in Michigan. We'll go down to Savannah. We'll run a half marathon. It'll be fun. And unfortunately, a tropical storm came through, and we got rained on. It was raining sideways. It got a little windy on us. We stood at the starting line for quite a bit of time. So, yeah, other than that, I'm sure it's beautiful to run in the low country.
Basically, August through October is just a little, you never know.
just a little touch and go.
this was November. What was it? It was like tropical storm Wanda.
Oh,
Do you
yes,
remember that one?
Wanda, yes.
Yeah. We remember Wanda as well.
Yes.
She's not a friend.
She was not a friend at all that day, and I was like, you know what, I'm never coming back here again. And haven't been back to Savannah since. No, I haven't. So like so you have the community obviously, and you're doing a lot of things in the community. And what's like one of the things that I always look for like moments of change. So like what's one of the events and things that you've done like that struck you personally that was like, okay, here's what we're changing because of something that happened or you heard someone say, because sometimes people's like little comments that they think mean nothing, mean a lot to you.
Yeah. We really just lean into creating events that are inviting in an inclusive and diverse space where we are. We want to be empowering to everyone that shops at our store and everyone that comes to our events. So we make sure to try to have something for everyone that celebrates everyone, and that we are always giving back to our community. Everything that we do, proceeds go directly to a local charity. And we think that that's so important, that the local community is why we do what we do, and it's why we even survive. Without them, without their support, we wouldn't be here. So it's so important that we utilize the platform that we have as business owners to give back and to spotlight other local businesses. So we really just love linking with other local organizations. One of our great organizations we work with the most is the Outside Foundation, who is all about just getting kids outside. They do great things from kayaking, oyster reef building. They help with our plogging, like trash cleanups while we're running. And so we do a huge Earth Day activation with them. And what we do is we activate every school in the area. We challenge them to pick up as much trash as they can before Earth Day during the entire month of April. And then the school that made the biggest impact, not necessarily the weight of trash, but just they had the most volunteers, they made the biggest difference in their area, we award a grant to go back into their school and make a difference when it comes to environmentalism. So that's something that's really near and dear to my heart, because not only are we starting a habit early with kids, but we're exposing them to a sport they maybe not have thought of doing before.
Yeah, for sure. And you're here in Austin, you're being a megaphone for the brand, but you get to go back and you get to do the work. The running specialty stores are the lifeblood of the running community. So let us know what's next for Palmetto Running. What can we look forward to in 2025 and beyond?
Man, so we are really excited for 2025, mostly because we get to just focus on doing what we do best. We spent this whole last year building out a new space. So we relocated our original location to a space that's 3 times the size. And when I say we built it out, we actually built it out. We put our team to work. We built every single fixture in that store ourselves. And it was the most fun but very stressful summer of my life. So I'm excited to just bask in this beautiful store and make it even better.
Yeah, I've put a couple bookshelves together from IKEA, and that's tough, and they have directions and everything. But so I feel for you.
Yes.
But thank you so much for being on the show. And congratulations on all the success. And we will be seeing you tonight at the dinner. And
that's right.
We are wishing you luck.
Thank you so much. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
It's nice to have a few brands that have been back 2 in a row. That have been back on the show twice. And it is really cool to see like someone that's like super passionate about the industry, but about like change in the world that they exist in, you know?
Yeah, and we see a lot of companies that have come up here and say, we are purpose-driven. And I think sometimes when you get so big or you get to a certain level, it's corporate red tape and it's different things that may keep you from carrying out some of that purpose-driven stuff. So to see companies say, this is important to us and this is how we are impacting it, that it speaks volumes to me. Because sometimes you might be putting your values over maximizing profits, and that's what we need more of. We need more people who are willing to invest in the community, and that doesn't just mean, hey, come buy our shoes, or hey, come buy the merchandise, but also, here, this is what we're doing to give back to you.
100%.
Yeah, and not only that, just to see and hear the passion of her and then from Tammy from last year, you know they 100% believe what they're saying, which makes it even like better because they believe in the work that they're doing, and it shows. And it's really fun to see.
100%, 100%. And let's bring up our next guest. Our next guest is also a return guest to the show. You've seen this brand in every store, in every run retail specialty store probably in the world. It's Maurten. How are you doing, Brian?
Great, Tommy. Thanks for having me back. And, you know, we got to start with some fire. Other brands give a high five, but we give a more 10. So can we all come in? Can we all come in for more? It's like an amen in church, but we do a more 10. So can I say, can I get a more 10?
More 10. More 10.
More 10. More 10. There we go. There we go. Well, Tommy, I insist on always coming at 3:15 on the Thursday because we want to finish on a high note and cure that 3:30-itis. And you know me, I'm always high on my own supply, but I brought some calf gels and some solids. So guys, hit that 3:30-itis.
Okay.
Do yourself a solid and have a Maurten solid, or
do yourself a solid.
You're on it, bro. Do yourself a solid. Have a Maurten solid.
Fantastic.
Maurten. I mean, I'm excited.
Don't forget the good Mortons and the emails.
We saw him the other day. We're like, hey, he's like, good Maurten. I'm like, oh, you gotta chill out. All right, so just tell us a little bit about, for the folks that don't know about Maurten, tell them what it is and what to expect.
Yeah, you know, Maurten is a technology company, and it's great to be here at TRE with all of the other brands, and really you can see the difference with Maurten is, you know, we are very minimal in our presentation and really present ourselves as a technology. We don't lead with color, we don't lead with flavor, we really lead with this idea of innovation and technology. My CEO always asks me, Brian, who are our competitors? And I think it's really easy to rattle off the other nutrition brands, but I say to him, no, Olaf, it's Apple, it's Tesla, it's these innovation brands that really are our competitors. He says, exactly, right? Because that's where Maurten, it doesn't have an aid at the end of it. It doesn't have a nutrition at the end of it. It doesn't say energy at the end of it. Maurten is, yes, nutrition today, but it's really a brand about removing athlete limitations and human limitations. If there's a limitation out there to remove, Maurten wants to be there. So cutting edge innovation, really grounded in research as well. And that's why you can see here the product line here, it's really only six to seven SKUs, right? So we're not out to fill a shelf, we're out to fill a need and really looking at what are the problems that athletes are facing. And if we can create a product to solve that, we will. But otherwise, yeah, we're going to be very strict on just making sure that if we're going to play in a space, we're not just going to go to show up and make noise. We're going to go to deliver a win.
That's a great pitch. And my mind just connected when you said we're a technology company. I said, wow, Maurten is the Apple of sports nutrition. It kind of clicked as soon as you said that. So that makes a lot of sense. The branding is minimal, but it's very iconic. And it's not a legacy company, but I think when you see it on the shelf, you know exactly who it is. You know exactly what it's communicating. So I think you guys are doing a great job with that. And you're here in Austin, so could you tell us about which products you're featuring here at Austin? I know everything is important, but what are we featuring while we're here? What are we talking about most?
Yeah, so we're really featuring the core line of our ecosystem. It's not fair to really speak to one product of Maurten because it really is an ecosystem. Let's go back to the Apple analogy and think about this idea of a closed loop where it's iPhone, it's MacBook, it's AirPods, and it all works synergistically. And that's the beauty of Maurten is you have synergistic products working together to meet your energy needs. So you can drink your gel with our drink mix. You can drink your carbs. You can slurp on your carbs through our gels. And you can chew your carbs through our solids. And they all work together to help you meet your carbohydrate demand. So each one has equal merit, and it's about empowering the athlete to understand how those can work together to help the athlete meet their needs across endurance sports and starting to grow into team sports as well. So that's another frontier that we're excited about where teams are starting to come to us outside of the traditional nutrition space in the NFL and collegiate sports and in field sports to say, hey, we want cleaner, faster delivery in more innovative solutions to help our athletes achieve more.
So, like, what was the first product?
I'm glad you mentioned this because the first product was Drink Mix, and 2025 is going to be the year of Drink Mix, Tommy. And Drink Mix is gel, and this is what what we need a lot of retailers to understand and customers to understand is that the Drink Mix turns into gel when it actually hits your stomach acid.
That's kind of my point about how we've been training. You know, this past fall is we've kind of moved from the gels to the drink mixes because it's just for some of us it's just an easier way to get in carbs and electrolytes than trying to get a gel at like mile 22, you know. So I think it's funny that you said that because we're kind of I feel like we're all on the same page without actually speaking ahead of time, which is kind of fun.
And do you see a lot of like pro athletes on the marathon side? Do you see a lot of athletes over the years leaning towards only having like a drink as opposed to having a drink with the gel attached to it?
It's the other way around. I think what's become the gold standard is the gel. And but when we look at the elite athletes, so sorry to get back to the elite. The elite athletes have always known that have preferred the drink mix because, to your point, Gary, it goes down a little bit smoother. It provides a hydration solution. But But we know that the lion's share of runners are in that space where they can't grab the bottles on course, so lean into the gel as that quick grab and quick fuel source. But the drink, yes, is obviously, it is preferred by those elite by the elite fields. What we're trying to do is really build equity in the drink mix for the everyday runner as a as a pre-fuel and a post-fuel solution. It is just as important to fuel before the race as it is to fuel during the race. So we want to, when we talk about really elevating the drink mix story next year, yes, we can talk about it during for athletes that have access to bottles on course, but also getting athletes to understand how they can pre-fuel their race, pre-fuel their sessions with drink mix, with breakfast, on the car ride out to the long run, on the student's desk between lunch and sixth period. How are we sipping on drink mix so that we're going to practice feeling topped up so that that first rep is fire out of the gate?
Yeah, for sure. So we talked about drink mix, we talked about gels, we talked about the solids, but there was this one product that has made a boom in our sphere as runners. It's the bicarb system. Can you talk to us about that and why that is so exciting and new for Maurten?
It is exciting because it is the tip of this. It is our tip of our spear in terms of our innovation. And we talked about bicarb last year as the holy grail in terms of being able to make baking soda a substance that we know has a performance benefit. We've known this for decades, but it's untenable to take baking soda in its raw form. But if you can put it in hydrogel, like we've proven with sugar, and protect it from touching stomach acid, you can get it into the intestine and bloodstream rapidly and without GI distress. And it has revolutionized sport in the same way super shoes has revolutionized sport. So we talk about super shoes needing super fuel. Bicarb is the turbo to that fuel. So we can't neglect the gas in the engine. We need to have a fully topped up tank of carbohydrates, and we're going to get that from our core line. Bicarb is the turbo, and that turbo is going to work when we have a great fueling strategy. Bicarb is that extra incremental gain on top of that the athlete can take, primarily for anaerobic sessions. So when we think about the 800 and 1500 meter races, but also any kind of high intensity session, you can use that to lessen fatigue and recover a lot better, and muster that finishing sprint. But also in training, this can be great to employ, to integrate into your hardest sessions every week as a way to just improve your overall anaerobic efficiency and overall your aerobic efficiency.
Yeah, and I think that I like the way that you put that. I mean, because a lot of the super shoes, they make it does make you faster just because of the geometry of the shoe and the technology in the shoe. But then a big part, I think, what we're seeing in some of these sports and some of these records falling that have stood for so long is the training aspect. And athletes can be out there doing harder work for longer periods of time, higher mileage, without their bodies being so banged up because of the super shoes. So and I think a lot of people look at the things that Maurten offers and say I do it now so I can be better now, But then at the same time, when you throw in what the bicarb system is doing, is essentially making you those last 4 big workouts, because it comes with it's 4. Is it 3 or 4?
It's 4.
4.
Yeah.
So 4 in a box. The last 4 big workouts, you really can push. And not go. It just helps you go a little farther and have that bounce back, so you can get back to normal mileage without hurting yourself. So to position it like as an aid to training, it makes more sense to me than just I'm gonna eat this really quick and then go break all my records on a day.
You nailed it. And that's where we're going to win at retail too. So if we're opening up the aperture to bring more retailers into it, that's where we need to win, because yes, it can be a silver bullet to deliver the PB on race day. You got to run 141 now to make a final in the 800, or 146 in women's to make a final. That used to be a gold medal time, right? So yes, it can be the silver bullet, but the long game is the training game, and that's where the retailer is going to see a return when they're able to get that returning customer to understand how is this creating long-term adaptation to make me a higher capacity athlete that can handle more training.
100%.
Yeah.
So, like, I mean, you already talked about, you know, next year is the year of the drink mix, right? What does that mean, though? Like, I mean, I kind of hear it, but then, like, also, like, what can people expect that are, like, Maurten fans already? Or if they're not and they're like, hey, like, I kind of want to see what's about to happen, what can they expect?
So, excellent. Leveling up the knowledge of drink mix as drinkable fuel, and that it's hydrogel in drinkable form. I think we have a lot more storytelling that we can do in that space to help educate retailers and customers more. And then also we're doing some formula adjustments to it to make it a little more drinkable, a little less viscous at the 320 level. And yeah, just improving that formula a little bit, and yeah, minor tweaks here and there to really just level that brainchild up. That was the first innovation, so it needs some TLC. And I think if we can, yeah, again, position it really well as that pre-fuel for the everyday athlete, and continue to really double down on it for the elite athlete that sees that as their go-to, we're going to win.
Awesome, awesome. Well, thank you so much for being on the show again. Thank you for bringing the energy, not just here, but for you personally.
Bringing the energy. You tried it.
Yeah, I did. I did. I don't have it. But thank you so much for being here, and I can't wait to see what happens next. I've always, like you said, we've always seen Maurten. We've tried it, had it, but we respect in the way that you all present what you're trying to do and what you're achieving.
Thanks, Tommy. If I can just say one more thing, it's the dot at the bottom of the M there.
Yeah.
It physically represents hydrogel, but it figuratively represents the small spaces where no one else is going. That's where Maurten wants to go. So it's a nod to us going to where no one else is going. Let's not just go there. Let's go there to win.
Hey, I don't even want to say anything else after that. That was amazing.
Awesome. Thanks, team.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks so much, Brian.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Yeah, like I like how that's positioned. Like the Apple comparison is, it's like perfect for what they are, how they represent the brand, how they present the brand, and all the things that they do to try to innovate.
Yeah, and once again, it's a company not resting on its laurels. Maurten has a huge market share in the sports nutrition space, but they're not satisfied. They want to continue to innovate. They want to continue to push the boundaries of what sports nutrition can be, and they are doing that by educating people as well, because Maurten is teaching a lot of people how to fuel properly and how that benefits them and how that makes them a better version of themselves. So big shout out to Maurten.
Yeah, no, seriously, I'm excited to see not only the 2025, but really 2026 and 2027, because, he almost said no human is limited, but that's taken by somebody else. Yeah. But that's exactly what they're working on knocking down. So excited to see what else is going to come from Maurten.
Yeah, I'm excited. Like, I mean, if he could just come talk to me just in general about anything, I'd be happy.
Yeah, he can pre-race pep talk before.
Yeah, he can start. He could definitely start.
I don't even need a pre-race pep talk, just a pre-work pep talk. That'd be sweet.
Yeah, just when you wake up.
Hey.
Good Maurten.
All right. So next up, we have somebody special. We have the founder of the running event, Mark Sullivan, coming up on the stage. So we are here at the running event, and we're gonna get. We had a chance to talk to him, Aaron, before this, and he has some stories, because he's been around at some of the beginning of these big brands that we thought have been around for ages. So I'm excited about this.
Yeah, me too. So welcome to the show.
Thank you.
How's it going? This is a huge deal. So how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. So I feel like I have the best job at the running event, because I was the founder, I started it, and now Christina Henderson and Diversified run it. So I get all the glory and they get all the work.
How does it feel from day one of the first year you did it, when you walk onto the floor, and then you walk on to today? Like, how does that feel?
It is, I feel incredibly proud, but it's also a little humbling and overwhelming, because the first year we started the running event, we started it sort of a precursor to it in New York. We had 14 brands and 43 retailers.
So, but we knew, me and my partners who started it, we knew we were onto something, but I don't think we ever dreamed it would turn into what it's turned into.
Yeah, so let's talk about that a little more. How did you come up with this idea, and how did you realize that this was something that the running industry needed?
Well, I've been a runner most of my life, and I'm also a journalist by training. So I was a journalist who covered the athletic footwear and specialty retail area. So I was working for a publication at that time called Sporting Goods Business, and we decided to put on a conference in New York. We called it the Elite Running Conference. And so we did the event in New York, and I didn't have a lot of retail relationships. I had to call people up and beg them to come to the event, but I guess I successfully begged 43 of them successfully, so that was good. And after that event was over, I remember my partners and I went out to dinner, and we were all like, wait, we're onto something here. Because honestly, I knew that the running specialty channel, or I believe that the running specialty channel would remain vibrant and remain relevant, whereas so many other types of stores, record stores, bookstores, things like that, they've all disappeared. But running stores as a retail channel, stronger than ever.
Yeah, I mean, so like as you kind of walk through we kind of talked about it a little bit already, but like as you walk through all of this, like what things like have changed about how the running event is, like the atmosphere, like what's changed about it that you see like in a really positive way?
Well, I would say bigger, better than ever, more elaborate displays, larger retail attendance than ever before, and a larger international attendance than ever before. But one thing, again, that I give the new owners credit for is they've kept the spirit of the event, where the spirit of the event is about sharing ideas, it's about collaboration, it's about peer-to-peer, it's about people getting together. And they've grown it, but they've kept sort of the core values, which I think are super important.
And I mean, and we're part of this obviously, but like as it's grown over the last few years, especially, you see more media involved.
Yes.
You know, more content creators, more shoe reviewers, more YouTubers, and then now here a PR project and FloTrack promoting this live. What's that like for you to see that happening, and then what good things do you see coming out of that?
Oh, well, first of all, again, that's incredible. I go back to the early days, and my God, our media sign-up was like single digits. So now to see what this event has become in terms of its appeal and its value to media is great. And I think ultimately the industry wins, right? Because you guys are talking about the event, you're talking about the industry, and that just gets consumers excited, makes people more excited about running. So, essentially this whole event and your contribution to it is you're growing the sport of running.
Absolutely. And one of my favorite quotes is, greatness is in the agency of others. So tell us a little bit about the team that you have here with you. Like you said, being the founder, you get to take the glory, but there's a multitude of people here that bring this event to life. So talk to us about your team and how important they are to putting on a great event.
Yeah. Well, Christina Henderson, who I think you're talking to next, she could answer that question way better than I can. But I have to say, again, I feel so fortunate to still be on the team. I mean, most entrepreneurs, most owners, once they sell the business, they're sort of kicked to the curb after a certain amount of time. So it's very special to me that I still get to be involved. And like I said, I get to do all the good stuff, and they do all the hard work. So that's a great deal for me.
I like that concept.
Yes.
I like that a lot. Okay, so what year was the first year again?
I'm going to say 2004 in New York City. And then after that, we just on a whim sort of said, oh, let's do the next one in Austin. It was like sort of that much thought went into it. But we came to Austin, kind of a lucky decision. And, for the most part, I think 2 years we've been sort of superseded in Austin and had to go elsewhere. But we've been in Austin since then, and Austin's been a great home for this event.
Yeah, so speaking of Austin, Christina mentioned it earlier. This is you guys' last year in Austin, and you'll be moving to San Antonio next year. Tell us about what we can expect from 2025, and how will the vibe change, and how will it keep its essence when you move to San Antonio?
Yeah, great question. So I think San Antonio is a wonderful town, and honestly, when we first came to Austin close to 20 years ago, I think Austin was kind of an undiscovered gem. It was a cool city, great food, great music, great vibes, very fitness oriented, but I think a lot of people didn't know that. And I think we've helped a lot of people discover Austin, and I think we're going to help a lot of people discover San Antonio. Great food, great amenities, great history. San Antonio is going to be awesome.
Are there any vendors here that have been here, come every single year?
Yes, yes, and I value them all. I think our earliest supporters were Brooks, certainly Brooks, but it was surprising that, like, when we first started the event out, certain brands didn't necessarily embrace it right away. They're like, oh, it's new, you figure it out. But eventually we've gotten them all into the fold. But I would say Brooks, Belega, a great company. I remember Belega came to the event and they called me up and said, we've heard about this event you're doing. We want to come and we want to be the exclusive sock sponsor. Is that possible? And I remember thinking as I'm holding the phone, it's like, oh, you're the only sock company who's called me. So yes, they were the exclusive and the only. So those are two that really come to mind.
Question is, did you say, yes, you can be, but it'll cost you?
Of course I said that.
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do.
My mom didn't raise no dummy.
Hey, I like that. Yeah. I'm like, oh, and I mean, how silly would that be of you, you know?
Yes.
So, like you said, you've seen, we've heard some stories. Christina mentioned one of the stories about a brand, but like, what's one of the stories that like was like humble beginnings of a brand, and it's almost like amazes you to walk in and see like a booth that's like 2 levels, 3, whatever.
Yes, I have two of those. So we were with, Christina and I were out to dinner with the Hoka people the other night, 15-year anniversary. And I remember very well their first debut at the running event, where we got a call from this guy named Nico from France. And he said, I want to come to the running event. I don't even need a whole booth. I just need half a booth. And we were like, buddy. We didn't really take him too seriously. And I think my partner, Troy Leonard, basically said, you know what, come to Austin, and when you get to Austin, give us a call. And sure enough, we get to Austin, and we see this guy sitting out in the lobby with a bag of shoes, and he's showing everybody the shoes, and there were these really wild-looking shoes with a huge outsole. If you ever saw the Seinfeld episode with Jimmy, the guy with the shoes, they look like Jimmy's shoes. So we saw him sort of doing business in the lobby for a little bit, and we're like, guy, why don't you just come in here and work out of our booth? So sure enough, 15 years later, they're a billion-dollar brand. They've sold it. And, I remember, and they remember that first year and sort of what a sort of humble start it was for them. But I think that's one of the things that's so exciting about the running business is if you create a better product, if you essentially build a better mousetrap, you can surge, you can come to the top. And we see examples of that all the time.
Yeah, we had Nico on his very couch yesterday, and he told the exact same story. And he showed an incredible amount of gratitude that you guys offered him that opportunity, because it was a pivotal moment in the brand story. So
right.
That's awesome. And he was a founder, and now his brand is huge. He didn't like when I said they were this great big brand, because he said there's still room to grow. You founded the running event, and it's built to what it is today. But early on, how do you deal with the setbacks and the hurdles, being a founder, getting people on board, getting people to believe in your idea? How do you stay resilient early in that process?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So we knew we were onto something and we believed in it. But by the same token, I think I told you, when we first came up with the idea, myself and the guys who were my partners, we were all working for a big corporation. We had jobs and salaries and benefits and all that. So when we quit that and committed to starting the running event, I had to take a second mortgage on my house to fund it. So let me tell you something, failure was not an option. This was not going to fail. We did whatever we had to do to make it successful. And we used to have sort of a running joke among the 4 partners. We used to say DEFCON 4. Once you got to within 2 weeks of the event, DEFCON 4 meant you could not shut off your cell phone. And whenever anybody called you, no matter what the hour, time of day, you had to answer your phone. And we just gutted it out and plowed through any mistakes and any adversity we came across.
That's just a great testament to, you have to be willing to take sacrifices for the things that you believe in. And I think so many of the people that we've had up here, they've told similar stories, right? They've told us, this is something that I believe in, and I was not going to stop until I got to where I wanted to be. So it's an amazing ethos to have. And it kind of calls back to Brandon, right? Brandon said, "I'm a dog, and if I can't." I told him, 140. Bryce Hoppel said, "I want to run 140," and I said, "Brandon, do you think you can? Do you think you have a chance to run 140?" And he said, "If I thought I didn't have a chance to run 140, then it would be no reason for me to even lace my shoes up." So yeah, I think that mentality is what separates the losers from the winners for sure.
Yeah, and also, I mean, look, being among other people like that is inspiring. Again, you see what they do, and also all the retailers who come and attend this event, they were in the same shoes that I was back then. They were committed to the business. You had guys opening stores and sleeping in the back room, that sort of thing. So when you're among people like that, number one, it gives you belief, but it also gives you inspiration. And particularly when I was starting the event, I was traveling around the country talking to different retailers to come. I mean, these guys would open up their second bedrooms to me. They would bring me to their kitchen table for dinner. So I really feel such a strong, powerful connection with so many people in this room.
And so, and one of the things that I've always struck me about the running event is like how run specialty or retail focused it is. I mean, it feels like this event is for them.
100%.
And as we went through from like 2019 to 2020, then we went into the COVID moments. As someone that created something that invests and gives back to that retail, that brick and mortar, what were like some of your concerns? I mean, obviously, other than like things coming to a halt, but like, what were some of your concerns about the retail, about these partners?
Yeah. Oh no. Look, absolutely. Was I concerned for their long-term viability? 100%. But there again, I have to give credit to Christina and the Diversified team, because one of the things we did when COVID started shutting everybody down is we organized industry Zoom calls. So we would say, Tuesday, 3 o'clock, we're doing a Zoom. And we would get like 100 stores on that call. And we would talk to them about, hey, what's going on, as we started to get more information about government support of small business and all that. So even though we had no show, we still felt very committed and very connected to the community and wanted to support them and do everything we could to support them.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I mean, it's like, the retailers give to the organization, then the organization has a chance to give back.
Yeah. Well, I think also if you have ever been, and I'm sure you have, in a really good running specialty store, you could see how community-based they are and how supportive and caring they are of their customers. And that's always been the culture of the running event. And again, Christina and the Diversified team have really carried that those values forward.
100%. Well, thank you so much for coming on to the show.
Yeah.
Here.
Oh, thank you. My pleasure.
Thank you so much for the stories. That's I mean, hearing Nico say it and then hearing you talk about that Hoka story is definitely an inspiration to me. And to whoever hears it, like about that, just taking a chance and, just jumping on those opportunities. But thank you for creating such a really cool event that we get to now be a part of. And we get to bring up the woman of the hour, the woman of the 2 days, Christina next, and seeing that the transition of like, the person that started one of the people that started this whole thing, and then having it in such great hands as Christina, it's got to be great.
No, 100% I agree. Look, I'm so proud of Christina and her team, and again, really grateful for the opportunity to continue to work with them.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. So it just seems crazy to think. I mean, I know he said it was like kind of crazy, but to think that like I can't even imagine the room size of like when they first started. Like, I mean, 43. Retailers ain't bad.
No,
at
it's
all,
nothing to
obviously.
sneeze at all.
But it's like if you could see this room, like I wish we could just like pan. Or you can't even pan because like it's just too big to be able to see. But it's just so many rows and aisles and like basically buildings in here that it just seems it must be crazy for him to walk through and like see how much the running industry's changed and grown since then. But
yeah, absolutely. But no, we're not gonna delay this any further.
Yeah, with no further ado. Get up here, please, ma'am.
We will finish how we began.
Yes.
Welcome back.
Can I give y'all a hug?
Oh, yeah. We're hugging. We're huggers. We're huggers. So this is Christina Henderson. If you didn't see day one opening, this is Christina Henderson. She is the director of the running event and is responsible, for hearing our crazy pitch last year. It doesn't really seem that crazy now, but for the concept of having TRE live and hosting it and starting it with us and bringing this event to people that are at home and are very interested in what's going on and want to see new shoes and want to learn more about the running industry and learn more about nutrition and stuff like that from brands that they may not have heard of, and taking that and saying yes, sure, and doing it with us the first year. And when we found out and you let us know that you wanted us to come back again, we were like deeply honored, and we just want to say thank you for this second opportunity to continue to build with you guys.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to thank us. We thank you. I mean, look, this has been incredible. We are getting such good feedback, and it's been this new fun addition to TRE, and we have y'all to thank for that. I remember when we got the call, Tommy has this idea he wants to talk to you about, and it's like, okay, and look at this now. I mean, this has real value and purpose, and I'm excited to see what we do next.
So are we.
Yeah. Hey, sign the paper. Where's the contract? But yeah, I mean, it's really cool. But then let's forget us for a second. This has been such a successful 2 days. Everybody that we've seen in the elevators, in the hallways, in the expo, is having a great time and feels like just. I've been to other conferences before for for other in my other life, and you get that like, oh, here we go, day 2, and no one's like that. Everybody's happy to be here. Everybody's going to a group run or can't wait till the expo floor opens. As the person that's running around here trying not to go crazy, how has this 2 days been for you?
So, it's the best week of my year. It's.
Please cry.
No.
Please cry.
Gosh, I knew y'all were gonna
Yes.
get me. I knew.
Zoom in.
Let's get really, really tight on there. There we go.
Whew, y'all. Okay. The team works so hard, all year. If people only knew the time and the passion and the creativity that goes into it, there are many late nights, early mornings, frantic phone calls, and to see the work come together it's so special. And walking around the hall and seeing everyone smiling and the energy, that's our goal all year round, is to create that and to create that energy and to support the run specialty industry. So, yeah, it's sad. I feel sad that it's over, but very accomplished and proud of what we built.
I have to say, working with your team these past couple of years has been amazing. The most fun, professional, happy, ready to get done, ready to work. It's been amazing. We love it. And then FloTrack this year, everybody on that side of the camera, they've been awesome to work with as well.
Yes.
I can't say enough good things about you and your team.
You guys have done a lot of hard work. You guys are probably going to sleep longer than Mike Tyson after that fight, for sure.
Tomorrow I will be sleeping most of the day. So I have an idea, and I'll see what y'all think. But there are a couple members of our team watching in, and I'm wondering if we could bring them up
here.
To say,
just based on their reaction,
to say hi, because they have been
They have no choice.
Such a big part of this. We are all also matching, which I think is wonderful.
Yes.
Very cutesy.
And the sweaters, if you buy a sweater, it goes towards a good cause.
Yes.
But yes.
Yeah, all I know. Yeah. So come join.
Yeah.
So we have Janae and Michaela joining us from the TRE team.
How are you, Janae?
I'm good. I'm also crying.
Bad timing. So I wanted to bring them up, and there are many other members of the TRE team who are still running around here, but there's a lot of people in the background who work so hard to build this event, and so I really want everyone to see a few of them, and it's not just me, and so here's Janae and Michaela. Janae is our senior marketing manager. Michaela is our marketing coordinator. So they have been working so hard since we wrapped up last year. So just wanted them to have the opportunity to join.
That's beautiful. It's great to see. I asked Mark how important is the team to the success of the event, and he immediately said, "Well, I just kind of hang back and enjoy the fruits of the labor, but the Christina and the diversified team are the ones really doing the work. They're really the ones putting in the effort to make sure everything goes smoothly. And I've seen you guys running around. You're doing a great job." And you are the lifeblood of this company. You make it what it is. So I want to say thank you to you. It's been inspiring to see you guys work. It's been inspiring to see how professional and how efficient you guys are at getting everything done. So kudos to you. World-class event. It couldn't be any better for us. I'm sure so many of the retailers and the community organizations that are here share the same sentiment. So huge congratulations. You guys did it. Like another year, another great time. So a round of applause for you for sure.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's, like I said, best week of the year. And it's really the people, yes, we work hard. We build the infrastructure for the event, but it is the people who make it so special and bring the energy. And, we talk about it all the time, about how grateful we are to be in this industry and to have the opportunity to learn and help grow the sport of running, because we believe so much in the power of running and movement. We have one of the coolest jobs ever.
Yeah. So one of the things, I just lost my whole train of thought. Like, I guess is like that's par for the course. We've been doing this for a little bit.
Yeah, that's fair.
But honestly. Oh, that's where it was. So I keep kind of going back to like COVID, and people are like, "Why do you keep talking about COVID?" But COVID had such a big impact on potentially a terrible impact on like the retail space. When it comes to like the run specialty shops. And my first year here was 2021. It was much smaller, and everybody had to wear masks. But you guys were still like doing your thing, and people were very happy to be here that time. Like you felt like a sincere appreciation to be together. And I'd like for you to kind of like talk about like that moment in 2020. You're like, I don't know where this whole thing is going. Mark said that you all jumped on like Zoom calls and helped the retailers through that moment. But now looking back 3 years later, how does this feel? And just talk to me about like that thought.
Yeah, I mean that was a scary time for many reasons, but suddenly there was this movement for you did everything online and everything was a virtual meeting, and there was this fear of like, oh, well, people still want to come to an event. We can just talk online, we can just do a Zoom, and I think we have learned since coming out of that time how crucial connection really is, and meeting people in real life. It's something that I believe so strongly in, that when you bring people together, good things happen. That's when you come up with a new idea. It's how you inspire others. By bringing everyone here together, the sport of running will be stronger.
Yeah, for sure. And as we, I guess we can say, close the chapter on the Austin era of TRE, what can we look forward to in San Antonio and in 2025 and beyond? What's next for the running event?
Yeah, so actually, San Antonio is here, and they have a booth in the back over there, and they have mariachi bands playing, and they're serving margaritas. They are so excited to have the running event come there and have the running industry come to San Antonio. I think you can expect more growth and more energy as we head into 2025, and San Antonio will be an amazing home for the event. I'm so excited to bring everybody there, and I know our team agrees. It's walkable. Everything is right there. I think the industry is going to really embrace San Antonio as its home in 2025.
And Janae, you've been on a lot of the calls. I mean, every call with us. You know, what are you happy about like this for these last couple of days? Like, what stands out to you?
So I think for me, what stands out the most and what's the most rewarding is seeing how our event brings people together and just sparks new collaborations. So we've seen a lot of our partners talk about, hey, I met this retailer, or I met this brand, and now they want to work with us. And really, like, that is what it's all about. It's bringing these people together and sparking those ideas and those collaborations that turn into much bigger initiatives in the next 2 years. And I also just want to say, Christina will sit here and say the nicest things about our team, but we work so hard and we put on such a great event like because of her. So all the kudos to Christina and what she's done for this event. Yeah, thank you.
Y'all. Thanks, Janae.
Real quick, so speaking of 2025, if Tommy, Aaron, and I, if we get our fishing gear out, right, and we catch some fish from the Detroit River, can we get a booth in Barcelona? Because Janae said that each country gets their own booth. Thank you, Janae, for that piece of information.
Gary, I was waiting for you to bring this up.
I can't wait to for that
really
smell.
Was. Yes, we are going to figure out a way to get you to the seafood show. So
I will learn how to say Barcelona properly if that's the case.
Can't wait.
Yes.
I'm lost. I don't know what's going on. But
We'll fill you in later.
Cool.
It involves fish.
Fish in Spain.
Fish
You'll
in
love it.
Spain.
Okay, awesome.
Just yeah. You'll be fine.
I'm
yeah,
sure
yeah. He's
anyone
like, oh, you
tuning
said
in is
Spain.
very confused,
Yeah,
but
you
that's
said
okay.
Spain. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, thank you, Gary. But honestly, you know, we've pushed you to the brink of tears too many times already, during this short period of time. But you know, honestly, like just being, I text the other day and I said, you know, we really feel like we're part of the team, of the TRE team. Thank you so much for like the embrace of the three of us in our show, the PR project, into like building something like this. I mean, last year was like, you know, we couldn't believe it, and it's almost like we couldn't believe it again. When we walked here and saw this set and saw, you know, how happy and excited that you guys were that we were here as well. So we appreciate that. And it kind of like speaks to, you know, why diverse leadership is necessary. You know, the fact that like it was not lost on me that like everybody that we've talked to until Mark was a woman. So it's like, it's so cool it just feels different. And if we feel supported and feel like, it's just special, you know what I mean? And it just makes me feel like I want to continue to help in whatever way we can to make this event better and better than it already is.
Yeah, absolutely. Tommy, I could not believe that your first year was 2021, that you are here, because I feel like I've known you forever, all of you. So yes, let's continue. Let's keep building, and we can't wait to see you in 2025.
Well, okay.
You heard it first.
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. But you know, forget it. Today. This has been a success. We got invited back, guys. We didn't get canceled. But you know, we were gonna like usher you guys off the stage, but we're gonna end this with you on for sure.
But before you do that, Janae, if you need any help with anything, Tommy said he'll do it. So if you need trash taken out, if you need a hand breaking some stuff down, Tommy is available until Friday. He'll be here. So
great.
Yep. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, sure, whatever. You know, as long as we got 2025 on the docket, I'm here to help. But well, thank you everybody for watching. Thank you, Sir Nutrition, for sponsoring 2 days in a row of the TRE Live. Thank you to On Running for sponsoring day one. This has been amazing. Shout out to FloTrack. I'm Tommy Runs.
I'm Aaron Worldwide.
Gary is a runner.
And this is the TRE team. Peace out, guys. Peace out.